How many of you ever heard the book Winning Through Intimidation? About 4 people, okay? So Robert Ringer, this book changed my life, so pay attention to this one concept. He said he had these theories, and he remained broke until he figured out these theories. But he had something called the leapfrog theory of success. What's it called? The leapfrog theory of success. Because if you're going to learn one thing from me, this is it. And it says, you have no moral obligation to work your way through the ranks. At any given time, you can choose and decide to leap to the top of your market and claim it. Now, he goes on to say, but if you don't deliver, you're going to get stumbled down. But it started making me think, I'm young, that was my limitation. I'm old, that's my limitation. I'm female, that's my limitation. I'm inexperienced, you're going to have enough limitations for the rest of your life. So what you could do is say, screw that, I'm going to leap to the top and I'm going to just pop out of all of them. Why? Because where's all the competition, everybody? Working their way up the ladder. All the competition is down here. And I'll be able to do that. I'll be able to make the money that, what's that dude's name who's in the red? Was it Wart? All these speakers, I'll be like them when I get there. No, I'm just going to jump into that arena where they're at and claim it because no one's ever going to give you permission. I tell a funny story. My 2 kids, they were always late because we're on O'Keefe time. 7 kids, sorry, whatever, not sorry. We're always late to the Catholic school, right? And the ladies out there with the little yellow things giving the late slips. But at the end of the first quarter, my daughter had 13 late slips. My son had 1. They went into the building at the same time. So finally I was like, Mike, what are you doing? He's like, I just run right past her. But this is the bigger thing. He didn't need her permission. My other child was looking for permission. Think about that. When I work with high-level teams, we immediately got to remove permission. We're not looking for anyone's permission. Parents always, what are we seated? I don't even give a rat's. Give me the list of who we're playing. I'm going to scout them. We're going to go beat them. Period. Oh, they're number 1 team in Texas. Great. We beat Texas teams all the time. Right? Yeah, but they do this. That's great. We serve teams off the court all the time. I'm not looking for permission. But then again, I'm like, wow, Ed, you're 49. There's still things I look for permission for. You want to know what the fastest way to leapfrog into anything is? What, Ed? Number 1, you find a model. You're on the last day here. I've been the last day at a lot of conferences. A little stress, anxiety, a little overwhelm starts kicking in. My list is really long. I start thinking, gosh, what am I going to do first? What am I going to do second? How are we going to do this? I got all this crap at home I got to deal with, blah, blah. Maybe I'll get to my list. By Wednesday, priority number 3, 4, 5, 6 are already getting pushed down to page 3. Am I sort of accurate? Have I been to a few of these things? I know this from personal experience. You need a model. Pick one. Out of all these Pillman members, just pick one that you want to vibe more on the next 90 days, right? Just pick, okay, cool. I like it. One of the young ladies back there who's one of the Mastermind members, she's not there anymore, but I was talking to her back there. She's like, you know what I realized? She's like, I don't want to spend the amount of money and do all that stuff that everyone's doing. I get all my clients from referrals. And I just want to go deeper into the referrals. I'm like, great. So then you grow your celebrity branding around what you want to build out, and you just, so think about this. I know I got to talk faster. From a marketing growth perspective, if we step back, like me and you were sitting there, we're looking at your budget, and you're like, I got $100,000 a month to spend, or I got $50,000 a month to spend, or 20, whatever it might be, it doesn't really matter. And you're like, but I don't really like the clients I'm getting from this source of traffic. Are you tracking me a little bit? Because it could be Google, it could be I'm kind of agnostic on it. And you're like, and she said, I love getting my referrals from all my professional partners. And I was like, all right, cool. Then, well, why don't you look at your budget and then just quadruple down, take 80% of that budget and just stick it in making it impossible for your referral partners to not think about you every single month or every week. This is the only person we feel, oh my gosh, they do this. Oh my gosh. Now, I would be willing to bet that if I came and hung out with you and we had like a cup of coffee or a glass of wine or whatever it might be or whatever at your country club or whatever you're doing with your kids, I would be willing to bet that the person you spend a lot of time with or the people you talk with have no idea like what you really do and how you really impact people. And you're like, no, but they've known me for 20 years. I'm like, yeah. You stick an interview up in there, oh my God almighty, they're going to come. Or you start doing video, or you do YouTube, or you do anything that syndicates a little bit of your antenna of what's possible, they're going to come and they're going to just be like, I didn't even know you did that. Oh my gosh, I got to send you my cousin. I got to send you this person. Oh my gosh, I decided to hit somebody today in the car just to see if they would call you. Hey, that's kind of psychotic. Don't do that. Sorry, okay, delete that part. I'm going to be getting sued. Oh, you can't tell people how to hit people in a room full of attorneys. It's pretty bad. Number 2, you got the model. Here's a question. What's the question about you're not really in a fight until somebody gets first hit, punched or whatever, punched in the face? When Ken brought up the lone wolf thing, the thing about the lone wolf thing is that the lone wolf thing is real. You got rugged individuals, and you got people that, like, what got you to this level could have been rugged individualism or just pure alphaism and just getting stuff done. But on Wednesday, when something hits the fan, if you're not plugged into a network or a crew or a mastermind, I'm just letting you right now know, it's the number one thing my kids tell them. You got to have a mentor, and you got to have a mastermind, and you got to have a model, period. End of discussion. I need to be able to have those helpline phone calls. Because I'm telling you, if the people in your world are not growing around you, how are you going to grow? I'm just going to brute force it. No, you're not. Don't lie to yourself. That's not how growth works. Right? We go to a tournament, and all of a sudden we're not playing well because the speed's faster. That's our fault. Why? Because we didn't put ourselves in an environment against teams like that prior to getting into the room. I cannot become better unless I'm already in the room with people that are better than me, and they're forging me to become better. I had a great, Jay Henderson is one of the best guys you'll ever meet. Jay's, Ed, I got an extra ticket to the game last night. It was awesome. Who was at the hockey game last night? Anybody? Wasn't that sick? I haven't been to a hockey game in 20 years. I'm like texting my wife. I'm like, we're going to a hockey game. Ah, that was awesome. But it's just so funny. Jay Henderson, I hired him years ago to speak at a conference that I was running, and we kind of agreed. We're like, okay, he's like, Ed, you're like me, but you're on like the marketing and messaging side, and we had so much fun. Being around someone like him who's doing things with different people doing big things, I had light bulbs going off all night. We had probably one of the most exciting, encouraging things to do. And that only happens when you're surrounding yourself with better people and they're forging you. Hey, it's Ed O'Keefe. Thanks for watching the Time Collapsing mega conference that I held in Nashville. This is a accumulation of some of the best speakers, business builders, telling their stories, and you could jump around on the video, you could skim around, but it's literally people that are running anywhere between a few $1 million to 9-figure businesses, people that have exited their businesses and have utilized the time collapsing principles that I discuss in my book, The Art of Time Collapsing, which is how do you achieve your goals much faster than you ever thought possible by looking at the patterns that people have done that before. And so much of that is delivered in their stories. And so you're going to get a lot of tactical stuff, but really you're going to get some really big thinking stuff. And so anyhow, hope you love it. In the link to the descriptions, I have a bunch of free trainings and bonuses that I'd love to give you, include one of those being the PDF of my book, The Art of Time Collapsing, and see you on the other side. With something that either A, we really don't know why we're in the room, which is okay for some of you. B, you believe at some level there's something that you were meant to do or create, and you have to get it out in the world, and magically there's these tools that we have that can help you, right? But that's why you're here at some level, fair? And everyone around you at some level or through our whole life has said, you got to keep some of these great parts about you, these things that are your superpowers or your things that are unique to this world, a secret. Because, as he says there, my dad was so concerned about the world rejecting me that he tried to protect me, right? And so where I want to segue a little bit is, it says if the world found out who I really was, they might reject you, right? And I want to segue early in this event to get to some of the heart of what I'm about and what my goals are for you, even though my clicker's not moving forward. Can you just move to the next slide? Is that there's this, and how we can go wrong, but we're going to stay on the right track, right?
The way we're going to stay right is that we understand really why we're here and what we're trying to accomplish. I think there's this softness in internet marketing and at a lot of events where we take tactics and strategies and shiny objects and they get dangled out in front of you, and we think that that's going to be the solution to every single problem. So we become shiny object chasers or next hack builders rather than making sure the foundation is completely solid and strong. And so I want to tell you a quick little story. And this is the family I grew up in. It was my mom and dad right here. And I'm one of 13 kids, grew up in a family. I think we have like 60-something nieces and nephews. My wife and I have 7 kids. I mean, she's amazing. Our crew's amazing. Even little Eddie, who doesn't want to be seen on camera, is pretty darn amazing. But one of the questions I want to ask early in this event, because this kind of sets a tone, don't you think? Can you turn me up a little? Can you guys hear me okay? I feel like I'm screaming. Okay, so if you're good, I'm good. I don't know, maybe I'm getting a little bit older than I used to be, which would probably be applicable to most of us, right? But knowing why we're doing things is 20 times more important than what we're doing, because I'll figure out the what, I'll figure out the how, but I got to know why I'm doing it. So a quick little story is, this was a picture taken about 48 hours in. I think I'm right there on the end. This is me here on the end of our it was a mini Hell Week experience that I went through that Mark Devine puts on called Kokoro Camp. It's a 52-hour event. You start at 8 a.m. on Friday. You end around noon on Sunday. You don't sleep. And you're pretty much going through evolutions every 3 to 4 hours with a small break to eat, and then you're back at it. They treat you they try and replicate very similarly to what goes through the Hell Week experience. Now, this is the probably one of my favorite pictures of the whole thing, because this is when the sun, it was the most beautiful experience ever. I'll tell you what happened. We were locked arm in arm, butts on the sand, and I never realized that the Pacific Ocean, how rocky it actually is in the sand. Like when you get your body scraped along the sand, it sucks. It's really not fun. And we had been doing this on and off for about, it's about 8 p.m. Now it's probably about 5:30 in the morning. And we'd been doing that on and off all night long. And it was one of the coolest things. I was on the far end on the left, holding hands with, you kept switching around or locked in arms. And it was what made it so special was that the whole night you see the moon like coming up and then going down, which meant sunset was coming up soon. And then the other thing that was really, really cool was seeing, it was pitch dark right before this, and then seeing surfers showing up, and they'd be running along the sand. Because that meant, they're not going to show up at 3 a.m. That meant we were close, because we had no time orientation at that point, right? So it was coming, and then I remember after getting crashed a few times, looking down to my right, and the last person in the row was pink. And in a couple minutes, our whole line was pink, and that meant we made it to sunset. And really what that meant was no one's going to quit from this point on. In fact, the statistics show that like 80-some% of the people who quit Hell Week quit within the first 24 hours. And I think the rest, once once people get past, I think it's 2 days, the quit ratio is almost like it's under 10%. It's very, very low. It's usually because of injury or other reasons. So this is near the finale part. When I signed up for it, this is me prepping. I had to do 1,000 burpees. I mentally created a checklist in my head of like, what do I have to do to know that I'm mentally prepared to do this? And so one of the activities I put up was 1,000 burpees in the sand, jumping in the water, coming out of it. It took about 3 hours and 45 minutes. And the reason why you do something as stupid as that is, you have to figure out like where your voice in your head decides to go when things are really bad and you're all alone. I want to know that, right? And this was another part where you're going, if you ever want to do bear crawls downhill, we got to do that. That's me right there. And what you're supposed to do is crawl down and then go into a plank. And then once you're in the plank, you're just supposed to stay in the plank in the water. For some reason, I stood up. I don't know why I stood up. And so they made me go all the way back to the top. And that was not a good move. And you just got to smile along the way. So these are things that I could talk about for years, right? But I want to tell you a quick story on this that brings it all full circle. I had 3 goals going into it, and I'll tell you what they were. They were be positive, be relentlessly positive, no matter what the circumstance was. Like I really wanted to see. I had played college sports. I felt like I was a good leader. I thought I was a positive person. And I read Mark Devine's book, and he said the one thing that he thought about when he went through Hell Week was, how do you make this fun? How do you be positive all the time? And I was like, all right, cool. Let's see if we can truly do this in matters of moments. Number 2 was I wanted to be an impeccable leader. What that meant was, I don't know, I wanted to be positive, great communications, treat everybody, be very encouraging to everybody, be a good leader. And then the third one was, one trick that I figured out, and this is a really good trick in life, is that put out my 120% all the time. Because I figured something out, and it was validated really, really quickly that the cadre who's going to punish you, they're going to punish you eventually. And I tell my kids this, right? I'm like, hey, you're going to have coaches that just lose their stuff, and they're going to punish the whole team because one kid did something, right? It's going to happen. When that happens, your only job is to be in the top 3 all the time and never, always put out. I don't care how tired you are. You can do anything for 7 seconds. You can do anything for 14 seconds. It doesn't matter, right? And so the reason is because there's always a bottom third who's going to try and not put out. They're going to look for coaches. They're going to put their knees down. They're going to do everything to get out of the punishment. And the attention will go to them. Just don't be that guy, right? So I figured that stuff out. Everything was going phenomenal. We're 24 hours in, 25 hours in. I learned 2 things, right? They'd say, hey, you either lead from the front or you push from the back, right? And so when we're running, we had to run like 1.5 miles to the pool, went through this 1.5 hour evolution in the pool, and now we're running back. And I was in the back with one of the guys that kept stumbling and kept falling and was just, he would eventually quit. But we were trying to push him to meet a certain timeline. And all of a sudden, the craziest thing happened. My legs were not moving. I was all of a sudden having a hard time keeping up with the guy in the back. And all of a sudden, I'm on the side of the road puking. And I'm like, I'm fine, okay, cool, I run, boom. Another, few minutes later, I'm puking again. And again, it just wouldn't stop. And so what happened was, a couple of the interns, when they were filling up the water buckets, they filled up a couple of the buckets with actually the lake water, which was pretty infested with bacteria or whatever. So there was a handful of us got really sick. Now, I went down. They gave us food. They were like, hey, you have to eat. So I shoveled it in, puked it all out. And all of a sudden, my world got disoriented. Not like I was starting to all of a sudden these voices came inside my head as we're about to start the next evolution. And all of a sudden these voices were like, hey, all you need right now is to lay down and sleep. That's all you need. If you could just lay down for 2 hours, you'll be fine. You'll be able to finish this. Which you're not allowed to do that. Really, they'd be like, are you quitting then? Is that what you're saying? You're quitting? We have good coffee. We can give you an IV right now. You just can go take you nice to a warm bed. They say stuff like that to you. And then another voice came in my head. It was like, another voice came in my head and was like, well, what if this sickness doesn't stop? I mean, you got 24 more hours left. Like, what if your body just doesn't stop puking and crapping and all this stuff, right? And then it just kept going. So you guys see how quickly it just shifted? Like literally 30 minutes ago, I was feeling on top of the world. I was doing exactly what I said. I was going to be positive no matter what. I was going to lead no matter what. My teammates were amazing. The communication was getting better. Everything was going good. And then in a blink of an eye, boom, I am like this wobbly, really like I had all these doubts in my head. And only thing that stopped the thoughts was that the day before I left, so I didn't tell you this. I did this because it scared the living crap out of me. And I wanted to put something in motion at a soul level for my kids and my family and generations beyond me. This stuff was not like, oh, I just want to see if I got what it takes. No, it was like, I want to see like at a cellular, deep level, do I have what it takes? And can I set a precedent that just moves and it affects all my children, everyone around me, for the rest of my life and generations? Like, so that might be a little psychotic, but bear with me, some of you got that gene. And all I could remember was the letter my daughter sent or gave me the day before I left that said, Dad, you told us that you could always make the impossible possible and you could do anything that you want in life. I know you're going to do great, blah, blah, blah. And that was the little glimmer of, that's all I needed, the crack of the light to pop me out of it and be like, all right, this is going to suck. And if I have to crap my way and puke my way to the end, we can handle it, okay? There's a couple more other things that happen there too. I swear, it's like I immediately went to my teammates and I said, look, I need your help right now. And they were like, all right, Ed, you are now going to sit with the injured person for the next 30 minutes, and we're going to take over. And so for the next 3 hours, my team literally just let me be almost non-effective, and they did all the work. Big lesson for us alpha, like men and women who are leaders, like you need people to rely on, right? And so I had to trust that. And then right around 4 o'clock, guess what happened? Boom, evolution ended. My body came back. It was the most spiritual experience I ever had in my life, most energizing experience I ever had in my life, and everything moved forward. Like it was amazing. I was able to finish. It was all positive. So people want to talk about like the sun setting, but they forget to tell you about what storms come your way. And so one thing I just want to kind of start early on is why are we doing this? And you got a piece of paper there, and I just want you to go through this. It's going to be a 90-second exercise. It's not going to be long. We're not going to take forever. You're just going to write out, what is the 1 to 3 top reasons why I'm here? Number 2 is, where am I making progress and momentum? Number 3 is, what am I most excited about that I'm working on now? And number 4 is, what is one positive outcome that can have exponential results from this event? And can you throw some music on, please, just for 90 seconds? Tyler, thanks. I didn't prep you on that. It's my fault. So what is one of the 1 to 3 top reasons why I'm here? Well, we got to learn how to generate traffic. Why do we need to do that? To generate customers profitably. If we generate profitable customers, what does that allow us to do? If we can do that, what else can we do? We can impact more people. We can donate more money. We can support, especially for some of you that have some phenomenal products. Like we got guys in the room, we have hospitals, we have people that are helping people with intermittent fasting. We have people in the room getting, what's up guys, you missed the best story of the day, but it's okay, I understand, Costa Rican time. That's right. It's Rome, Dimitri, and Mike.
Street lights along the highway,
Progress and momentum side. I always like
throwing shadows in the dark,
because I think a lot of
and the
people
memories keep on
feel like,
turning
or you're coming here now.
to the rhythm of a broken heart. You only need a roof when it's raining. You only need a fire when it's cold. You only need a drink when the whiskey is the only thing that you have left to hold. Sun comes up and goes back down. The fall feels like flying till you hit the ground. Say the word and I'll be there for you. Baby, I will be your parachute. There's a song that I remember I never learned to play, and a lifetime of forgotten words I never got to say. You only need a roof when it's raining. You only need a fire when it's cold. You only need a drink when the whiskey is the only thing that you have left to hold. Sun comes up and goes back down. The fall feels like flying till you hit the ground. Say the word and I'll be there for you. Baby, I will be your parachute.
One thing about learning
Parachute. If you think you're going down, just know I will be around. You only need a roof when it's raining. You only need a fire when it's cold. You only need a drink when the whiskey is the only thing that you have left to hold. Sun comes up and goes back down. Fall feels like flying till you hit the ground. Say the word and I'll be there for you. Baby, I will be your. Baby, I will be your parachute.
Okay, take the next 15 seconds to thank your partners and wrap it up, and then you could talk them on a break if you need to.
She took down a photograph of our wedding day, ripped it down the middle and threw my hair away. I got a flame. I got a flame. She broke all my fishing rods, put my
All right.
arms in hot.
Hey, Tyler, can you pause the music? Okay, cool. So what we're going to do here is this. Great stuff, great stuff. It's always nice unleashing a bunch of people who usually work by themselves behind a computer and be like, here's other people. You have things to talk about. Go and see what happens. It's amazing, it's amazing. So now we're going to segue into actually like going over what's working right now in the health, fitness, nutrition business online. Like, so we're going to go into some funnel hacking, quote unquote, to steal Russell's term. In fact, I'm going to start off by showing you a quick video. This is actually kind of comical, but it's good. I have only positive things to say about Russell. This is really funny, and it's not funny, it's comical. Go ahead and play it.
So my very first version of our sales page looked very similar. One thing I want to stress is that notice that I said model, we didn't copy. Okay, I modeled the look, the feel, the layout, the price points. Like they had a big logo on the left-hand side, I had a logo. They had a phone number, right-hand side, I had a phone number. They had a sales letter, the picture of the bottle. I modeled the look, the feel, the layout as close as I could. I didn't copy anything, but I modeled the structure. And we launched this in a very short period of time. This little website started making us about $20,000 a month. Okay, which is cool. And then I was like, oh, there's got to be something else they're doing that I'm missing. Like, what is it? How are they having so much success? And so I did what every good entrepreneur has to become good at doing. I pulled my wallet out of my pocket, pulled my credit card out, and I bought their product. Like, what are they doing behind the scenes that I'm missing? Now, unfortunately for me and also for them, they didn't have much on the back end. It just kind of ended. I was like, God, there's got to be somebody out here who knows what they're doing in this industry. So I went outside and I started looking for other companies. And eventually I found a supplement company, and I met the owner of it, and they were doing about $30 million a month selling their supplement. I'm like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing.
If you don't know,
the
he's
website
referring
looked
to
different.
me.
It looked like this. There was this video, an add to cart button. I'm like, this is kind of weird. I clicked on the button. It took me to an order form like this. And on the order form, remember, they offered 1, 3, or 4 bottles. And I was like, that's weird. I've never seen something like that. And then I was like, okay, I got to see what else they're doing behind the scenes. So I did what every good entrepreneur has to become good at doing. Pulled my credit card out of my wallet, and I bought the product. Now, what's crazy, I went to the next page. On the next page, he upsold me 6 more bottles of the exact same thing I just purchased. And we're looking at it thinking, does this guy think I'm a drug addict? That's 10 bottles of this stuff. Like, I don't know how to do that. And at first I was like, this guy's crazy. Like, I'm a marketing guy. I know a better way to do this. And then luckily for me, I took my pride, hung it up on the shelf, and I said, maybe they've got some arrows in their back. Maybe they know something I don't know. So I'm just going to just go through the process and observe. So I went through, and this was their funnel. Those 5 pages, you guys are making them $3 million a month. So then I looked at that. I said, okay, now I know what I need to create. Now I have my business model, my business plan. And so I'm going in front of a whiteboard. I'm a big whiteboarding guy like most of us, and I whiteboard out, okay, this is what I need to create if I'm going to be successful in this market. It's funny, people always come to me with like their business plans, like 85 pages. I'm just like, can you just doodle it on a napkin like this? Because that's the business model for me. That's the business plan. So there's my business plan. Then we log into ClickFunnels and we build out the pages. And so I modeled the look and the film layout. I didn't copy anything, you'll notice, but I modeled the look, the feel, the layout, the price points, the structure. So this is the first page of mine. Then I had an order form with 1, 3, and 4 bottles, just like they had. And then I had an upsell with 6 more bottles, the exact same thing, and then I had 2 other products. And so the process looked very, very similar. Okay? Now, what's cool is after we finished this page, built this funnel out, then we launched it, and this little funnel went from making $20,000 a month to almost $20,000 a day. You guys getting this? Like, it is insane how easy it is. People like me, there's people out there who are already doing this. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just gotta find what's working, and then we model it. Okay? Now, the coolest thing about this for me is that my total investment to get over $1 million worth of funnel hacks from all these people, seeing exactly what they're doing, was under $100. I just had to be willing to pull my wallet, or my credit card out of my wallet and buy the product to see what happened. Okay? I want to share with you a really quick video. This is one of my friends,
So this is kind of funny. I'm showing you a video. Now he's going to show a video of a video. So it's good.
And after I launched my supplement, they were about to launch.
But
They were
you'll
like,
like
what do we
this.
do?
You'll
How
like
do we do it? And I was like, you guys should just copy me. And so this is a really quick, like 30-second video of him explaining what they did to launch Organifi. Check out this video.
So real quick backstory, I had a chance to go out and spend a little while with these guys in their company, and they were about to launch a new supplement, and they're like, hey, look at our funnel, what should we do? And I was like, just copy mine. It works really, really good. So I'd love for you to kind of talk about what happened when you guys did your funnel and then some of the results that have happened since then.
Yeah,
It's called consulting right there.
I'd like to re-emphasize his point about just cloning and copying and modeling what works. So we are a digital product company. We have information products, coaching products, and we were doing about $1 million a year. And I manage all the sales funnels and sales optimization. And we were going to come out with a physical product line. And we're like, who's done this before? Who's been really successful? We reached out to Russell. He helped us model exactly NeuroCell. Actually, it's funny because I'm looking at what you modeled, and I had the exact same reaction. The first upsell that we have in place is more of the same thing that they just bought. And we were like, that doesn't make any sense. So we sold them a bottle of our new product called Organifi. Our first one-time offer was 3 more bottles after they already bought that. and the take rate was like 20 or 30%. Then we thought, Russell actually mentioned, we should implement subscription on everything. So we had 3 options. We modeled exactly Russell's first sales page. 1 bottle, 3 bottles, 4 bottles, modeled his pricing, 47, 129, 149, exactly the same. Sorry for stealing everything, but it works.
I love it. It's still away.
Yeah. And then once we implemented all the pieces, in actually like a week, which is crazy, we matched his results. We're doing, am I allowed to say the numbers or? Yeah.
I hope so. I want to hear him.
Yeah.
Who wants to hear his numbers?
Yeah.
I want to hear his numbers. Let's hear them.
So the
like you
first
said
day
you were
that
gonna
we
be a
opened up
testimonial.
the
Give
gates,
it.
we did 12,000 in sales. The second day we did 34,000. The third day we did 36,000. And that was just, opening the gates. And every single day after that, we've done around 15 to 20,000 because of the way that the funnels are structured. So it's really exciting. And we owe a lot to Russell. I mean, he came out, he helped us with our funnels. He broke down everything we were doing wrong, everything we were doing right, and showed us exactly what they did. And we just copied it, and it works. So
That's awesome. Give him a round of applause.
So thank
guys.
you,
Awesome.
Give it up for these guys. They did a great job. No, you can do it. Come on, Brooks. You need a service bill. So this is pretty funny. So I actually am just going to take full, what do you call it? Full credit for Russell Brunson's entire success and Organifi's. It's funny. Actually, we have a similar testimonial from Jamel. It looks a lot like that. So it's good. People will say anything if you bribe them. So the one thing I want to say though is that the model that worked. Say, what's up, Vinny Fisher? You made it, man. Looking good. Got the Nike shirt on. Yeah, that's right. The funnel. Please don't just go out and replicate that and think, okay, I'm going to do what they did and I'm going to be at 20 grand a day. The landscape is shifting extraordinarily fast, which I believe is our best advantage. I think it's amazing. I think it's the biggest shift I started seeing a couple years ago was people that I felt were like out of scale 0 to 10, 10 being phenomenal marketers, being like 5 marketers, but being people that really wanted to create value, starting to shoot videos and sending people direct to a product page. I'll show you examples here in a moment. We're having like all of a sudden doing a couple $100,000 a month, and they weren't even that great at doing the business, but they were creating value. And I really believe that Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, whatever, I don't want to keep saying those all over and over again, but it's just true. Gives you the ability to build micro communities, relevant followers, and deliver value, and then massive social proof. So one of the things I want to say was, it's not just about replicating what works, it's about dreaming up how you can exponentially impact the world, then go do that. If you just want to replicate Neurocell, which is long gone, or just want to replicate what Organifi is doing, you are only going to have the ceiling of their problems, right? It's true. You might look at it and say, this is awesome what they're doing, but there's blind spots in what they're doing. Some of the companies in here that are doing $50,000, $100,000 a day, you have blind spots. It's not a negative thing, it's just fact, right? And that's why you're here, hopefully, to take that and expand on that. So let's go through a couple things, like the next frontier. I know Josh Elazechi is going to talk about influencers, but the biggest movement in my belief system over the next 2 years is going to be that influencers are going to totally take over the world. Meaning, if you don't have influencers as part of your social proof, referral system, authoritative, brand building, you're trying to sell like Gary Halbert, or for some of you guys who don't know who Gary Halbert is, come on, where's Andrew? Give me like, who's the most like, I think you could be the best damn freaking copywriter in the world, but if you don't have good quality social proof and you don't have transparency and you don't have these things that make people feel like they have a connection, you're just peddling product. You can have the best product in the world, right? So this is the new frontier. Let me show you a couple examples, right? So this is an example of Daniel Wellington, billion-dollar company off the backs of influencers in less than 3 years. Josh Alazeche may speak deeper in this, so I'm not going to go deep into influencers. I'm expecting a lot from him on this. Kylie Jenner, this is hysterical. Tom Ford Beauty reached $500 million in sales after about 10 years. Whatever that Lancome or whatever sold $1 billion after 80 years as a company. Think about this, guys. This article was written, they said projected by Kylie, and this was in 2017, Kylie could reach that $1 billion mark by 2022. That was written in 2017, less than like a year ago, right? And updated. She's only got $900 million by Q3 of 2018. So they projected by 2022, she's going to have a $1 billion company. Within the next 12 months, boom, it's already a $1 billion company. So the lesson there isn't like, oh, cool, I'm going to go become a Jenner, which wouldn't suck. If you can marry her, go for it. I mean, it's a great wealth strategy. By the way, did anyone ever see, what's the guy's name from the rock band dude with the long tongue? Gene Simmons. So was anyone ever see Gene Simmons speak at the Dan Kennedy event like 9 years ago? Oh, this is great. So do you guys know that Gene Simmons is just philosophically opposed to marriage? So what's up, Shelby? How you doing? So he went there and he spoke for 20 minutes about why you should never get married. Now the funniest thing was there was like 500 people in the crowd, and after about like 16 minutes, you just saw all the women starting to get pissed because he was just talking to the men. He was like, here's all the reasons you guys should never let her steal half your money. And like he was that blatant about it. He was just like, and it was just, oh, he just pounded it like, all right, get on to the business thing. But his thought process was like, this is a wealth building seminar. I'm going to tell you how to keep your wealth. And they like, and before like the tipping point went and all the women like started throwing stuff at him, he said, now for all you ladies out there, get married as many times as you possibly can. So he saved the room. So this is like, I'll go off. But then here's this. This is what's hysterical. Her sister starts her own line and is now competing with his sister. Now, I don't know about you, but like, that's brilliant. Because if I am using a certain, I don't even know the skin market, and for some of you guys that might mean other things, but if I'm using the sisters and a new sister comes out in our product, don't you think everyone's just got to try the other product just to compare? It's going to lift it so rapidly. So I love it. Amazon wants in. Introducing the Amazon Influencer Program. Do they do it right? Is it perfect? Are they cheap? Yeah, probably, but they're in the game, right? I'm going to go to the next one. And then look at, we got Dr. Axe. I mean, talk about a guy, and we got Evan. Evan, where are you at, man? Raise your hand. So Evan's, what's your role there? Employee number, I want to say CEO, but am I screwing that up? All right, cool. So Evan's been at Dr. Axe, with Dr. Axe from the beginning. And so he'll be up here sharing a little, we'll interview him a little bit tomorrow. So if you want to pick his brain, and where's Mike? Mike, are you VP of marketing for Dr. Axe? Is that right? Okay, cool. So raise your hand just so everyone can see you and follow you to the bathroom and ask you a bunch of questions. But I think this is a great example, and Evan would be able to give more detail, obviously, than I could. But watching from afar, you're seeing somebody who just created value for the last so many years and played the long game in how to like actually build a deeper, authoritative, credible relationship. And one of the most powerful things that ever happened for them, I would say this is true about Drew Canoli too, by the way, and I would say this is true for like so many of us in the room, and this thing's like in my way, it's okay, is that when Facebook blew up and expanded rapidly, now people that are creating value all of a sudden have a platform to actually reach thousands, tens of thousands, millions. It gave us a window. And so a lot of us old school direct response marketers that were making money before Facebook became a relevant partner, or Instagram, all these things, that were very sales copy driven, have to evolve and start flipping the switch a little bit, right? And then one of the most brilliant things too, we'll talk about the blind spots of 7- and 8-figure businesses. I'm going to grill Evan a little bit on this tomorrow, but like Jordan Rubin was the founder of Garden of Life? And so one of the things that I'm kind of seeing by being an investor with No Foods is that and this is why it's so relevant to our room, by the way, is Dr. Axe created the media, the info, the tribe, the content, and then you come over here and you get a strategical partner that also knows how to raise capital and has all the distribution points. And now you went from being, I don't know what you were in revenue, and I don't need to know, but like say, let's pretend multiple millions of dollars, info, digital, nice business. We're all happy, good lifestyle business. To boom, they raise $105 million, did the articles? $103 million from the biggest capital firms, all who specialize in health. It's just setting up for their next level. And he did it with a great strategic partner. So I want to pause right there, because the mistake, Vinny Fisher, that any of us would have right now is to dismiss that and think, oh, that's great for Dr. Axe, but Ed, you don't understand. Here's my situation. I'm just starting out. We're only on Facebook, or I'm just a YouTube person, or I'm just an Instagram person. No. Stop that thought process. This is about expanding, and you're in room with people who are doing it, right? It's possible. Dr. Gundry, how many knew who Dr. Gundry was 4 years ago, 3 years ago? A couple people, right? Now you can't even like go look at like Taboola or like go look at like Huffington Post, right? Without, Gundry telling you why you don't have energy every day. Come on, dude, I already know. Stop asking me. But he's another guy. And you know what they did actually brilliantly is they took him from being a face of a brand to putting him on getting him on the Lewis House podcast, having him write books. They're like, it just up levels the authoritativeness of the entire brand. So they're going from direct response company to celebrity, right? How do I position my brand? These are the questions. How do I position my brand and create around a perfect storm of content? So the reason why this is important is because, and you're going to see more of this over the next few hours, is creates value and goodwill while solving pain. Creates virality because people who have problems like to share their problems and like to share the solutions, right? Authority, how-tos, persuasion, Cialdini, right? Builds audiences naturally while attracting the perfect clients. Longevity. If you want to focus on a 1 to 3 year game plan or 3 month to 3 year game plan, this is where we got to start living, okay? Now the positive side is we can use marketing to make money while doing it, but this has to be like some of the framework, right? So Mandy Podesnelli, she's over here. She's got a great viral video she'll be talking about later, but it just tells her story of why. It's her in front of a camera. Are you planning on showing that or no? Putting pressure on you? Okay. That's okay. This is, does anyone know this gal's name? Because I'm forgetting it right now. This is another like multiple $100 million a year company that is completely started off the back of an influencer. And if you look at some of her most viral videos, it's how I got started, which is another why story. How-tos. 2.5 million views. I think she just shows people like how to like put makeup on. It's crazy, but they buy her makeup and stuff like that. And then have you guys been seeing these ads now that we've been promoting Josh? Is Josh in the room, by the way? He's not here yet? Is he in Nashville, I hope? Okay, good. That would really suck. We'd have to change some things around. Someone would have to put on a costume and make up influencer stories for an hour and a half. But this is very, very impressive. I think one of the things that Josh is doing for all of us is demonstrating aggressive influencer-based partnerships, acquiring them, and he's gonna talk about, I believe he's gonna be a multi-billionaire. He's so freaking smart, he moves extremely fast, and he's relentless on who he's getting to represent his brands. But guess what? Influencer traffic without a financial model doesn't make any sense, right? So where do we send the traffic, right? So here's what's working now, in my opinion, that you should model and look at for your own brand. And keep asking yourself. I'm going to show you about 7 different models. You don't need to take pictures, guys. I mean, you can, but we're posting this so whatever, if you want to just relax. So this is a great example of Betty, I forget Betty's last name. Betty Rocker, yeah, she's awesome. So what you're going to find is 3-day, 7-day, 21-day, 30-day plans or systems, whether you give them away or you charge $6.95, $9 as lead generators into anything else in your business, are phenomenal lead generators. So if I was doing, Ed, I'm not in weight loss at all, I'm not in fitness at all, blah, 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 but I'm in adrenal fatigue market, or if I'm in men's energy without boosting testosterone, those type of markets, you can create 3-day, either detoxes, 3-day, you're going to see examples here right now, okay? So when you go to the next level, you go upgrade to the next level, you got $29, where's she at? 29, I can just look right here. 30-day booty and abs challenge. So let me just back up. So they come in for the free challenge, boom. Immediately get upgraded to a 30-day abs and booty challenge. Regular value, $97. You save $68, $29 your thing. To save you guys time and energy, these links right here, up here, when we post the PDF, they're all clickable links. You'll go right to the page. You'll have everything you need, so you don't have to go scrambling to look for it, okay? Then she solves another problem at the next level. So the last one was booty and abs. I was just gonna say something about how my wife only talks about her booty and how she'd like to get it smaller. And I was thinking in my head, I probably shouldn't do that because she's probably watching on Facebook Live right now. But I said it. So Jeff, you'll have to talk to Nola for me afterwards. Here it is. I know I'm in trouble. No, but you think about it, all we talk about is this. So why would her first pain point be booty and abs, right? Solves 2 of the most concerning, frustrating problems that her demographic face, right? And then she goes, get lean and stay lean system. Well, because what's the problem? What's the problem, Katie Harney? Most women have as far as this. They don't know how to prepare their meals for the day and be able to squeeze it all in with their busy schedule because they're wearing the superhero cape all day long, right? Boom, that's upsell number 2, right? So you got them buying, you go there. Upgrade to the next level. And I already did that. Okay, cool. Now, we look at a couple different markets, right? So we got proven funnels that are working right now. If these are any of your funnels, join Platinum and I won't show them. That was supposed to be a joke, but it's okay. You got a lot of people doing great stuff here. So we got, so Tom DeLauer. How many of you know who Tom is or have seen his ads, right? He represents 37 brands. I'm kidding. He's got exclusives now. He's working with only 7. But he's a great example of somebody who's doing great content-based ads that solve problems, right? And if you ever listen to his videos enter usually in the middle of a question that is commonly asked. He'll do the whole most people don't know the difference between low carb and keto. And so let me walk you through a couple things. And he's right. So he knows that's a certain stage awareness. It's a great lead to be a part of it. So if you want to see great things, look at how many views he has. He has great pre-frames. There's an excellent pre-frame. Top 3 minerals for fasting and low carb keto diet. I don't really know much about keto, guys. Totally full disclosure. What I do know is that making sure you get enough minerals, right, is very, very important, and there's certain ones that can screw you up while fasting. And so here's this couple of his landers. So you go to Six-Pack Shortcuts. They start off, here it is, here. They do, okay, this is, I'm bouncing a little bit. Let me just slow down a minute. This is SimilarWeb, Pro version. One of the first things I learned from Jeff Usner, Jeff, raise your hand just so everyone knows where you're at. Okay, Jeff Usner taught me, the thing is, before you model things, before you wonder whether something's working or not, you need to actually validate that they have high traffic, it's consistent over a long period of time, it's replicatable, something that you would be able to actually implement. And number 4 is you could take it and either use it in multiple channels, okay? And so when I look at their model, deals.sixpackabs.com, 2.6 million visitors a month are going to this. And 79% are mobile traffic, right? So that's good information. So here's a couple questions. One, do they have high traffic? Yes or no? Okay. Is it over a long period of time? I didn't show you a duration, but I could tell you the answer is yes. Is it something that we can replicate? I don't know. Let's look at it right now, okay? So we'll look at it. So you have a guy. Let me back up. So you got a guy who's doing videos. Can we go find an influencer or somebody who's an expert and do videos that educate people on a problem that your product solves? Yes or no? Yes, right? Everybody in the room can do that. Where's he getting all his traffic? So 50.81% of his traffic is coming from social. When I look down, if you look down here, you'll see that over 65% of that, where's this at? If you look at the bottom screen, is YouTube, Google search. Who could tell me what's happening with Google search? Why is search high? Jeff, would you have a suggestion there on that? Why would Google search be high? Yeah. People bouncing off of YouTube, searching them on Google. That's my belief on it, right? So the reality is probably about 75% of his traffic's coming directly from his YouTube channel. So quick blind spot, we'll talk about blind spots. What's his biggest opportunity for six-pack abs? Which maybe they can't run on Facebook, but what would be the opportunity? Add another channel. Take all the proven videos that are working there, move them over to another channel, right? Okay, so here's the system. Ad drives them to a quick survey. Survey says, what's your biggest frustration with juicing vegetables? And then after you opt in, you go to this page. Again, you have links to all this stuff. Congratulations, you're in the VIP first served. We're just one step away from completing your green T-Tox order. Offer structure. Okay, so this is a question we get all the time, which is, Ed, what price point should I run my offer at? I love you guys, but like that question has to come after you ask the question of like, do I have models that are in comparable markets, comparable products? Because he's doing greens, he's not doing a probiotic here, okay? So if I was selling greens or powders or something that, I would look at his price points right out of the gate. Also, he's in the YouTube channel, so he's probably generating a lot of clicks to these offers. I don't know what their conversion rate is, right? So this is his price point, $67. $67, $268 for buy 4, get 2 free, so it's 6-bottle offer. And then here's this buy 3, get 1 free. Where he's pushing everybody, obviously, is where? In the middle offer, the highest ticket offer, right? Highest value, highest ticket, biggest savings and discount, okay? The next upsell is, and now you can get access to my entire science-based 6-pack fasting course for just $97. Pure info product. So if they buy this product, guess what? 100% margin, okay? Upsells number, after that it's actually upsells number 3 and 4. Apple cider vinegar, just know your market, because that would probably not work unless you position it properly. Actually, if you position any of these properly, they would work. Again, $96 for 2, $388, $194, and then the last upsell is a probiotic. Everybody needs a probiotic. All your guts are messed up type offer, right? So that's an offer structure. Am I saying go out and rip it off? Absolutely not. Am I saying the modeling the structure, if you're looking for a price point baseline, it's probably not a bad move if you're looking at one track to model, because I'm going to show you a couple other tracks may screw up your whole mindset here, okay? I lost my feed, fellas. I don't know what that is. All right, cool. So you'll see a different journey there. I'm not going to go through that, but it's going to be in your PDF. Like he has another funnel. Okay, so Drew Manning. How many know who Drew Manning is, right? Okay, how many know who Drew Manning is? Just so I know. Okay, most of the room, half the room. Drew is a guy who I didn't know of at all until he started his not gimmicky thing, because I think that's diminishing it, but till he like gained 50 something pounds, right? Like here he is on stage. Will you press play? Or Tyler, are you up here as you can't do it? So anyhow, Drew gained 70 pounds in order to then do a crash course in losing the weight back. His sales pitch was, I did it so I can empathize with my clients more, which might be true, might not be. It's a great publicity strategy, right? So it got him out there, made him famous. People know who he is. Now he has ads that can run it. And so here's his ad. Here's his ad in YouTube. Are you guys liking this, by the way? Do you like seeing the different models? Because this kind of sets the framework for everything from this point on. 7-day keto, go to this video. He talks about keto, it's free. You go enter in, and then right after it, he pitches you a thank you offer for $37 to get the thank you, or to get free meals on a plan. Very similar, right? People don't know what to cook, how to do it, they just want a plan, okay? There's his video. Tyler, can you just press play on that real quick for like 30 seconds?
Hey everyone, Drew Manning here from Fit to Fat to Fit. Most of you know me from my crazy journey that I did where I intentionally gained 75 pounds on purpose in 6 months and then lost it again in the next 6 months. Learned a lot of valuable lessons along the way, was truly humbled. It was one of the hardest things I've ever done. This journey then got turned into a New York Times bestselling book called Fit to Fat to Fit, which then got turned into a TV show where I had 2 seasons, one on A&E, one on Lifetime, teaching other trainers what I learned from this journey of empathy, respect, and a better understanding. Since then, a lot of you know me now as the Keto Guy. Ever since I went on the Dr. Oz show a little while ago talking about the benefits of a ketogenic lifestyle, this diet has exploded in popularity. Celebrities, CEOs, athletes are now doing this diet. Why? Because it's transforming their body, but it's also transforming their mind. So a lot of people have experienced, and I've experienced, improvement in cognitive.
Okay, cool. So this video, just to back it up for 1 second, like this video, I need to get exit out of that, buddy. Yeah, please. That video has millions and millions of views on it, and it's a sales video. So I'm not telling you what to do, but if you're like, Ed, I struggle with sales copy, I don't really know, we need to hire a copywriter to do it, I would probably save a little bit of money first and go take that video, get it transcribed, and then I would put in your content that makes sense, but I would follow the structure because it's actually very artfully and craftfully done. Okay? Now he's got another website that people go direct to the offer, and there's the same exact video, and there we go. We got on that page, it's like 67% of the traffic's coming from Facebook. So is it replicatable? I don't know. Let's find out. So he's got a lot of traffic, 250,000 visitors a month. I go right here. I mean, Facebook has helped us out by showing everybody's ads, which if I, we got to do this later, like the whole using other people's accounts for running your ads. But in the bottom, you just look at their ads, like we look at Drew's and we say, oh, can we rip this off, like in a positive way, right? Like, can we do something similar? Because he's doing a front end thing. This is wild. Keto is really making waves right now. Big, bold, it is? Wow, I've heard of keto, but is it really? Oh yeah, it's total social proof. I mean, he started the movement, right? He was on Dr. Oz, touching his stomach. With so much information about the switch, blah, blah, blah. Life good, tasty food. Easiest ketogenic protocol. Why? Because what's the biggest objection? It's hard, right? That's his top of the line. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask something. What if you could eat right, blah, blah, blah. That's a call out ad, right? He's trying to get the click in the video view, right? And then here's the deal. It's so hard, I guarantee this is a retargeting ad. It's so hard eating keto when I travel. It's probably one of the objections. I'm not gonna do keto because guess what? I travel. I can't do it. Well, no, my plan solves that. Next one here is this one here at the end. It's a retargeting ad. Hey, did you forget something? I know life can get in the way sometimes. So anyhow, you have a layout. Here's all your structure on that. Are you doing that, right? Are we doing that enough? And then here's his landing page, $37, upsell, $97. I'm talking a little fast just because of time. Downsell. And so if I was going to go in that market, I would definitely buy the product, record the funnel, see where we're missing gaps, and close those gaps as quickly as possible. Here's low barrier to entry. So Danette May and Craig Collins. How many know who Danette May is? I mean, she's killing it. They were at our last event. She leads in with a 3-day detox. And again, here's their video ad. 4.5 million views, 34,000 shares. It's creating value. It's getting shares, kicking butt with it. So low barrier to entry. And then $9 detox offer. The other thing they said was that their free DVD ad is their greatest lead generator. A free DVD. How many of you guys have used DVDs anytime recently, right? I mean, we do in our car with the kids, and that's usually scratched. Like, oh, sorry, Mickey's not playing. So she does a free DVD ad that drives to $6.95 free shipping and handling. Pretty amazing, right? And then it goes right into a membership model, or it goes into a 30-day boot camp. They put 20,000 new customers through their boot camp every 90 days. Pretty darn good, right? Remember what I said, low barrier to entry, 3 days, right? 7 days, something like that. And then you have an ascension ladder, a value ladder that makes it work. And now they're killing it with superfoods. They came out with their own cacao bliss, and they sell this out every single time. Now, here's one big pillar switch that is happening. So I just showed you Danette. They led with information. They led with tribe building. They led with boot camps. And now they're adding product. What's easier to sell? Who sells direct? You guys don't have to say out loud, but what's easier to sell? A 3-day free thing that moves me up and creates value, or selling a $69 product, $228 product, or $400 product out of the gate? What is easier to sell? Yeah, the last. Who just said the last? Low ask. I thought you said low ass. I was like, what is James doing back there? I like it. He's really taking this butt thing a little more literal. Now, the biggest thing is, and this is a question that we're going to ask, how are you building a celebrity? So how are we building celebrityship off of the direct response marketing we're doing, right? So she's launching The Rise, right? It's going to make her even more famous, add more credibility into our entire ecosystem for her. So how are you doing that? How are we lowering the barrier to entry, creating more quality products in the middle, and simultaneously have a 1 to 3 year vision of the celebrity I'm creating of myself? Okay? Great questions, right? Okay, last funnel I'll show. We'll show a video and we'll take a break, because I'm sure some of you guys are going to start squirming. So BioTrust. How many are familiar with BioTrust, right? So BioTrust is a great example of a company that has started to actually evolve with the really effectively from a pure direct response, heavy email, heavy affiliate-driven model that was a lot on fat loss and diet to a very protein-based company. Who can tell me why they made that shift? Who said that, Scott? Yeah, valuation. So a lot of times when we have clients come to us, they're like, hey, Ed, I'm in the weight loss market. And it's like, well, that's fine, but those are not always the best customers. So if you're not doing any kind of fitness or indoctrination that makes them switch to a lifestyle and purchasing products, you're going to be dealing with the worst type of customers, because they're looking for a magic pill, right? Whereas somebody who stays on your protein or your greens for 12 months is usually somebody who's bought into a long-term lifestyle shift. Wouldn't you agree? Okay. So BioTrust does this cool little survey funnel. Let's walk through it. If someone's suffering from slow metabolism, not seeing the fast fat loss results they desire, I'm surprised there's so fat loss on that, but actually let me back up. So they've switched from leading with pills that solve that issue to superfoods, proteins that solve the issue. Slow metabolism, discover the best way to boost it based on age, gender, and goal. 1 minute quiz. There's not a business in this room who can't use what I'm about to show you. There's not one, okay? Boom, and here's the other ad. Protein helps control hunger, lose body fat, build lean muscle, and improve performance. It's a big catch-all, benefit-driven statement, by the way. The best protein for your age, gender, and goal. I personally did not know there was a best protein for my age. I don't know if you can actually prove that, but that's okay. Sounds good. Okay, so here's step 1. Discover your best protein. Are you a man or woman? Is this like the wrong time to do a not politically correct joke? Like, I mean, isn't there supposed to be a third person there now? A joke? Horrible. Horrible. I'm in Nashville. Am I going to get arrested, Ed, or is that okay? I think in Canada I'd be like already handcuffed. Sorry, Gore, sorry. This is like where a couple of people are like, I want a refund. Okay, how old are you? These are all micro questions. They're all similar ones. If you've ever seen Ryan Levesque's super quiz funnel, this is it. What is your current body weight? How tall are you? Right? What is your primary health fitness goal? Lose fat, gain muscle, strength, improve performance, improve health and wellness. What is your biggest health and fitness challenge? Right? So I click on one. How would you describe your activity level? Sedentary, lightly active, moderately active, intense daily. And then what describes your way of eating? Blah, blah, blah. What is critical about the protein you're going to take? And then 11, let me just go through this here. How many grams of carbs do you want per serving? And what protein sources are you looking for in a protein supplement? It's really well done. Your results are here. Some of you, we've had a few clients try to get the email early in this sequence. Don't do that, because even if you get the email, they're not finishing the quiz, they're less qualified. Force them to go through that. These are all micro commitments that are going to increase conversion rate, okay? We go here. And for a 42-year-old male, so I took it just a month ago, before my birthday. Your specific profile needs and a goal to gain lean muscle and strength, because that would be my goal. And our number one protein recommendation is, so the video is really well. Now, I want to see if I got this first. The one thing I want to, hey Tyler, can you click on that link real quick? I don't know if it's going to screw it. No, the link at the top of the page. I just want to show everybody this if it pops up. It's going to take you off the slides, by the way. That's all right. Well, here's what I'll explain what it is. The quiz funnel is not the same website as BioTrust's funnel. So don't even worry about it right now, Tyler. We're good. We're good. Oh, you got it? Okay, cool. Yeah, this is really important. So if you look at the website, it's proteinquiz.com. It's not biotrust.com. So the perception is, when you're going through this, that you're getting and if you watch the video, behind him, he has like every single protein brand. It's not just BioTrust protein. It's like he just went to GNC, laid down his credit card, and got like 8 different proteins. But then the recommendation you get, you can bring me back to the PowerPoint, please. The recommendation you get is one of their proteins. And they do have, I think, 3 or 4 different types of protein, okay? After you purchase, this is a big one that I think is really, really important to understand. They don't try and sell you multiple bottles. Think about that. They don't try and sell you multiple bottles, when all of us know that if you try to sell multiple bottles right out of the gate, you're going to get a higher average transaction size. So why would they be going to a subscription offer instantly? Valuation. They're just trying to push their valuation up. We got more people on continuity, this many customers, blah, blah, blah. So it's worth testing. And you got to test it, because it depends on where you're at in your business, guys. Like if you're early stage and you need the higher average transaction size, that's what you got to do. Their next pitch is pretty much a metabolism superfood booster, which I think is really, really smart. 44% off is the offer. Here's their bottles, price points. You can take them when you got the PowerPoint. And then they go into stubborn belly fat with their Belly X trim, okay? What they did really, really well, because I've gone through this funnel like 3 different times, just so you know, is that depending on what I answered, shows up now what type of, so this was me because I wanted plant-based proteins, but then I went through it again, and then they said this, I should have this too, so that's great. But their retargeting is sequential based on what my answers were, and so they're not retargeting everybody with just like one bucket. Everybody's getting the retargeting ads based on what they answered. I think that's really, really important, right? I think it's really something you got to make sure we're doing properly, okay? This is, the reason I want to show this one is you got Chris Walker, right? Chris Walker, have you guys seen Truth Nutri ads at all? It's worth looking at. He does great video ads. They're about 7 minutes long, or like this one's like 5 or 6, 7 minutes long. And they drive them right to a longer form product page. So the reason I'm showing all these to you is because, listen, there's multiple ways to do this. And your job is to figure out which one is best for you, okay? And then double down on this, okay? There's his price points. And then Lady Boss, I'll talk about her later. She's killing it. Here are a bunch of funnels that you guys have now by being part of this. These are all links to their entire processes. That would give you literally, I think so far I've shown you 5 or 6 different sales processes. With this, it's a swipe file. I mean, you're literally going to have, walking out of here, about 12 different funnels to model, all proven, all high traffic, all have been doing it very, very well. Obviously, you got to figure that out. So 7 and 8 figure blind spots, I'm not going to go through that right now because I think we're going to have a full couple days here. I wanted to wrap up the first morning session with something that I love showing. And, that really will, I want to have like lifelong impact on your thought process. Number one, before I do that though, I want to ask this question. Who has found value out of the first session so far, right? Do you see something that you either can add to your business, a model you can follow, or ways you can start accelerating the ideas or the part of your business right now? Yes or no? Yes, all right, cool. So that was the goal, is to kind of lay a foundation. The next day and a half is going to be a lot of traffic stuff about how to use the different things. And we got copywriting too. We got Ian Stanley over there. Raise your hand, Ian. So if you need any good stuff, Ian's over there as well. So that's the funnel structure. So there's no way, I'm kind of hitting something that has happened in the past, so I'm trying to do better, is that people will come up to me and be like, I don't even know where to start. I'm trying to figure out how to just get my sales process, my website. And I will stop you and say, pick one of those models that you relate to best and start there. That's it. And then over the rest of the next day and a half, add one channel to your repertoire that you want to double down on for the next 90 days. That is the best way to approach the next 2 days, okay? Now, remember I talked about if you only model, you will only hit the ceiling of the biggest problems they're facing. So I want to show you like a 3-minute clip of a video that, in my opinion, has shifted my thinking 1,000%, that all of us can benefit greatly from, and it's of The Rock. If you've seen this, just watch it again. I'll tell you when to click it, Tyler. Who knows who Dwayne Johnson is? The Rock? Yeah, right. Okay, I just got to make sure people are alive. He's speaking to the Los Angeles Lakers. This is near the end of his talk. He's already talked about how he tried to make it the pros. He got cut. Then he went into, what's not WWF, but it's what? WWE. Okay, cool. And he was like at the top of his game. So he's going to start off sharing like, I was at the top of my game. I was the highest paid, biggest celebrity villains in WWE, and he decided to leave. Okay? Now, I got to share a personal story with you. I don't think the hardest time in my life was between 23 and 27 when I was broke for those 4 or 5 years, struggling. I think the hardest part of my life is like now when I have 7 kids, a wife, and I'm trying to provide, I'm trying to lead a room, and adversity starts hitting me now. Like the chaos when you're already successful sometimes is way more difficult to mentally manage than when you were broke and had nothing, right? Because now you have society obligations, meaning people expect you to do this, and you're like, maybe I just don't like my business. I'm just gonna walk away. I'm gonna go start something that has meaning, has value. Like that shift, when people are on, you're like, well, wait a second, that's what pays all our bills and makes our money and does our things, and you're just gonna walk away from it? Yeah, I don't really wanna do this anymore. Which is what I did when I left Dentist Profits, which was my coaching club, successful coaching business. But I was like, I don't want to talk to dentists about the 5 ways to grow a dental practice till I'm 95. I mean, there's only 5 ways to grow a dental practice. I mean, how many seminars can I run and masquerade around get referrals, do new patient welcome kits? Oh my God. Fire your hygienist, Don't sleep with your assistant. It's like another Gene Simmons one, like that's gonna save your wealth. I mean, that's something. I actually had a guy come up to me, he's like, you work with dentists, don't you? I was like, yeah, he goes, I had the best wealth advice ever. It's amazing. I'm like, all right, what is it? He goes, tell them don't sleep with their assistants. He's like, more marriages get screwed up because of that. These dentists are broke. After 3 practices, they're worth nothing. All right. I swear this shit's real. Okay. All right, go ahead, press play.
Look, at the end of the day, like again, it's the kind of stuff that I talked about at top is I have to hold on to my dad in his pickup truck came down 4 o'clock in the morning, picked me up in Miami from Tampa. We lived in a little shitty apartment in Tampa. He drove down in his little pickup truck to Miami to get me when I was cut from the CFL. I was driving up I-75. I don't know if you guys are from Florida, any of you guys, if you know, I-75 is like, especially down in Florida, Alligator Alley. I'll never forget it. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. And I thought, well, fuck. I leave home like you guys left home. I'm ready to tackle the world, to get after it, achieve my dreams and goals. Fucking crushed by 22, 23 years old. Now I gotta move back in with my mom and dad. I played on great teams though. Wait a second, this is not supposed to be my future. I'm supposed to be in the NFL right now. I'm supposed to be making a lot of coin and buying my parents shit, buying me shit, taking care of my wife, but it never happened. So I pulled out my wallet, I thought, well, let me see how much money I have. I opened it up, I had a 5, a 1, and change. I'm not fucking around, and well, at least I rounded up to $7. But I thought, God, ain't this a bitch? I got $7 in my pocket. Where the fuck do I go now? What do I do? I can't go back to CFL, because the point comes where you hear that voice, the big run's over. Like, you're done, right? So I heard that voice. So as Coach was saying, man, I hold on to that shit. I'm telling you, my back is up against this motherfucker. We laugh, we joke, we have a good time. Press is always fun to do. Sometimes you got to make it fun. That's another thing. You got to do your best to make press fun if you can. But my back is still up against this motherfucker. I do not forget it. So Coach was saying, like, you're going to go through challenging times as a team. You guys are on the come up. You're on the rise. What this also helps me do, and again, it works for me, is at some point, you got to be fucking tired of not being number one. You have to be, and you gotta fucking play angry, and I play angry. Now, I'm cool and calm with my approach, and when I step out on my field, which is a set, or, like, there's some, and you're always gonna have haters, and haters are like, well, God damn, man, how many movies are you gonna make, or how much shit are you gonna do? Like, you do a lot of shit. I say, yes, because my ambition, of course, why not? I could do it, yeah. I love what I do. And not only that, but in what world do we not work every day?
I love this.
Doesn't mean it's just like you guys in the off season. You got to work every fucking day. It doesn't end. My back is up against this thing, and I started to play angry, by the way, and I still play angry. My last match, Brock Lesnar, transitioned, and I realized if I had to be great at something, I wanted to be great in this world of Hollywood and movie making and producing and entertainment. I had to commit. And like you guys have to commit. Obviously, you commit to something, commit to the goal. So I quietly retired. 2 years later, I thought, what the fuck did I do with my career? Because my movies were not doing well. I was written off. I was like, it was around 2006, 2007. I was like, God damn. I left, I pulled a Jim Brown. I left when I was on top, like #1 in the wrestling business, and I left. It was a ballsy, gutsy, some call it stupid move, but I had to commit and I had to follow what was in my gut. And at that time, I'll share this with you guys, and Will Smith is my boy, and I sat down at that time with the agency I was with, and they said, what do you want to accomplish? I said, I want to accomplish the world. I want the world, and I want Will Smith's career, and I said, and I mean this respectfully because I know he's here at this agency with us, I want to do it bigger and better. And they looked at me like I had 3 fucking heads, and they were like, okay. But I still stayed focused, and I still had these, still put in the hard work with my 2 hands, and that's it, and that's what it comes down to.
So think about that, right? Pretty cool stuff, right? I mean, how many of you have switched businesses or stuff where you're like, what did I do, or what am I doing? Like, there's a gap, right? And then, hey, Tyler, could you just throw the cover sheet up? Because I'm done using the slides for now. And then, how did so he went with greener pastures, better idea, better vision. This is going to be it. I'm going to movies. I'm going to conquer like I did my last thing. So my question, the reason I watch that, I'll tell you exactly why I watch it, just selfishly for me. And I would suggest this little exercise. I watch it because I want to know at a neurological, spiritual, visceral level, what did he renegotiate with himself and the world about what was possible for him to have the guts to walk in and say, all right, look, this isn't working, is really what he said. And while it's not working, we all think about incremental improvements, right? He said, screw it. I want I want it all. And I want to do it in a massive way. And if you ever follow him, he leads with gratefulness. He leads with value. He's always acknowledging. I mean, he's the most amazing celebrity right now. If you want to study a case study of how to build up a tribe, about how I think his movie was like #4 over the summer. And instead of being out there being like, hey, go see our movie, he led with, hey, I just want to give a quick shout out to my boys, and he named them, who were in the movie that's #1. He's like, you kicked our ass last weekend, but we're coming. It was very fun and playful. So what I want to challenge you to do is listen to this clip again, but when you hear the words, when he says, hey, look, I want it all. I want whatever that blank is, you fill in your head. Go for at lunch, go for a walk, and just indoctrinate and ask for whatever it is you want in this world. If you have no freaking limitations, money, product, funding, knowledge, it's gone. Rip it away and just ask for it and be like, this is what I want. And then the second thing is, ask yourself this question: are the people who are surrounding you willing to support that vision? Because if they're not, they got to go. Sorry, if you're in the room, you might not have a job at lunch. But that's the thing. We settle. Even Tony Robbins, give him total credit. We don't get what we want. We get what we expect. We get what we demand. And the biggest shift that I've been really working on the last few years is cool, I bought into this lifestyle business stuff. And I'm like, I can't make maximum value if I'm trying to not work. And I'm just trying to make enough cash to do what's cool and drive the car. We need to create how do we create maximum value in this world? And that's the primary driver of the question. The Rock, okay, let's bring it full circle. Ed, why are you talking about The Rock? Well, I'll tell you who I'm modeling now. It ain't other gurus in the market space, right? I'm looking at The Rock. I'm looking at Matthew McConaughey. I'm looking at Hugh Jackman. I'm looking at how Netflix makes you so addicted to content that you can't not go to the next video. Because that's where the game changers are going to happen, right? And here's what's cooler about all of it, right? Who do you think can, if The Rock was right here and we said, hey, here's your line of superfood products right now, who would have the wealthiest freaking health supplement, nutrition, and fitness business in the world or in this room immediately? He would, because he built celebrityship, he's got the audience, and he's got the respect and credibility, and now you just bolt the products onto it, and boom, it goes. So over the next 2 days, man, if I could gift you guys of anything and you can gift me of anything, let's just 10x your ask. Let's do more as a community. This group right here, and we'll go from there. All right, here's the deal. I have no idea what time it is. 10:13. So I'm only like 27 minutes behind schedule. We're good. We're right on schedule. 10:13. Let's get back in here at 10:25. I got Brooks, Jeff, and Zach. You guys are up for This Is Killing It. It's a Killing It round. Then we're going to take a break. And then we got Mr. Josh Alazeche before lunch. Let's give yourselves a round of applause. Bring it. Most of you probably saw. How many saw the interview I did with Josh? Yeah, priceless interview. If you haven't seen it yet, we talked about things that he's not going to be talking about today, so it's worth going back. Josh, I met, he was in my event, sitting where you're sitting. He came up on stage and he wowed everybody, and no one wanted to speak after he was done. That's why I put him in the beginning on the first day, so that everyone else has to up level. What I'm most impressed with is he's a young guy who has had to grit his way to make things happen. I wish my kids were here for this. They're gonna watch this, because you're somebody I wish they're going to spend time studying. Are you gonna tell I'm gonna give away the library stuff. So one of the things that's so impressive is he learned to code, learned to build websites on a public school library, earned his way to buying his own computer, and at a very, very young age, had his first exit, which was a media company. And now he runs a lead generation company, and he's in the health and beauty and fitness market, and he's just tearing it up. I think if there's anyone to model as far as like the bigger vision and moving fast and doing things the right way, it's Josh Alazeche. So with that said, let's give him a big round of applause. Thanks for being there, John.
Thanks, Ed.
All right, get after it, bro.
Thanks. All right. Make sure I'm hot. Okay. So I just flew in from Vegas, and I was speaking at another event there. And the event I was speaking at, they were talking about Naked and Afraid. Not sure if you've seen that show. I'm not explaining that's not my love life, Naked and Afraid, but it's a show, and you get to bring one thing to the show with you, and the host was making a joke about my shoes, that he would bring these shoes there because you could start a fire with them, you could use them as weapons, etc. And I thought about it. I was like, what would, if you had that version, but for your business, what would be one skill that you would bring to the table? And so I started to think about that, and I decided that branding was something that I would bring to the table. And of course, you could look at, on the tactical side, you can look at Facebook ads or Instagram ads, or you would say one of these things, right? But at the end of the day, after pouring through probably 100 different merger and acquisition reports, if you go to hbr.org, Harvard Business Review, I spent a day at Harvard and realized how they teach, and it's very effective. They teach through the case study model. I realized that they sell them for $8.95 on their HBR store. So usually when I'm on the toilet, I'm reading HBR case study, and so I've got them loaded up all the time. And these are phenomenal, because for $8 you get an aggregation of really curated research and analysis, and you get to understand a post-mortem of an acquisition that failed. But what I was particularly interested in was trying to understand, how could I build something of value? And the reason why is because initially when I started off, a lot of people say, what made you start? What made you want to be an entrepreneur? Well, simply to make money. And I think that's okay. And I think that passion kind of grew over time, because I kind of figured out what I liked, and I kind of dug deeper in those areas. But initially, growing up in a socioeconomically humble family, for me it was I understand what it's like to not have a lot of money and kind of struggle with those things, and I said I want to kind of figure this other side out. And so simply I started programming at a library. I'll go a little bit into my story. By the way, I'm gonna speed through this section because I want to spend more time having a fireside chat with Ed, because I particularly I'm listening to podcasts and fireside chats in the background. The Recode does a pretty good job at that. I really like to learn that way because I think Ed is one of the most brilliant people I know, and he asks very good questions because he truly is intellectually curious, and he's actually curious about the topic. And so I find our discussions very helpful and informative, even for myself, because he allows me to dig deeper and kind of understand the context of how I think myself. Anyway, going back to mergers and acquisitions, trying to understand how do you multiply the value in a brand. And every single time I found there was a similarity across the acquisitions that allowed a multiple to be applied, and it was goodwill. And goodwill, typically will apply toward a brand's value. So, for example, you look at some of the luxury brands, Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Chanel. Why are they worth so much money? Because they simply can lend their brand value to just about any type of product, and it's immediately a success. You see that with more of an urban, newer brand, Supreme, that they literally sell a brick. It's a literal brick, and it has Supreme on it. And I don't know how much it is, it's like $500, it's something insane, and it's sold out in like 1 second on their website. And so that is truly how ravenous you can create of a brand. Your fans can be so ravenous. So when you look at applying a multiple on acquiring a brand, which is generally as an entrepreneur where you get most of your value, the irony of capitalism is that you have to kind of delay your success, take the risk as the entrepreneur, and hopefully you get paid at the end of the day. If you can get paid along the way, good for you. But I had a successful exit a few years ago, and I no longer have to worry about getting paid along the way, and that's great because now I can think very long term. And the longer you think, the more scared your competitors get, the more excited your team gets, and the better talent you're going to attract. And so for me, when I looked at the brand value, I said, okay, got it. Wow, a brand could sell for 5x or 10x. What's the difference? Takes the same amount of time to build either of the businesses, except one sells for 500 million, one sells for 1 billion, an extra 500 million. Same amount of time. What is the difference? And time again, unless it's technology, if it's technology related, you're looking at certain things like patents and all that. But 9 times out of 10, it comes down to brand equity, brand value. So if you've read Ed's book, Time Collapsing, I tried to think through how can I buy time? How can I hijack the ability to expedite my brand's value, right? So what I'm going to share with you today is the one thing I would bring to me on Naked and Afraid, which would be virtually useless if I actually was on the show. If I showed up and was like, I brought my branding expertise. They're like, cool, we need a fire. So I would not actually bring that to the show. But if we were playing the entrepreneur version of that, this is what I would bring. And we're in a day and age and time, I'm going to show you something that has allowed us across 8 of our brands to be able to expedite it, 6 of our main B2C brands, expedite our brand value in our particular market and segment. So it doesn't matter who you sell to. You have to be as authentic, I'll show you, as authentic to your brand as possible. And so I'm going to go ahead and really quickly go through. A lot of you have probably heard at least a part of my story. We've got a holding company. We've got 6 brands that are direct to consumer, multiple industries, health, beauty, finance. We've got over 5 million social media followers on our brands directly, growing at a very rapid pace organically. And one thing that I'm very proud of is to be a trustee of the Fleischer Scholars Program. So growing up and being the first in my family to graduate college, I recognized that not everyone has a proper role model in their community to kind of to model their life after. And so we have a summer program at Arizona State University, Washington University in St. Louis, and University of Arkansas. And we just signed a deal with the Thurgood Marshall College Fund to expand the program in the South. And we take underserved high school students in their junior year who show, are interested in entrepreneurship. They've gone through adversity. They have good grades. They just lack that something. And so we take them on campus for 5 days. We pay for everything. And they get to stay in the dorm rooms. They recognize a university is not scary. They recognize that they can get scholarships and all of that. And so that I have just as much fun working with the students there because what I see is raw potential. And I think that as I start to evolve more into spending my time as a people person in terms of being a leader, I can't help but be attracted to talent and opportunity. And so I'm always looking for talented individuals to either join our team, but I'm always rooting for the raw talent and people that go through adversity. I'm a lifelong student. I love data. I studied computer information systems at the business school. I'm definitely a geek, but I'm also as much a geek as I am a marketer and designer. So I enjoy looking at the numbers. This kind of goes through just really quickly, self-taught programming at a public library. I wanted to be a doctor growing up, wanted to go to medical school, and there was some gang activity going on in the neighborhood I was growing up in. And so if I wasn't in football, if I wasn't in track and field, my parents wanted me to kind of be outside of that. And the reason why is because I was 6 feet tall, like 8 years old. So I was a great football player, so I was a great recruit for this new gang that moved in. And anyway, I was at the public library, and they had a program there where you read a book and you take a comprehensive reading test and you get points for it. You can cash those points in for baseball tickets and different wares and goods. And I looked at that program and I said, there's got to be a way to get a lot of points without doing as much work as everybody else's. And I recognized that that if I read the boring books, quote unquote, the reference books, that I could get a lot more points. Then I recognized that the For Dummies collection was considered a reference book, except it was full of pictures and it was full of like bullet points. It was actually for dummies, and it was great, and it maximized my point value. So I started to consume all of the For Dummies books, but some really caught my interest: web design for dummies, programming for dummies, all the different types of programming. So here I'm reading. We didn't have a computer at home. My family couldn't afford one, so I used the library's computer to say. I started reading it, and after a while, and I'm sure we go through these kind of paradigm shifts, I think subconsciously and sometimes consciously, of you say, this sounds easier than expected. And you find like, I have to do something with this because I've got all this knowledge and it's just sitting there. I want to see if this is actually real. So I started coding, I started making websites. And one day I started making websites for other people. I started making blogs, started making some money from the blogs through AdSense, just Googling everything on my own. Was afraid to tell anyone what I was doing, particularly my parents, because it's very tough to come home and say, I don't want to go to medical school anymore. I don't want to be a doctor. I don't want to do any of that. I want to be an entrepreneur, which is just about the riskiest thing you can do, right? And so I was embarrassed of my entrepreneurship tendencies very early on. But I knew I was on to something. So I just continued to dig and dig and dig. Eventually was able to buy my own computer, take care of that, sell the blogs. And then eventually I started making websites for teachers' friends. I was 14, 15 years old. I started making websites. And I remember one of the clients, which was one of my teacher's friends, come back and say, Josh, the websites you build are phenomenal. You're a great programmer. You're a great designer. You get websites done in one weekend for 1/10 of the cost. That's amazing. But once I pay you, I'm not going to pay you again because I already have my website. But if you learn how to market and advertise, I could pay you every single month because that's something I always need. I always need more sales. So as soon as I saw that opportunity, went back to the library, went onto Google, went onto YouTube. I read everything I could about online sales, online marketing, search engine optimization particularly, and started to offer that service. So I took that scaled that from my high school into college, and it became a $1 million business in my dorm room. I was managing mainly freelancers because I couldn't be in an office. I was at school until I figured out I could make most of my classes online. I could do them most online. And so I graduated at 20 years old, so I came in with no credits. I took 22 credits a semester, summer school, building this business, and was able to graduate at 20 so that I could then go and focus on the business. 2 years later, I sold that business. We were managing hundreds of millions of dollars a year in media spend through our ad tech platform. Essentially what we were was a back end for a lot of PR and traditional media companies that were getting pressure from their clients requesting online advertising, but they didn't have the staff, the resources, the abilities to do that. So they plugged in our software and able to do that. So we were able to work on huge accounts, Ford, Nabisco, Kraft, a lot of Fortune 500s, and a lot of medium-sized businesses. And through that, by sheer pattern recognition, I recognized what worked, what didn't work. And when I sold that business, I was 310 pounds. So I was over 100 pounds more than I am today. I was, growing up, used to take the city bus to the public library, and I always just wanted a car. And so I didn't even know what any cars were at the time. I just knew I wanted a car. I hated the bus always breaking down, and I was late for football practice. But when I sold that business, I went and bought a yellow Lamborghini convertible. I went and bought a red Ferrari. And I tell this joke, it's not a joke, it's actually true. This part is, you're a young guy, you buy these cars, and you're like, wow, like I'm gonna have all the women running at me. Like I may have to wear a bulletproof vest or something because, I'm like, everyone's gonna be coming after me. And so, I buy these cars and I'm driving them around and putting gas and stuff. And 99.9999% of the people that came up to me were guys and kids, And I was like, oh, which is fine. I was like, dude, nice car. Like, wow, how fast does that go? Or what's the miles per gallon? Or what year is that? Or boom, boom, boom. And what I later found out is that women are a lot more privy to the sound of a Maserati and the look of a Bentley. So word to the wise out there. Anyway. So after that, I realized I didn't want to get out of bed for about 6 months straight, and I recognized I didn't know what was going on with me. I was like, I don't want to get out of bed, and then I started Googling stuff, and I found out that I was burnt out. I was working 16 hours a day, 7 days a week because I was no longer in school. So I was building this business, building a team. We ended up hiring 40, 50 people, engineers and everything in-house. In Phoenix, Arizona. I still had my 80 to 100 outsourced full-time people, and it was just me. And I just kept going. You just keep going, and finally you're like, oh, okay, what do I do now? Because now that I've sold this business, I feel like I don't have purpose anymore, and I thought I had everything that I wanted, and so I really focused on my health, getting that in order, and then figured that I wanted to focus the rest of my life on building brands, building long-term 50-year visions. And I recognized that, I run the foundation. I talk to a lot of the high school students, and one of the kids raises his hand and says, Josh, I think entrepreneurs, like, they're greedy or like selfish. They just want to make a lot of money and this and that. And so as nicely as I could, responded to that and said, I think the only thing selfish is if you don't build something to be big. Because if you build something to be a quote-unquote lifestyle business, which I think a lifestyle business, you could have $1 billion lifestyle business. It simply means you get to live the lifestyle you want. But I think if you stay small, you don't build enough opportunities for other people, and I think that's greedy. So I challenge everyone I meet to think a lot bigger, because things, you're going to spend the same amount of time working, you're going to spend the same amount of effort, all of that. You're always going to have problems. At every size of business, you're still going to have issues. And you never, the way I think about it is, in this day and age, the fast are eating the slow and not the big eating the small anymore. And so if you're moving quickly and you're thinking big, you're going to build something that creates a lot of opportunity for smart people to join your team, opportunity for investors if you take on money, opportunity for the economy, and value for your customers. So thinking bigger is actually the least selfish thing you can do. It's simply, if you're thinking small, that's very selfish. And so that was my rebuttal to that student who maybe went over their head at the time, but it made me think about that. And so I wanted to build big things. And so while I was at Arizona State University, I was a study of Dr. Robert Cialdini. I wrote a book called Influence, sold maybe 10 million copies, has a newer book called Persuasion. And I became enamored with the idea of being able to influence people's decisions, their behaviors, their actions, simply by words on a page, words out of my mouth. And I found that very, very, very powerful. And you look at politics and you look at what goes on there, words are very, very powerful. So that leads me into, I'm going to spend the last 5 minutes here kind of just glossing over the strategy, and we'll go deeper into conversation. So you guys have seen the Nike Colin Kaepernick situation that happened. Nike signs a deal with Colin, and a lot of controversy. Everyone starts writing about it. People they're confused. Which side do I take? I don't know. Do I throw away all my Nike gear? Right? So like you're in this position. This is actually outdated even now. It's probably 2 weeks old, but Nike generated over $160 million in media exposure just by doing that deal. So they pretty much paid for the deal already, just in 1 week. And what they did is they saw, they make $50 billion a year, and Phil Knight says it best, the founder of Nike, says, we're a marketing company, and we happen to sell really good shoes and really good apparel. They understand marketing at a very deep level, and they are one of the most successful at what I'm going to sort of teach here, called influencer marketing. They're one of the best. They took on Tiger Woods with Nike. Obviously, things happened there. Tiger Woods is back on the rise now. But LeBron, Jordan, it goes on and on and on and on. And they've really figured out how to turn celebrity into billions of dollars selling a commodity. So they did it again, and they generated all this media exposure. Here's influencer marketing on the global spend. So it's going to continue to grow and grow. It may even grow bigger than this, in my opinion. But you see the ad spend in billions and billions, $10 billion in 2020, which is like a year and a half from now. So it's a $10 billion market, and most of that is being spent on Instagram and YouTube for the most part. So for me, initially, when I first found out about influencer marketing, at first I was unsure about it, but then I recognized that it's at our very core, and I'm going to go into why it works here. Let's see. I'm not going to read all of these, but essentially 92% of consumers trust online word of mouth versus the 33% that trust online banner ads. That's obvious. If you ask any business owner, what's your best client base, your best customer base? It's my word of mouth customers. Okay, well, how do you scale that? I don't know, because I simply have to get more customers that share. That's it. Well, this is a way to hijack the ability to scale word of mouth, in many ways artificially, but perception is reality. So you'll see Jennifer Aniston with Smart Water, a multi-billion-dollar acquisition from Glacier, which owns Vitamin Water, Smart Water. You see Louis Vuitton using Selena Gomez there. So after Chanel signed Nicole Kidman in 2003, it was reported that global sales of the promoted Chanel's perfume increased by 30%. And then Nike and Tiger Woods deal in 2000, market share went from 1% to 4% in 6 months. So anyway, and they decided to keep him after the scandal, and they suffered a loss of 1.7 million, 105,000 customers. That's nothing compared to the hundreds and hundreds of millions they profited through that endorsement deal. Nike rarely loses long term, I've found. So in the wild, this was mentioned earlier, in the wild we're wired to remember familiar faces, deadly to forget enemies. And what we're really doing is we're buying time and brand equity. So there's a high quality halo effect. If you see Jennifer Aniston drinking Smart Water and you recognize hydration is key to beauty, then you say, she's smart, I want to drink Smart Water, I want to be like Jennifer Aniston. Even if that happens at a subconscious level, it's working. It's actually better if it happens at a subconscious level. So this was never possible before. So back when cigarettes were healthy, there's Ronald Reagan. I'm sending Chesterfields to all my friends. That's the merriest Christmas any smoker can have. Chesterfield mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. Ronald Reagan, right? Signed even, so you recognize that there he is with one in his mouth. Oh my goodness, he's signing them. That's phenomenal. So again, lending, it says buy the beautiful Christmas card carton. So they're doing something seasonal, and it lending the brand equity from Ronald onto the cigarettes. And so all of a sudden you say, wow, Ronald's a slick, smooth looking guy. Subconsciously, I need to smoke these because I'm gonna come off that way. And then tell us, Leela Chitness, what is your beauty secret? Lux toilet soap, the beauty soap of the film stars. Oh, that's it. That's what I'm missing from my beauty regimen. That's why I don't look like Leela, right? So this has been going on for a long, long time. So why does it work? Simply monkey see, monkey do. I can explain it 5,000 other ways. It's simply monkey see, monkey do. The way I was explaining it at the last conference is you look at a lake and you start to have a drizzle, a sprinkle of rain coming. And those are people posting, talking about your brand. And if you do a really large celebrity, it's like throwing a big rock in the lake. So it makes that big ripple effect. But what I found is that the big celebrities will make that big ripple effect, but it's really the rest that sprinkle continuously. And eventually, your target customer is going to see multiple celebrities or micro celebrities with 5,000 followers, 10,000 followers. Their friend from high school posting about it because she got it for free. You sent her a free one, boom. All of a sudden, we're doing this in Scottsdale, Arizona, where I'm based. And all of a sudden, everyone's using that product. And in reality, what I'm doing is I'm surrounding everyone in Scottsdale online through the influencers of the local community. So the people that run the nightclubs, the anchors of the local news stations, giving them free product, they're posting about it. And all of a sudden they're like, everyone is using this. I just need to have it. Like, I'm missing something. And so monkey see, monkey do is the way it works. And then people ask me, well, what about the large celebrities, Josh? You spend millions and millions of dollars. I can't spend millions and millions of dollars on these celebrities and all these deals. I say, well, the truth is, the best performing ones are actually from the micro-influencers. The people that are very, very keen on your brand and your target customer, they actually get double the engagement rate than the large pages. And so I'd rather have 1 million small raindrops hitting the lake surface across the year versus just simply one big rock dropping in the center of it. The big rock will help kind of stimulate the rest. So you want to drop a couple here and there, but it's really that thunderclap that happens over time that builds a brand. In traditional marketing, you traditionally have a message put on a Super Bowl ad to tens of millions of potential customers, and a small percentage of those become customers. In micro-influencer marketing, you've got the customer, singular, sharing their message to their audience, right? So it's completely different. You're kind of hijacking it completely. If you wanted to do this back in the day, you'd have to sign a multi-million dollar deal with Ronald Reagan. Then you'd have to pay millions of dollars to put it on TV and hope that it works. Now, for the cost of your product, you can send it to someone with 5,000 followers and they're gonna share it. Do that a couple hundred times a week like we're doing, and you create a thunderclap that is just overwhelming. It's overwhelming, right? Now we have celebrities that reach out to us. Most of our celebrity deals are because they reached out to us wanting to use the product, or they use the product and like it a lot. I'm not going to go into this too much. This is just simply internet users find reviews. The more you have on YouTube, people reviewing your product, unboxing your product, talking about your product. People go to YouTube, they go to Instagram now to look for reviews for products before they make that decision. And so if they see an overwhelming amount of people talking about your product, just by sheer number, that builds confidence. Why does it work? It builds a moat. When you couple that with patents, trademarks, celebrities, exclusive contracts, you really build a moat in a commoditized market. So it actually works better in a commoditized market because you don't really need it. If your product is incredibly differentiated, you don't need it as much. You still need to get the word out there. But if you look at Red Bull, you look at Pepsi, you look at Coca-Cola, very commoditized sugar water, they have the margins to do it, and they need to do that to stand out, right? So here are some large multi-billion-dollar cosmetic acquisitions that happen. And really the lever, as I tore through those case studies, I found that it was the follower growth on social media, which is why Estee Lauder paid so much money for Becca Cosmetics, because they recognized that they were stealing mind share. So before you would go to Macy's, walk around, like, oh, there's Estee Lauder. Before, we're hijacking that customer, and they're seeing us while they're on the toilet on Instagram. While they're on the toilet, they're seeing my brand. So by the time they come in Macy's, they're like, oh no, I already have it. I already ordered online, or I want that one. I don't really want Estee Lauder. So they recognize that opportunity and that it's not stopping. And if you see the M&A activity that's going on in the space, you'll recognize that this isn't going anywhere. So capitalizing on it now is very key. And I don't care if you're in B2B, B2C, B2G, does not matter. It's actually better if you're in the B2B or B2G space because there aren't very many companies understanding the value of this right now. And I'm just going to run through this really quickly. We did a deal with Miss Universe for one of our brands, and then took her content and targeted the 8.5 million fans on the Miss Universe page. And so did the same thing with Floyd Mayweather for the male side, 21 million followers. He actually loves the product. And then what we're doing is brand integrations now. So we've got a 14 karat gold plated selling for $350 coming out with Floyd of our new model, 5 patents, etc. He's getting a royalty on that deal. So trying to figure out how to get celebrities into it. And for me, what I'm doing is I'm playing the long game. I'll be able to hijack that brand equity from day one, as opposed to spending 20, 30 years learning how to fight, winning 50 fights, and then selling my own product. I can just come to Floyd and say, he came to us actually, liked the product. Conor McGregor promoted a competing product, and so he went out looking for the best product that he felt comfortable with, and then they reached out. So that helps a lot, because normally he wants $1 million to even talk to you. Like, he won't do anything for $1 million, and we got a really, really good deal on him, and he really likes the product. So here's just really quick, Loki and Toyota. So Loki's a dog that has like 1 million followers on Instagram. There are a lot of these dogs with millions of followers. Toyota figured out how to hijack the warm, fuzzy feeling you get when you see Loki, and the fact that he's a wolf dog. So that means he travels, travels with his owner. But the fact that he's wild, right? He's wild. And so you see in the background there, you see the Toyota truck, 130,000 likes. Keep It Wild is the name of the campaign. So they figured out how to do the Keep It Wild, and now they're going after all of these wild animals that have millions of followers and blending right into there, getting that fuzzy feeling. And I'm sure they got a bargain on this deal as well. So here's a deal we did for one of our brands with Beetlejuice, Lester Green from Howard Stern. So I'm a huge Howard Stern fan and huge Beetlejuice fan, and he has no teeth. And so over the phase of his career, he lost all his teeth, and everybody knows that. He's funny, and he has no teeth. So clearly he's not going to use an oral care product. He's clearly not taking care of his teeth. But the fact that that's top of mind when you think of this micro celebrity, that's all I need, right? All I need is for you to think of that attribute to lend itself to the product. And the fact that he makes you laugh is a positive feeling. And so this was one of our most successful campaigns. He's never done a promotion before in his life. On Instagram, 36,000 likes. Ton of celebrities follow him. So now when we reach out to those celebrities, because they commented, they're like, oh my God, that was the best marketing campaign I've ever seen. Of course I'll do a deal with you guys. Just send me some product. And these are people with millions of followers, right? So those are other ways to kind of infiltrate. And this promotion ended up costing us almost nothing, by the way. But that took 6 months of getting this guy. This guy actually, a funny story, I've never been reverse negotiated. So we offered him more money, and he's like, no, I won't do it. I'll do it for X amount, which was like 30% of the cost. It made no sense. So I was literally walking my dog, and I was like, okay, done. What's your PayPal? I opened up PayPal app, sent the PayPal money on the phone call immediately, because I never had anyone reverse negotiate with me. Anyway, other examples, Kobe Bryant, multi-billion-dollar body armor super drink. He turned his $6 million investment to $200 million in 2 years. He's going to make more money in 3 years of just being one of the faces of body armor than he did his entire career playing basketball. You see Huda Beauty. She's purely an Instagram celebrity, not an offline celebrity at all. Similar to how Kylie did her lip kits, Huda's got a $400-500 million empire in a few years selling makeup. And you got Beats by Dre, that's multi-billion-dollar, we know that one. Casamigos Tequila with George Clooney, $1 billion acquisition in record time. Celebrities are jumping on us. Madonna just launched her skincare line. So celebrities are recognizing that, bad for us, because they're recognizing the power of their celebrity and come out with their own products, and they don't want to promote anyone else. So bad for us. Hopefully they don't catch on too quickly. But they're recognizing they now have a one-to-one communication with their audience. They don't need to go through TV. They don't need to go through anyone. And big companies like Sephora are teaming up with Rihanna, and they created Fenty Beauty together. So they have instant distribution in their Sephora outlets, and then immediately traction to her millions and millions of fans. Oprah's doing it. Oh, that's good. Classic Crust Pizza. Oprah's, obviously, you can see on the brand empire side, she's one of the few that really counts as a brand empire. And then you've got the different types, right? Licensing your name. George Foreman Grills, billions of dollars of sales on grills. Brand ambassadors, that's just grabbing someone to be your brand ambassador. Beyonce for Pepsi. And you can do this on a micro level, 1,000 followers, 50,000 followers. We try to make our micro influencers feel really special because you know, a lot of times they get kind of denied or thrown away. We try to make them feel really special, send them a really nice package so that they share it with their fans. You know, Lady Gaga's perfume, that's more of a celebrity branded product, which we're doing with Floyd Mayweather with the Best Ever line. Brand collaborations, Sean Combs with Diageo on Ciroc vodka. So a lot of different ways that celebrities are doing this. We just now have the opportunity as business owners to capitalize on this for free or however much you want to spend on this. But we now finally have the opportunity to do this. We could never do this before, ever, because you had to sign big multi-million-dollar deals and then pay for TV and radio distribution. We now don't have, we cut that and, you know, completely out of the equation. We now can do this at scale. Last thing I'm going to say, the day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. So it's very important. I think if you look at, one of the things I talk about is the rate of loss. People look at ROI. I'm looking at rate of loss. I know it sounds insane, but because I have other channels, we just inked a deal with QVC, HSN. We've got offline retail spawning up. We've got other areas where we make our profit, and we, you know, next year I'm trying to figure out how we can lose a couple $1 million on celebrity endorsements. So figuring out if you can lose money better than your competitors or better than the market, more efficiently, you're going to win the long-term race, especially if you're in a big market. Talent management, we'll talk about this in our discussion, but some of the tricks of like dealing with management, Hollywood is a whole nother beast and animal of its own. I don't like it. It's not something I really prefer. There's so many hands and pots that you have to kind of talk to so many people, and then dealing with the talent themselves, getting them to actually show up and do stuff, crazy. I don't like it, right? I like to be able to control dashboards and control product development, all of this. And then you've got just, Rob Gronkowski is from the New England Patriots. Rob Gronkowski is my business partner. He owns equity in one of our brands. Getting him to show up is probably impossible. So I literally have to hunt him down 30 minutes before. Where are you at right now for the next 1 hour? Oh, I'm on the beach in Miami. Okay, I was on my way to Buffalo, New York. Cool. Got to go to Miami now. So like, it's its own story on itself. Stay legal. FTC is really watching over this. So most of our posts, luckily, are people that enjoy our product. We give it to them for free. If they post, they post. Then they don't have to use the hashtag ad because they're customers, they like the product. If you're doing a lot of celebrity stuff, you have to use things like, I partnered with blank to share this, or hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored. The FTC is going to really crack down on us the next 2 or 3 years. Why? Because it works really, really well. That's simply what it means. Anytime something works really well, regulation comes in. So I think that's all I got. Yeah, that's all I got. So thanks, guys. Awesome.
That was awesome.
Thanks.
Pretty good, huh? Pretty good. Probably a talk you could listen to multiple times. Some of you guys look so serious. Like, smile. All right. Great stuff, dude. Where do I begin, right? Okay, so first question is, this is totally this is like, where do you buy the $9 Harvard reviews?
HBR.org/store.
Okay. And you purposefully then, to expand your filters and understanding of how acquisitions work, you decide that's what you're going to study, and you've done 100 of them, or 100 of the reports, correct?
Right.
Expansion of your filters, thoughts, questions?
Well, I think so in this day and age, we're bombarded with, try this tactic, try this tool, 7 ways to grow your business, 12 ways to grow your business. There's so much out there. And I love to read, I love to consume information, so it's deadly for me to go around. If you're like me, I've got 50,000 tabs open at one time on every single device. And so what I found is that I try to find better sources of information, which is like, everyone here today is figured out that Ed knows how to curate information very well. And it's the same reason I shop at Costco, which is dangerous. I'm only allowed there once a month. But I go there because I know Costco is going to curate interesting products for me at a good price. And so Harvard is curating really strong case studies they use to teach their MBAs. I get access to it for $8. And just by reading through those, 100 of those, you recognize that brand value is important. And if you want to have a successful exit, or you want to build a valuable brand, reading these case studies is really important. So for $8, I think it's a wealth of knowledge.
No question. Okay, cool. So I have a ton of questions. I'm going to open up to questions for everyone here as well, so I don't just get to ask my questions, but I think these questions are all relevant as well. So just, and then, hey, Tyler, can you just throw on like the Traffic Mastery black one with my face, just because this is right in my eyes. Thanks, brother. When you're looking at starting a new venture, you have a lot of opportunities. You're probably getting drowned in or attacked from all angles with opportunity. What's your sequence of thought? Like, what's your sequence of questions? Product, market, can I use them? Like, where do you begin? I'll leave it loosely and then I'll let you go, but then I'll rein it in if I feel I need to.
I like to, I found that the best entrepreneurs are expert generalists. And so I was just in Vegas, and Sheldon Adelson, who owns the Sands Casino, skyrocketed his net worth from $4 billion to $40 billion, in the last 10 years. And he did that by recognizing that Macau in China was going to be a huge opportunity because they, not only they have over 1 billion people in China, he saw the economy increasing where people are having disposable income, and because of the culture, it's okay to gamble there, and it's almost like fawned upon in that area in Macau.
Yeah.
So what I'm getting to is the more that you read, case studies are so important to me because it allows me to understand. I look at case studies and then I look at businesses for sale all the time. So bizbuysell.com, flippa.com, look at every single brokerage on earth that you can find. And I've made really good relationships with a lot of the brokers because they'll send me stuff before it goes up. And I spend the morning kind of looking over some of the businesses for sale. I look at the case studies from Harvard, and you start to kind of build a connection in your mind. And Sheldon Adelson said in an interview, he said, I would be just as successful if I was selling carpets. I happen to choose casinos because I recognize the margins and the opportunity there, but I'm an expert generalist. And so the reason why he's an expert generalist is because he understands the fundamentals of business. So for me, I'm always looking at, margin. Margin's very important. Because if you don't have a high margin product, it's going to be very hard to compete in the long haul.
It doesn't matter what else you do.
Doesn't
you can
matter.
stack influencers, you can be the best
Doesn't
marketer,
matter.
but if there's no margin, that's a writer downer. That was really good.
Yeah, margin's key. 50% above, gross margin, and obviously the higher the better. The higher the better, the more competitors you attract, because it's not a secret that makeup and skincare have very high margins, and that's why there are so many competitors. So you really have to stand out. If you go to Neiman Marcus and you look at the skincare line, you'll see that the packaging is incredibly unique. You'll see the branding is superb. So in order to compete with them, you have to really, really, really be out of the box. And so I look at margin. I look at who's currently doing a really good job in the space. What are the incumbents like? So do they have deep pockets? Are they publicly traded? I love when the market is dominated by publicly traded companies because they get pressure from their shareholders who are hearing from their kids, shareholders' kids are saying, oh no, so-and-so's old brand, dad, or like, no, this is the one I use.
Yep.
And the shareholders see their kids not using the product of stock that they own, and they say, wait a second. They go to the shareholder meeting and say, what are we doing about this Instagram
Okay,
stuff?
I just have to stop you. So how have you figured that, or like that's a belief system you have, could be an opinion. How have you concluded that?
Well, it's time and time again, I look at what is the catalyst for starting an M&A discussion with a company.
Yeah.
And it happens internally. There's a state of concern, and that state of concern comes from the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast of a publicly traded company is to raise shareholder value. And when you have a competing brand taking retail shelf space, right? Like we're going to retail now aggressively because I understand the value of taking even 5% of retail shelf space from one of these incumbents. They're going to get scared. I also recognize that if I target all the executives on Facebook and LinkedIn with my advertising and all they see is my product, they're going to have a discussion internally. And generally what they'll
That way everyone's got to write that down. I mean, this is genius right there. Yeah, okay, keep going. I'm not going to slow you up.
And so you surround them, and all of a sudden they start to figure out how can they poke holes. So like I said, fast eat the slow, not the big eat the small anymore. And so the big will try to eat the small by competing in way of lawsuits, whatever. They'll try to figure out 100 different ways to push you down, to silence you from their shareholders. Their shareholders have to believe that they are the best, they're doing the best, they're innovating on every front. The truth is that very large companies don't have the risk tolerance or the ability to take small bets. But small bets add up to big bets.
Yeah.
And so I try to find, are the incumbents deep-pocketed? What's the M&A activity in the space? That tells me kind of what maturity point it's at. Are they acquiring like crazy like the cosmetic companies are? And then I try to figure out margins, very important. And then in our day and age, is it something that, if it's a B2C brand, is it Instagrammable, right?
Yeah.
Can I take something and make it Instagrammable? RX Bar did a really good job by redesigning their packaging to be Instagrammable, sold for $600 million to Kellogg's.
Yeah.
99% of that was, in my opinion, lending itself to the brandability of its packaging and how simple that was. Because at the end of the day, we see shiny stuff and we want to grab it.
And consume it. This is one thing too that I've been preaching for the last year, because I didn't even know what influencer marketing, the first time we heard it was in a Platinum meeting. One of the kids from RX Bars was speaking, it was great. And I was like, what is this? I equate it to like, this is a lot like solo email drops, or like just, these are like media buys. But one thing I want to say was, one of the transitions we've been coaching our supplement companies on is like, it's not sexy to have influencers being like, oh, that's what I take for my joints. Like, it's just not sexy. Whereas, how do you front end something that's sexier, like in reinvent a little bit in that way? So question is then, one question I have for you is, do you strategically look at like so for Snow, and only share details you're comfortable with, but like, here is who is probably going to acquire us, or here's the 3 or 5, and let's go become a pain in the ass by totally dominating and taking 1 to 5% market share. Mm-hmm. And I'll open that up right there. Is that the thought process in some ways?
So what I try to do is I don't build a business to sell it anymore. I build a business that's sellable and gives me options along the way. Yep. And I think that everybody should be building a business that's sellable. That just simply means you have a lot of value and brand equity. But what I recognize is that there are probably 100 different categories on the B2C side that are lacking innovation, in the sense of, for the first time I think ever, we have the ability to be because of the internet, hyper niche, right? So this has opened up the natural products market very well. Our product with Snow and our branding is, our target customer is someone who appreciates plastic surgery, Botox, shops at Neiman Marcus, drives a Range Rover, and not a Prius, so we've identified our market there, and it's a bit risky because consumers are in general are leaning more and more towards natural, and we're leaning the other way. And what I'm finding, and when I look at Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett's holdings, he's got McDonald's, Dairy Queen, Amex, Wells Fargo. Those are 4 of the top 10 holdings he has, and Warren Buffett's the best long-term investor ever. And so if he's still holding on to that, that means that Americans will continue to lust after fast food, and that's a continued growing market. See's Candies that he owns, one of his most successful investments on an ROI perspective. So people like sugar. Starbucks is doing incredibly well. It's sugar, and more sugar. Yeah. And so when I look at that, I recognize that there's always going to be a market for things that simply work. Yeah. And when I look at that, I said, okay. It also lends itself, what I'm seeing is that these companies like Kellogg's are acquiring a bunch of natural brands, and there's going to become a saturation point. We're still far from it, but there'll be a saturation point where they've acquired the majority of the natural brands, they own them in-house, and the market will continue to shift. So I'm looking at, when I look at a brand, I look at a 50-year plan, and I look at 5-year blocks along that of where we should be and how we take advantage of it. This next 5-year block is about social media, dominating mind share in the space, and going reverse retail. So now we had QVC HSN reach out, we had Nordstrom, Neiman Marcus, Target reaching out to us as a result of drowning their executives, drowning the market with our products.
Yeah.
And so now they said, we want you. And we intentionally held off from an Amazon listing until Amazon called us and said, we've never had a brand search so often on our platform and not be on Amazon.
Oh, wow. That's great. That's great. I have 2 more questions, then I'll open up. So let's talk about just what would you do if you didn't have, like, so I mean, so well, I couldn't do it, well, that's Josh, blah, blah, blah. I can hear some of it, like, well, he's got the money, so of course he's gonna go acquire these things. So does your priority shift, like the question and sequence of thought shift is like, well, I gotta run a more of a cash flow scaling model. So then with that question in mind, how do you start?
Yeah. So I think that particularly with influencer marketing, you have so many people that want to be an influencer. I was talking to a group of kids, and I asked them, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" You know, and probably half the room said YouTube vlogger. I was like, okay.
Wow. My
YouTube
kids are
vlogger.
begging me to start throwing YouTube shows. Isn't that funny? That's crazy.
They said, I want to unbox toys. And normally I would be like, what? One was like, I want to play video games if other people watch me and pay me to watch me.
Totally.
And I was like, if you said that 5 years ago, I'd been like, oh my gosh, who are your parents? We need to have a talk.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, yeah. Now I'm like, cool. Like, how do you get started? Do it. Because the 9th largest YouTube channel was just acquired. The M&A activity on YouTube channels has been almost non-existent. And for the first time, we're starting to see M&A activity on YouTube channels. So now you start to think what you laugh at before, they see PewDiePie or whatever,
Right.
all these people, they want to be like what they watch. And in reality, so that the house I live in was built by the founder of the Food Network channel, and I had a chance to talk to him. And I said, how did you know that the Food Network channel was going to be a success? And he said that as women started to enter the workforce more and more and work 1, 2 jobs and live busy lives, they missed being able to cook and being able to enjoy that they did growing up with their mother.
Yeah.
And so being able to watch it was a form of escapism. So you swing by KFC, you grab your bucket of chicken, you sit at home, and you watch Paula Deen cook or whoever you're watching on TV, right? And so he recognized that, and I said, oh my gosh, I wish I met you 10 years ago, because I would have recognized that people want the esports stuff. People want to watch people do it, as opposed to them doing it. They get the same effect through proxy.
Yeah.
So anyway, watching those trends is going to be interesting, and how it unravels through the business to consumer, business to customer, B2C space over time.
So you would still start at looking at, okay, where's the micro influencers at that would help?
Yeah, that was a
grow my
poor way
brand?
of answering your question.
That's okay.
So,
No, it's good.
there are so many. The reason I brought the kids up is that there are so many people with a few thousand followers, 10,000 followers, 50,000 followers, that call themselves influencers, and they're reaching out to brands because they see our ad. This is what happens. They see our ad, and they're like, "Wow, I want that. Oh, maybe I should email and see if I can get it for free." So they email and say, "Hey, I'm an influencer. I'll do a YouTube review video in exchange for free product." We say, "Sounds good." And instead of just kind of discounting them or counting them off, we make them feel really special, right? We really say, "Oh my God, love your channel. Oh, this video is my favorite." I actually train our staff to go in and do that. You can do this yourself for free, or you can do the reverse, where you go and type a hashtag on Instagram, weight loss. Find people with 5,000 to 10,000 followers and say, "We have this amazing product. I love your feed. You're gorgeous."
Yeah.
You know, really enamor them with compliments that are specific. They say, "Yes, I am an influencer." Well, I'm glad someone's finally noticed me. It's really Hollywood at scale, right? Where mostly dreams go to die. It's you have this opportunity to take advantage of the desperation of fame and wanting to build this, and you give free products, and it's a win-win. They want your product, they like it, they get it for free. If they like it, they'll post about it. Awesome. And then you come up with some tagline like, the so-and-so stars. If you're, you call them something, right? And you're like, "You're my beauty glam doll," and like, join our beauty glam doll program. And then you add in the element of the affiliate side, where you say, "I'm going to give you a coupon code."
Yeah.
and for everyone that drives a purchase, I'll pay you X amount of money. Now they've got a make money online opportunity in their mind. They're getting free product that they already want. They see other people posting about it, so they feel like they're in the trend of doing it.
Yeah.
And all the celebrity does is it creates a ripple effect. If they see Kylie or the Kardashian using it, they're more likely to want to promote it themselves, because then they're like Kylie.
Well, like I mean, one of the things I was going to ask you, but I'll just make the statement. But it's like, so you getting Gronkowski, you getting Mayweather, you getting these people now, who wouldn't agree to be in, like they can, there are photos now alongside Mayweather, right? You're a moron for saying no. Cool. Let me open up. Can we have mic runners, please, just to make sure we're doing this efficiently. The one, I see a bunch of people jumping up. I see Thad jumping up, and Duke, you're one of my mic runners. Oh, you're over here. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, Thad's over there. Sorry, dude. I was like, where'd he go? All right, who's got a question for Josh? All right, Brooks.
Hey, Josh. So how do you go about cultivating, crafting their message? Because of course you want to keep it authentic in their voice, right? But how do you kind of help craft and give them the salient points that you want them to hit on?
So try to think through what are the three differentiators about your product. If you're in a big market, you're never going to consume all of your market if you're in a big enough market. And so figuring out what are those three differentiators, and really honing in on that. And so like in our scenario, if a lot of other brands, toothpaste brands, whatever, are avoiding chemicals, we're leaning into chemicals, right? And so it's so controversial that the way we explain that is we try to match their feed a lot of times. So if we recognize that they're posting a lot about fashion, and they're always in different outfits, we'll comment and be like, oh my God, I love this outfit, from this post, right? It would look so cool if you were using our product with an outfit like that. Could we send you some $100 of free product? So you do the retail value of it. It's $100 of free product. And if you like it, maybe you post about it. Either way, I'd love to send it out to you. I think you're gonna love it. So it's as simple as just very positive, complimenting them. And then the message around it is, what are the three differentiators about your product compared to others? Because what I recognize is that, or what we found is that if you preload them, they will say pretty much what you told them to say without you having to tell them to say what you say. So if you say, here's how we're different, boom, 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 when they post, they're gonna almost regurgitate those selling points for you to their audience. So you have to be very, very selective with that, but I wouldn't make more than 2 paragraphs because people they're getting a lot of emails. You wanna hit it right on the point. Free product, I love this about your feed, here's why you're a good fit, can I send you free product? If you like it, maybe you can share it with your fans. If they say yes, you say, excellent, it's on its way, priority shipping, here's a tracking number, so excited. Text me as soon as you get it. Love you, doll. You're like very happy, right? It's very positive. You're my friend now, right? And then we have an automated follow-up that comes up and says, and you can just manually, and says, hey, looks like USPS delivered it. I know sometimes they lose stuff, just making sure you got it. Hope all is going well, right? So then you just follow up. And then you get them excited about new products you're coming out with too. You start to build this army. And then you follow up with them after they've posted and said, oh my God, the post is perfect, even if it wasn't. Post is perfect, like it's so amazing. Can you send me the image file so I can share with our fans? Like they're gonna love it. So like, oh nice, more exposure opportunity. And then you say, by the way, I got you pre-qualified for our program where it pays you X amount of dollars for every sale you bring. Here's a coupon code if you're interested. A lot of people put in their bio, that's how they make money. So then all of a sudden you see their bio being updated with the link to your website, right? And then their coupon code in there.
And you're not leading with a coupon code though, or like a specific URL in their post?
It's unless they ask for it. You want it as natural as possible, because once they figure out it's very transactional, they start to think of money, and then they say, well, I'm going to charge for this then. But if it's very excited about the product, I try not to talk about money till the very, very end, if anything. If they come back right away with a price offer, if it makes sense, then it makes sense. But generally, with anyone under 50,000 followers, we're trying to give away free product and hoping that they post.
Nice. Thanks.
Awesome. Dima.
Yeah, I have a question. Like you mentioned this ROL. Like you said, this year you will lose about $1 million on influencers. So what's your tactical calculation? Like when you're thinking that you're losing money with this type of influencers, and how you evaluate them and how you track them, this like lost money, when that you mentioned,
Yes.
So can I ask the question?
Sure.
It's an
Yes.
awesome question. I'm just asking it a little bit differently because I have a add on to it. So if I'm going to lose $1 million, lose in quotes, hiring, having influencers promote our products, how am I attributing that? And am I attributing it and calculating on how that comes back into other channels?
So I look at it, I look at it in the sense of how many impressions are they getting, how many followers do they have, and if you break that down to a CPM, you can compare it to a Facebook cost or YouTube ad cost. So if you've got 20 million followers you're getting in front of, you take 20 million, 20,000, what's a CPM? $5, so 5 times 20,000, 100 grand is what I would pay for a post for that page. So I can break it down like that, and now keep it in mind that the intent and the conversion rate is not going to be the same as it is in an advertisement, but I can reuse that content. So there's the other piece that you unlock, like I showed with the Miss Universe. Demi, who's the current standing Miss Universe, she loves the product. She did a couple posts. She's got 1.1 million followers. That's great. And then we took that content, went back to her and said, can we reuse this content for a fraction of the cost, or pay you some money? And now it's like, get your own pageant-winning smile. Like we can play off of that, and then we can advertise on Facebook to the Miss Universe audience. Oftentimes what we'll do as well is we'll ask for page access. We'll rent page access from them. So if they have 1 million fans on Facebook, 10 million, whatever that is, we're going to actually have them add us as an ad account admin, where we'll spend our money to promote the content we did together, and we'll pay you like renting a spot at a kiosk at a mall. We're going to rent that spot until I completely liquidate the value out of their fans. And oftentimes I'll come back and get more content, pay them more money for more content to stimulate the creatives. So now I'm running ads to their audience at a fraction of a cost. We run ads through Floyd Mayweather's page, Robert Gronkowski's, for a fraction of the cost. And so there's a value to that as well. At the end of the day, I know that if we purely look at an ROI perspective, no one on the team will want to do it because it's just not trackable in that way. And I have to look at it in the sense of the more natural we can make the post and really make it integrated in their life, the better it's going to do over time, which means the worse it's going to do short term.
Yeah.
So
do you guys even try to say, or since you're doing hundreds of these micros, it's kind of impossible to do it, but like where you're like, wow, here's the correlated lift. Like look at I would assume your Google brand searches are super high, because people are on Instagram, they go to YouTube. And then the second question I had, I'm gonna just go really quick because I think you just dropped the knowledge that some people might have aired out there. So what they're doing is they're partnering with these guys, but then they're also, he's got his world-class team of Facebook guys, he's got his influencer team, he's taken the content and then repurposing and reusing it on their own handle, meaning their own Facebook feed. So he's running now their Instagram and Facebook. That's like a writer downer. Like there's a lot of big brands in here that I know for a fact you're not doing it at that scale. I think one of the, I'll talk later about blind spots, but because I want to stay focused. I can go off on tangents, man. I mean, I swear. All right, who had a quick one? Gilo?
Yes. It's in the micro-influencer section. You said preload what you want them to say. Right. Then you gave a list. Here's a free product for you. Then you went down a quick little 5. Could you recapitulate that for me?
So it'll be like, here's, you try to build excitement. It's like writing ad copy. And you're sending an email. You reuse the email 1,000 times, but it's like, it would be like, hey, so-and-so, we're almost sold out, but I set aside a few for you if you're interested. I think you're a perfect fit. You're gonna love our product. It is different because 1, 2, 3, right? Because you're still selling. It's an invisible way of selling, but you're still selling to that micro-influencer. And you should respect their community because they are curators and guardians of their community, and that's how that's in this day and age of social media, it's built by numbers. That's their value that they have, and so they're going to protect their community and say, I think this is a perfect fit for your community because it blank, 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 or I see that you just had a baby. Congratulations, she's so cute, right? I think this is a great fit for you because most of our customers are women who just had a baby, and I think your story is incredible. I'd love to send you some product. If you like it, maybe you'll share it. So you can cater it just little by little by little, But it's really, you really just have to remember you're writing ad copy, you're selling your email copy, you're selling the micro-influencer on why they should use your product versus someone else's. And if you sell them well enough, they'll be preloaded to say those things. We noticed that if we change things in the email copy, it changes the captions that they write because you're preloading it, right? It's like, why do you use that? Oh, because it blank, blank, blank. Where'd they get that from? They got that from the email. Yeah. So that simply all you're doing there is you're stating why your product is better, why it fits their audience, and why it's on brand for them to do. And then sprinkle in something like, you know, if by chance you do post it, let me know, make sure you tag us so we can share with our audience of millions. So now it's like you know, hey, if you do post, we're gonna reciprocate by sharing you with our audience and you're gonna get more followers, which is ultimately what they're going after.
Awesome. Scott, last question.
What's the typical affiliate deal that you strike? Is it a percentage of sale? Is it a CPA? How do you typically structure the payment to a micro-influencer?
This is why margin is important. Because you know, if you're giving out 5%, you know, or 10%, it's not very attractive. What we found is that giving a dollar amount is a lot more effective because it's easier for them to quantify. You know your average order value, they don't. And so when you say 15% and you know your AOV is $100, you're thinking $15. Just tell them $15. Or just tell them $25. And you have to understand that you have to be willing to break even on those sales because those are customers that you wouldn't otherwise have. And there's a ripple effect to that as well. So the deals vary, right? We'll pay, as a percentage basis, we'll pay up to 50% of every sale. And in reality, I would gladly pay 100% of every sale just to be able to build that over time because we know that we're going into different industries within that brand. And that brand is going to continue to have value, 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 value. And as we come out with more products, guess what? I don't have to pay. When that customer that they sent, that I broke even on or lived and lost money on, walks into Nordstrom later this next year and sees our product, they're going to pick it up. And I don't have to pay anyone. I have to pay Nordstrom. But I don't have to pay that original source anymore. So all I'm doing is I'm paying to build that relationship. And I'll do that all day. So what I would recommend is use a dollar amount, ideally, and be as open and gracious with that commission as possible. That's going to get them excited. And round numbers are fine, even if it's $10. $10 for every person you send. You've got thousands of followers, and then break it down for them, kind of like a biz op. It's funny because you could say you've got thousands of followers. If you get 5 people a week, that's $200 a month. And like, what's your PayPal? And we'll ask them what's their PayPal up front. So they're prepared to receive payment. Whether they ever generate those commissions or not, we've already kind of streamlined that process.
Just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Are you using a standard affiliate tracking software to track all this stuff?
There's 100 of them.
Sure. You guys use coupon codes, don't you?
Coupon codes. You can give them a link. The only thing you got to watch with coupon codes as you start to do this at scale is that they start to share them on RetailMeNot, Groupon.com. It starts to run rampant. All of a sudden you have displacement as opposed to additive value. So we make it very clear that that's not allowed. And I pretty much have a full-time person doing that, policing that. But there's 1,000, I won't even go into that because they're all the same, similar. There's 1,000 that you can use. You have Shopify, there's probably 20 apps on there. But you give them a coupon code, which is nice. They like that because it gives them like I'm a celebrity, I have my own coupon code for this. And then you give them a link so that they can swap out their link in bio with that link, and that adds SEO value. I mean, there's so much spillover effect from that. And the only plug I have, Ed, is that I'm always looking for talent, and so we're hiring for a couple positions right now.
I've tried to work with you like 6 times. I'm like, I'll do whatever it takes, Josh. What are we doing? I got
sold.
Tell me ideas. Yeah.
All right, one last position. Ed's on the team.
And he always says, I'll help you in any way. And I'm like, Josh, where'd you go? I'm like, I thought I just sent you the idea. I'll support you in any way, Ed. I'm just busting a little bit. And Matt Martirano's here in the back there. You took off the Wolverine mask. I remember last time you had the long beard. Connective has an affiliate system built in, correct? With a Shopify, better than Shopify store with the Limelight, where we use Limelight for affiliate marketing. So he's been working really hard at connecting and integrating all three of those. Okay, so if you want to connect, talk to Connective. He's here, Matt. I don't know. All right, we got a couple more minutes left. Okay, so where do you learn? This is like one thing that I think I struggle with, and I'm sure other people. But it's like, where have you learned the art of the deal and knowing, like, you're dealing with like QVC, you're dealing with HSN, you're dealing with Hollywood, and you're 25 years old. I know success breeds confidence, but some of the stuff you never had a formal mentor sit here and be like, okay, this is what you say here, this is what you say here. So what belief system have you crafted in your head that allows you to take such massive action and not be afraid of looking like a fool and just moving forward?
Well, I figured
Is that a good question? Is that a fair question? Because a lot of this stuff that he's talking about is up-leveling your mindset more than here's a new pixel you stick on. Well, I shouldn't say that because but here's a new like tactic that you do and it's going to change your life forever. This is more inner work than it is tactical work. That's where I was going. That's what I'm saying.
What I found, so for my own life, like initially it was an opportunistic approach where it's like, I just need to make money, I need to pay my bills, I need to help my family out. So you're kind of income chasing at that point, and that's okay. And then you realize after a while that tactics can make you rich, but strategy is what makes you wealthy.
Very good.
And it's very important by modeling after very successful people, you recognize that they're not obsessed over the detail of what color the carpet will be exactly. They're obsessed over the feeling they want people in the casino to feel, right? And so I want people to feel comfortable. I want people to feel, at home. And then that leads to the tactic of how we're actually going to glue down the carpet.
Right.
And so hiring really good people has become my focus, and attracting really good people. And so I'm always hiring, and I think that's one aspect. But two, what I found out is that greed is in the center of all of us in a good way. And when I work with retailers or I work with anyone, I'm trying to figure out if it's an employee, and I forgot who said this. I think it was at your event, and I internalized it, and I started to find patterns after hearing it from the guy from Phoenix, Arizona, bought Tyler Perry's.
Oh yeah, Jeff. What was your buddy's name, Jeff? David Turner?
Yes.
Yeah, David Turner.
David
Who sold
Turner.
his company for $1 gajillion, right? Yeah. $2 gajillion.
He said something in that day that it finally kind of it put everything into an eloquent way in 2 sentences. Was like, working with employees, how do you make them look like superstars? Working with other business owners and retailers, how do you make them a lot of money? So when I'm working in Hollywood and I'm working with celebrity agents, I try to understand how everybody gets paid. And it's taboo to talk about it sometimes. But I've made it my job to call elephants out of the room.
Yeah.
I'm really, really good at it. And one thing that's helped is I watch a lot of, this is a tactic, but it's easy because it's fun. I watch a lot of stand-up comedy, a lot of improv, because, and I do a lot of that because it forces you to be uncomfortable, and you recognize by action you build confidence. And confidence breeds success, which breeds more confidence. And so by doing stuff, you recognize what works, what doesn't work, and that builds confidence in your method. But for me, when I'm working with a celebrity agent, I say, okay, for example, with the big celebrities, you have their entertainment lawyer, you have their manager, you have their money guy, money manager, you've got their family that's somehow involved, you've got their entourage and posse that's somehow involved. So I'm thinking through, how's everyone getting paid? I say, okay, manager, you're getting 10% of this deal. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna double whatever you're getting paid on the deal, myself, out of my pocket. Traditionally, people don't include you in on the royalties. So you do all this work and you don't really get a big piece of the royalties. I'm gonna set a separate royalty just for you, manager. And then the entertainment person, I'm gonna say, the lawyers get paid by billing hours. So I'm gonna say, hey, I need you to review these contracts with us. And I just make up work, which they're good at generally
Which they're
doing
happy
themselves.
because now they're working for you. Yeah.
Right. So I create work there, and then their posse wants to be in on it. So what I'll do a lot of times is we'll reach out to their Instagram pages, because they'll post pictures with their posse, and you can find their Instagram pages, and you surround the celebrity. So now their posse is getting money. You know, you pay them a little bit of money. Now they're promoting their product.
So smart.
They're more likely to push it. And so we do this a lot with hairstylists, makeup artists, and fashion stylists. we'll pay them to fill their room with our product.
Yep.
And that's all they have to do. We pay them well. That's all they have to do. They're sold on it. So when they recommend something to their celebrity client, what do you think that's going to be? Boom.
Yep.
So I'm always trying to figure out how's everyone getting paid and how can I make everyone fat? If I can make everyone fat in the room, they're going to come back for more.
Love it.
So simply just breaking down, how do you get paid? How can I make you more money? And you're gonna be hooked on me because I can make you money. And I realized that the job of an entrepreneur, the job of really anyone is to create value, and my job is to figure out how to make everybody money. That's my responsibility. And if I can do that, everybody would be hooked around coming back. They'll also give me deal flow, right? So I recognize in my social circle, because I never have anything to sell, but I love to just give because I'm always in my head, so I love to do this. I can do this for 24 hours. I recognize that people see me as a source of validation because I call elephants out of the room.
Yeah.
So now I have these venture capital firms having me sit in on deals because one, I'm a lot younger than they are, so they know that I can catch things that they maybe can't catch. And they also recognize that I'm able to call elephants out of the room and I'm not afraid to do that. They are also able to do that because they are either tremendously wealthy or whatever, and they recognize that unique ability at the other side. And so they bring me into deals, and so I've been able to be a part of that. So I get deal flow that I would normally not get because I'm able to call those elephants out, and I figure out how is everyone making money in here, and how can I make sure the right people are getting fed? Because if you don't feed them well enough, they'll come once, but I'm trying to have a watering hole that attracts all the animals.
Yeah. Let's give it up for Josh. All right, dude. Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
Not bad, huh? Not bad. So if we hosted something down in Arizona and had 2 days with Josh, how many people would be interested in being there? All right, good. That's my pre-sell for later. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. You know, you gotta. All right, so we're at 12:44. Here's the deal. Thanks for gutting out, like literally sticking with it for this morning. We packed a lot in. We're gonna come back. Ignore the schedule for the time. We're gonna come back in 50 minutes, 50. So it's not an hour, 50 minutes, which puts us at, I just said the time, at 1:35. Here's one challenge I'd give you. Eat. If you can get outside for 15 minutes, get fresh air, not a bad move to get some fresh oxygen, or even outside here. You can hang out here and chat like that. Where's the food, Sarah? Is it right outside? Okay, and are they to come back? Are they allowed? You can eat anywhere you want, but this is your dining room. So that's it. I'll see you guys back in 50 minutes. Oh, live feed. We'll be back at 1:35 Central Standard Time. Go get a workout in. Not bad, huh? Not bad. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so tonight we have another happy hour starting at 7 o'clock. The problem is we don't know what bar we're going to. City Winery. Yes, that's it. City Winery. Yeah, it is City Winery. Thank you. It just took me a second. So tonight, again, we're going to have, it's going to be a cash bar, unlike last night, from 7 to 10, or no, 7 till question mark, because you're out at a open establishment. So whenever they close. How many of you guys enjoyed all the artists who sang last night? Yeah. Pretty cool. If you don't know country music, you should look up, you had some really famous guys and gals there, and since they're all friends, and since we're in Nashville, they really do show up, and 99% of it is they're just doing it as friends. So it's really, we're very fortunate and blessed to have them do that. So make sure, and one other thing I want to say before we bring up Kara is someone said to me that they're really big fans of Tyler Reeve, and I was like, well, didn't you go say hi and talk to him? And they're like, oh, no, I don't want to be like a fan. I'm like, well, in this audience, and when we're with them, you're not like a crazy fan. You're one of my friends. So just go up to them. These people are so nice. So, yeah, don't be starstruck, right? Okay, cool. So our so one of the things I want to do for this event, especially and I think we've accomplished it, and we're just going to accomplish it even more, is keep up-leveling like our quality of speakers. But one of the things I took away from our Atlanta event was I noticed we only had really 2 female entrepreneurs on the stage, and I stepped back, being a dad of 5 girls, and I was like, you know what? That's not the way I want to run my thing. And so I was searching for who would be a great female founder in the health, fitness, nutrition arena. I asked a bunch of my friends, and Kara Golden's name came up more than once. And so I'm going to do the quick little bio background, and then she'll come up and probably do it much better than me. But Kara was the vice president of shopping and e-commerce partnerships at AOL, where she helped lead the growth of its startup shopping business to $1 billion enterprise. She is the founder of and CEO of Hint, a healthy lifestyle brand that produces the leading unsweetened flavored water, as well as scented sunscreen spray, which I can't pronounce those names, so I'm going to let you explain that. What's really, really awesome is that she's been named Fast Company's most creative people in business, one of the Fortune's most powerful women entrepreneurs, Forbes' 40 women to watch, over 20, and EY Entrepreneur of the Year 2017 Northern California. We had a great discussion about, and this ties so much into what we've been trying to hammer home the last day and a half, of just like, if you're going to be a disruptor, it's the best time in the world, and do something that's going to create value and change the world. And so with that said, let's give a nice round of applause for Kara Golden, everyone.
Much, yeah, appreciate it. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me, and it's really an honor to be here. How many had Hint prior to being in the room? So awesome. Probably half the room. How many had heard about Hint prior to? Okay, awesome. A little bit better. So just to give you a little bit of background on Hint, sort of why I started the company and overall what we're doing, and we'll get into some of the other products and categories that we're getting into as a company. As Ed mentioned, I was a tech executive. I always tell people I had no business getting into the beverage industry. I speak on college campuses a lot and tell college kids that, this was, I never wanted to be a beverage executive. That's not what I was doing when I graduated. And, overall, I started really wanting to disrupt more than anything and make a difference in some way. Started my career in New York, actually in publishing. On the circulation side, I worked for Timing Publications. I don't even know who owns Time anymore. It's like, it's such a crazy world. And then went on to CNN. If you're in airports and you see this television monitor in airports, I wrote the business plan for what is today known as the Airport Channel. Again, had no sort of business launching that either, but really had this feeling that there were business travelers that actually wanted to get news on the way, and there was a way to monetize that business, so had worked for TED. And along the way, I met my husband in New York, decided to move to San Francisco. He wanted to get into tech, and I ran across this article from this guy named Steve Jobs. And Steve was launching a business that was basically doing CD-ROM shopping called To Market. It was a little pilot inside of Apple. I never worked at Apple. I never actually worked for Steve, but I reached out to the guys that did and that were taking the project outside of Apple, and I ended up running business development. One day I'm sitting at a table with another guy named Steve Case, and Steve, I was probably the only one in the room that was actually saying, how do we actually make money at this on this product? And so very quickly I was asked to not only run this company called To Market's business development efforts, but also go into AOL and run this button called Shopping. And as I'm running this business, we had 75 people at AOL at the time. I was commuting from San Francisco to Virginia, trying to open up AOL China with payment systems. And crazy, crazy world. And after one day being on a United flight and all the pilots knew me by name because I was constantly on the plane, I just decided that once this thing hit $1 billion in revenue, I was done. And I had 3 children. Actually, I was pregnant with my third at the time when I left AOL. Like I said, when it was $1 billion in revenue, I decided it was time to sort of like hang it up. It had been a great ride, lots of fun, had 200 people that I was managing, but I was really spent. And so I went home, tried to figure out what I was going to do next. 9/11 rolled around. As Ed and I were talking about earlier, it had a major impact on me. I had lived in New York, had friends that were involved in the terribleness of this, and I just decided, at the end of the day, what do I want to do with my life, and what is it that is really going to make a difference, and what do I want my legacy to be? And so I kept looking for that nonprofit, kept looking for something that was really going to make a difference, and finally I just decided, I had just had my third child at that point. I decided I want something somewhere around San Francisco where I live. I want something that is really going to help people in some way. I was still interviewing for tech jobs. Most of them were down in Silicon Valley at the time, which was too much of a commute for me. And finally I said, okay, well, I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm going to start working out. I'm going to start shopping at Whole Foods and Trader Joe's and get myself healthy and get myself in shape. Over the years, I'd realized that I had not only gained a bunch of weight, but had also developed terrible adult acne, which I'd never even had as a teenager. I had no energy. I just wanted to sleep every day. Finally decided I'm going to go to a bunch of different doctors. I'm going to go to nutritionists. I'm going to fix this thing while I'm looking for a job. And what was so interesting to me when I finally settled on the doctor who was like the guy that was going to fix me in New York, he never actually asked me what I was eating and drinking every single day. And maybe a little bit on the eating side, but never really questioning what I was drinking every day. And what I realized after doing a diary on my own, not by this doctor's request or anything, was that I was drinking Diet Coke every single day. I'd wake up and I'd drink my Diet Coke. Now, of course, everybody who worked for me at AOL said, we used to be terrified if we'd walk into a meeting and you didn't have a Diet Coke in your hand. So I was that girl. And I really, again, had been thinking that I was doing the right thing, never questioned Diet Coke at all, and sort of the effects that it could be having on me. And finally, I just decided I'm not going to put anything into my body. I'm not going to put anything into my 3 kids' bodies that I don't really understand and that I have to actually look up. I had sort of made this commitment to myself and to my family that this was the way that I was going to live. And so I swapped out my Diet Coke for plain water because I knew that I was supposed to drink 8+ glasses of water a day. And literally at night, I would line up bottles of water on the counter. I would have glasses of water, and I wouldn't go to bed until I made this change, just to see if it really made that big of a difference. I started noticing that my skin was getting better, my energy levels were getting better, and then finally noticed that my clothes were fitting differently. And one day a friend said to me, gosh, how did you lose this weight? Are you running marathons? What exactly is happening? And I said, I just made the shift in the diet soda, and what I found is that I wasn't even that hungry anymore. I had noticed that every time I was drinking diet soda, I would want to chew gum. I would want to have a piece of candy as well. And so it was really getting me to kind of crave sweet. And so finally I jumped on the scale. In 2.5 weeks of living this way, I had lost 24 pounds. In 6 months, I had lost over 50 pounds. And at that point, I went back to the doctor that I had seen in New York, and I said, listen, I've really given up diet sweeteners. That is the thing that was making me really crave sweet. I wasn't eating 13 cupcakes a day, or however you want to metric it. I was really, diet sweeteners were the thing that was actually making me, sick ultimately and unhealthy. And so I was living this way for like a year. People were asking questions like, what program are you on? And I'm like, I'm not really on a program. I'm just really paying attention and eating real. And, this was 15 years ago, which is crazy. And so finally, I, again, was like really enjoying, this newfound freedom of, again, not just the weight, but just feeling good overall. And so I went to my local Whole Foods. I'm still interviewing for tech jobs. I'm, interested, but I just, I think that the big challenge for me was that people were asking me to go and develop what I had developed at AOL. And I thought, like, why do I want to blow up what I've done at AOL? I had worked so hard to do something great there. So, maybe I should go do something totally different. And so finally I'm in my local Whole Foods in San Francisco talking to the guy who's like stocking the shelves, not even a buyer. And I said to him, listen, I really want water with just a little bit of fruit in it. And I've been slicing up fruit at home and throwing it in water to get myself to drink water. And he pointed to a product called vitamin water. And at that time, vitamin water had more sugar in it than a can of Coke. And so I realized that I was, educating him. I mean, this is a guy that works at Whole Foods. So I thought like, oh, he totally knows what's healthy and what's better for me. And he's like, that's so crazy. I've gained like 20 pounds in the last 2 years and I'm drinking, these products that are like healthy, but they're not really healthy. And I'm like, I know, like that was me with, but my issue wasn't sugar. My issue was actually diet sweeteners. And so I went home that day and I had this epiphany that, there's so many people out there like me that are really trying to get healthy, that are, some people are trying to lose weight, some people are trying to deal with diseases, some people are just trying to clear their skin or get to sleep at night or whatever. And, while they're like really trying to get that fix and oftentimes looking to get a quick fix, they're also willing to be educated about what they're doing today without actually, realizing that this is what's, really, really getting them sick. And so I said to my husband, okay, I know what I'm going to do now. Like I know I've been off work now for 2 years trying to figure this out. And it wasn't like I wasn't doing anything. I was, parenting 3 young children at that point. And I looked at him and I said, I'm going to take $50,000 out of our bank account and I'm going to start a beverage company. And he was actually an intellectual property attorney at this company called Netscape that had also been acquired by AOL. And he said, Kara, so you're a very smart person, but this is a really dumb idea. Like probably the dumbest idea that I've ever heard, you've come up with at this point. And I said, so thanks for being so supportive, but on top of everything else, like I actually think that if we could get people to enjoy water again, then we could really change health in not just in this household, but actually for a lot of other people who are dealing with diseases. On sort of a side track, I had a friend, my college roommate, actually worked for the Center for Disease Control, and really interesting. She called me up and she said she had been working on poison control for the CDC, and she had been moved over to work on this thing that they were trying to figure out at the CDC. This disease that was cropping up and growing at a very fast rate called type 2 diabetes. And so I happened to have this conversation with her around, that they really didn't understand it. They saw that it was clearly different from type 1 diabetes, but that the key thing that they saw that was consistent across people who had type 2 diabetes, which they were estimating 14 years ago was 2% of the population. Today, 40% of the population has type 2 diabetes or prediabetes. So it's the fastest growing disease not only in the US, but also throughout the country. And weight gain is something that is a consistent thread across it, but also diet sweeteners. And the trick is actually figuring out like what is the diet sweetener, right? So there's a lot of sweeteners that are out there. Stevia is probably the biggest one today that people talk about that are natural, that trick our brain into actually thinking that they're healthier and better for us. But that was something that the CDC was looking at and was very, very concerned. And you know, again, really interesting that my friend was talking to me about this at the time, and how I had seen, I wasn't having stevia at that time, but how diet sweeteners were actually not only potentially making me hold weight, but also you know, gain weight, but also hold on to the weight. So anyway, I decided that I was gonna, you know, launch this company. Had no idea what it was called. Was telling my husband I was gonna launch this beverage, and it was gonna be called Wawa. And so he's a New Yorker, and he said, so if you don't listen to me, you've made some money in tech, if you don't listen to me about anything else, like there's this tiny little chain in Pennsylvania that it's probably not a good idea for it to be called Wawa, because they'll crush you like a bug if you actually get this off the ground. And so as I started talking about what I really wanted to do, I wanted to give people hints. It was a hint of flavor, and being, you know, the intellectual property attorney, I said, just file the name Hint and see what happens. He's like, not gonna happen. It's a 4-letter word. You're never gonna, you know, get the trademarks on this. And I, you know, said, by the way, 2 more things. Also register drink water, not sugar. And he said, okay, shaking his head like it's not gonna happen. And I said, also, I'm pregnant with our 4th child right now, so I'd really appreciate it if you didn't like actually like be so hard on me at this point. And so he just thought like the whole world had changed. I mean, we don't have as many kids as you had, but it's like 4 is enough and enough to sort of put you over the edge at that point. So he had left Netscape and was actually in between Netscape and ultimately joining Hint. He had done a medical startup that was basically a patient interview company that helped people to get better diagnostics. His dad's a doctor, still practicing in New York. And what he saw was that healthcare really depended, in his mind, on like who you knew. And it wasn't just about, you know, it was really difficult for people to get the right diagnostics on, you know, lots of issues like type 2 diabetes and other things. So I invited him to come with me to the plant as we're like rolling the bottles off of, you know, the first plant that I had gotten to actually run this product. And I said, he's like, I get it now. You've got a physical product. You've worked in bits and bytes forever. And now you've got this physical product that you can actually tell people, like, here, taste it. You can, you know, get people to enjoy it. And I'm like, that's not what I want to do at all. What I want to do is actually get people to understand that if they're putting something different into their body that actually makes a difference, then they can actually make all of these changes, and we can not only improve health in their house, but also potentially improve health in, you know, the entire world. And so, you know, the next 6 months, we basically, he joined me sort of as a temporary, you know, I think he was actually watching to figure out whether or not I was, you know, off the rails or not. And he joined me and helped me to actually get the product really off the ground. And then once we actually got it into our first Whole Foods, you know, we thought we were off to the races, right? We're in Whole Foods. I convinced the same guy that was actually merchandising the product that day when I was first thinking about this idea to actually put it on the shelf. And the first day, delivered it to the hospital. I delivered it to Whole Foods and then went to the hospital and had my son Justin. And then the next day I got a phone call from Whole Foods, and they said those 10 cases that we bought they're gone. And I said, okay, well, who took them? He called me in the hospital. I still didn't really believe that somebody was actually buying the product at this point. I mean, again, for me, this was just like something that actually was helping me. I didn't really care whether or not somebody was actually buying it at this point. So again, we thought like, okay, Whole Foods, we're off to the races, everything's gonna be great. You know, there was this product called Vitamin Water out there, it hadn't been acquired yet. And you know, we thought, okay, how do we actually continue to grow this product outside of San Francisco? Did lots of crazy things from a distribution standpoint, including launching it in New York City. That was our second market, which was still one of our biggest markets, but pretty nutty. And then a friend of mine, Omid Kordasani, was the first employee at Google and was trying to actually get myself and my husband to come inside of Google. And I remember, sitting down with him at lunch on University Avenue in Palo Alto, and he said, "Carol, what are you doing right now? Like, you and Theo are off like in San Francisco with a bunch of kids, and you've taken a couple of years off. You guys should come in and join us here at Google." And I said, I'm really passionate about like changing health. And he was like, "Well, how are you doing this?" And I started to explain about Hint Water, and he's like, "Okay, this seems somewhat crazy, but for whatever it's worth, we're actually putting in a shelf inside of Google, and we're going to probably stock beverages. We're going to really help our employees to get healthy, because what we realize is that if we actually do that, not only are people not going to have to go out to lunch and spend 2 hours waiting for the right table and getting their lunch, but we can actually help to control what their health is." And I was like, "Oh, that's really interesting." He gave me this guy's phone number, and we dropped off 6 cases to Google. And today we're the largest beverage in Silicon Valley to not only Google, but Facebook, all of the rest of the beverages. And in fact, Google still to this day is one of our largest customers, which is somewhat crazy. So the tech industry has been a major, major part of how we've ultimately gotten customers. I always tell people, like, as this company has grown, actually getting shelf space is, not going to lie, it's like the biggest challenge when you're going up against the soda giants that are out there that have, essentially real estate deals with large consumer, grocery companies. And so we've continued to grow, like I said, in Silicon Valley, and continued to grow on college campuses as college campuses are trying to deal with kids coming in with these diseases like type 2 diabetes, and trying to make sure that parents are believe that their kids are being taken care of, even though there's large soda contracts. And then about 5 years ago, take one sip of hint. About 5 years ago, we got this phone call from Amazon. And this was actually after we had gone into a major coffee company, Starbucks. I tell this story to entrepreneurs all the time, that it's, one day you wake up, I always describe being an entrepreneur in the food and beverage industry as like pick and shovel work. Actually, one of the owners of City Winery actually gave me this saying many, many years ago. He was one of my mentors. So, Josh Dorff, great guy. But anyway, as we were building this company, we got a phone call from Starbucks, and Starbucks said to us, "Hey, listen, we want to put your blackberry water in 200 stores." And of course, that's the gold mine, right? In an entrepreneur's mind, you're like, all right, I've got Starbucks now, I've got 200 stores. And then they called us back a week later, and they said, actually, can you guys handle 1,000 stores? And I'm like, 1,000 stores, we got it. We're going to be able to do this. And then a month later, they said, can you guys go chain wide in 11,000 stores? And I'm like, okay, that's a big chunk, but I'm super excited, and we're going to make it work somehow. And I said, just out of curiosity, what is it that, what is success to you guys? Because that's a lot of product for us, and, a lot of money going in order to make sure that that's, I want to understand what the success rate is. And they said, if you sell, basically 1.5 bottles per store per day, then you're good. So I'm like, okay, doing the calculation, I'm like, okay, great. So 18 months later, we're doing on average 3 bottles per store per day. Killing it. So we get this phone call from one of the buyers at Starbucks, and they said, hey, listen, this is such a hard conversation, which is never a way to start a phone call, right? And they said, so Howard Schultz sent an email this morning and said that although, you know, he likes Hint and he thinks it's great, he wants to put more food with more margins into the case. And so I'm like, okay, so when is this happening? And the buyer said next week. So 1 week we had. And so I thought, I don't cry very often, but like that was like one where I thought, how am I gonna go back and like tell my team and tell my investors? Like, I mean, I think that day I got like hot, cold. Like I was like, it was a bad day, right? And I went home and I realized that this is like the moment where like I have to really figure out like what happened here, and also recognize that like some things are beyond your control, but also there were areas of the country that never would have experienced Hint in you know, the foreseeable future, in places like Iowa or even Chicago, or places where we didn't have distribution, that had tried the product. And so I went in and I told my team the next day, I said, listen, it's not great, I'm not gonna lie, but what is great is that the people who are actually customers who want the unsweetened flavored water they're gonna keep coming back. Now we have to figure out exactly how to service them and keep our customers happy. So while I was trying to figure this out, I get a phone call from Amazon. And Amazon was launching a grocery business. And so just a little bit of background, Jeff Bezos had actually been my client at AOL. I helped him, my claim to fame is I helped him set up one of his first bookshelves when he only had 60 books inside of Amazon. So it was his cardboard table, and he had Home Depot like plastic bookshelves. And so I thought, like, Jeff has launched, like, really smart guy. Jeff has launched like a bunch of products along the way that people don't even hear about, and I just didn't think that the world was necessarily ready for grocery and buying these products. But when the buyer called me and said, we really want to put Hint products into our grocery business, I said, I have a ton of Blackberry Hint that's sitting in the warehouse, and you're more than welcome to buy it from me. And so they did, and very quickly we became one of the top products on Amazon. So a year into that business, you know, we're continuing to scale. I went up to Amazon to go meet with some analysts and some different buyers up there. And the message that I got back was like, you guys are just killing it. It's great. We've launched Amazon Prime. It's like your subscriptions are like awesome. It's great. And what we see is that this consumer is not only buying products like yours, but they're also buying things like gastric lap bands, and for bypass surgeries, and different healthy perception products. So clearly there was a health aspect to it. And I said, awesome, I like want all that data. And they said, no, like that's our data. And so you're not gonna get that data. So I went back to my roots and went back to the board, and I said, listen, we're gonna launch our own direct-to-consumer business. And this was 4 years ago. And I said, we're gonna do drinkhint.com. We'd always had sort of a press site at drinkhint.com, but I said, we're gonna make it consumer enabled. We're gonna like offer people the ability to buy everything that we do. So if we're in Publix and they have 3 SKUs at best, like we're gonna offer all 23 of our SKUs, and we're gonna actually look at the data and be able to actually grow this business. And there was a ton of pushback, including Amazon's gonna kill you, you can't be on both, like all these things. And you know, what I learned really from, not only from my world of AOL, but also from, you know, my world way back when in circulation at Time Magazine, was that, you know, the consumer really controls where they're gonna buy. And there's no better example of that than today, than Hint, where today we have successfully built a direct-to-consumer business while also maintaining our relationship with Amazon. You can also buy our products on places like Target. We are continuing to grow our world offline. That business has this year grown 110% year-over-year growth, primarily with same store sales. So we're growing our space within the stores. If you look at SPINS data, our sales per square foot are actually higher than vitamin water, are higher than Diet Coke, which is a very, very important metric. But also the convenience of consumers being able to carry a heavy case, because the average consumer is drinking 4 to 7 bottles of Hint a day. There's a ton of people that aren't drinking Hint. I mean, half of this, room didn't even know about Hint. I mean, I get excited when I hear that, that the number of consumers that are actually aware, the awareness spectrum, it's like 6%, which I think that is the metric that shows me that this can be a $1 billion plus brand ultimately. And so one other thing I'll mention, we've continued to grow in lots of different channels and really service the customer. 2.5 years ago, I woke up, and not really woke up, but probably going on for about a year, I had this dry patch on my nose. And I kept thinking, maybe I used some different moisturizers, maybe why do I have this dry patch on my nose? I finally went to the dermatologist, and the dermatologist said, it's probably, just pre-cancer stuff, people get it, you grew up in Arizona, you're a redhead, whatever, dismissing it. I get the phone call back from her, and she's like, it's bad. So you have cancer, which is not something that, somebody wants to hear. A entrepreneur, a mother, a wife, a CEO, however you identify it, it is a awful message to get from your doctor. And so I had surgery to remove the cancer, and then the last thing that my dermatologist said is, you need to get serious about wearing sunscreen. And I'm like, so I wear SPF in all of my foundations and bases, and that's what women do. And she was like, well, I don't know. I don't know anything about that other than you need to start wearing sunscreen. So I went to my local CVS and started looking at the shelves for sunscreens, and I thought, God, I'm as confused as I was with the diet soda. I have no idea what to buy. Do I buy mineral-based products? Do I buy, an SPF with 50 versus 15? It was just super confusing. And I also started seeing something else, which was that most sunscreens were either scented with some kind of, tropical or coconut, or unscented. And I thought, there's nothing wrong with scent, but I don't particularly like the coconut smell. It's sort of, I've probably smelled it for too many years. And so as I'm starting to look at ingredients, I went back, another Center for Disease Control study, I went back and ran across a study on an ingredient that is in 97% of sunscreens called oxybenzone, which is the ingredient that you were talking about. So oxybenzone in 1976 was recommended, had recommended to the FDA to not approve this product because it may actually enhance precancer cell growth underneath the skin. And so I thought, why did it get approved? I mean, the 70s were a time when there were lots of things happening, including, genetically modifying our foods and lots of other ingredients. And so I went and asked the question, do we really need this for a UV block in our products? And again, thriving business, I've had more beverage industry executives say to me oh, Hint is failing, the water is failing, so therefore you have to go and launch a sunscreen. And I'm like, okay, that's it, right, whatever. And the reality is that I saw this issue that I thought so many people are confused by. We're told every single day, wear sunscreen. We tell our kids, wear sunscreen. And yet, could we actually be doing something that is causing more harm than not? And I told my dermatologist, I said, do you think I should just go create a sunscreen? Somewhat joking, just like I had done with the beverage. And I said also, what is this exactly that people are smelling in these sunscreens? And she's like, I have no idea. So one day I actually had the extracts, so the byproduct from our water in our kitchen, and I thought, I wonder if I use the grapefruit and I actually just put it into the sunscreen, like, will it smell great? And I was wearing it. I was wearing the sunscreen that I had developed in my kitchen again for over a year. And then finally, a friend of mine who used to work at L'Oreal said, you know this has to be FDA approved. I went through the paperwork, filled out all the paperwork, sent it in, and I get a call from the FDA a month and a half after submitting the paperwork, and they said, so we're just curious, like, is this real fruit that you guys are using in the sunscreen? And I said, of course it is. I mean, I've had this beverage company for a long time, and they said, okay, well, we just wanted to make sure because sunscreens don't actually use real fruit, they use fragrances. And I'm like, what? Like the consumers that are actually going to Whole Foods and Trader Joe's and thinking that they're doing better for themselves are actually, buying whatever in the sunscreens and putting it on their skin. And so a year and a half later, we get approval for the sunscreen. It's called Hint, has no oxybenzone, no parabens in it. Oxybenzone has now gotten a lot of attention in Hawaii with the reef issues that are going on. That's not why I, developed it, but it's certainly helped sales. I'll say one last thing. I'm so happy as an entrepreneur that I had the direct-to-consumer business because, sort of knowing that I could actually reach out to the customer when we were launching this product and had this entire database of names. It was fascinating when we launched the sunscreen. We went out to our list that we had, and again, it had built this up about a little over 3 years into it. 80% of people who were on our list actually bought a bottle of sunscreen in January, which I thought was crazy and absolutely shocking. And what it really said to me as an entrepreneur and as a brand was that we were a brand. We were a brand that was actually, that consumers were looking at us to help them live this healthier life beyond what they were putting into their body. So we're getting ready to launch some other products in the next couple of weeks. As I've said to many analysts, I mean, my goal is not to, my goal was never to be a beverage company. My goal was really to be an administrator of health and somebody who could actually help, my family, lots of consumers to actually get healthy. And we're super excited about where we're going and doing lots of stuff in Washington right now as well. I was telling Ed about that is pretty exciting that hopefully is going to come to fruition soon, including talking to Congress about making changes in what information consumers are getting around studies, where public companies are actually not on the hook for disclosing their studies if they're actually funding studies, which I think is a wrong issue, and also school lunch programs. We're making lots of headway on that to actually get bottled water or a product like Hint in our school lunches, which today is really controlled by the orange juice industry and the milk industry. So anyway, that's Hint, and I'm really, really excited that you guys allowed me to come and tell the story. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Fantastic. Here, can I pull a chair up for you? All right, cool. Well,
absolutely.
Yeah, here. This is here.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
You get to be in the light. I'll go in the shade. Awesome. Pretty good. You remind me a lot of Sarah Blakely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying that when you were talking about Jesse, I was saying I mentioned Sarah all the time as an entrepreneur that's not only in my mind followed her passion, but has also had a lot of people say like, what a dumb idea, like 100%. Pantyhose, like super dumb, and
Yeah.
So
well, let's start there because that's actually one of the questions I had was you had mentioned like, okay, it is a crazy idea. It was kind of crazy, which is what made it kind of awesome. And then having so much direct negation over the idea. How did you process that? Like, what was your internal, either pep talk, thought process, questions that you gave to yourself?
So I kept running into people who hadn't thought about it. And then as I talked to them about it, they're like looking at their own life, and I could see them processing it. So, they were at the time potential customers of this product, and I saw that they were giving up diet soda or flavored waters that all had sweeteners in it. So when we launched this product, I mean, everything had a sweetener in it outside of carbonated waters that were out there that had some flavor in it. Most of those products had sodium. Today they have, you know, less and less of that as well. But I also really wanted a product that had real fruit, and I was shocked that, you know, when I called up the large soda companies as talked to their customer service agents, and I said, so what are you guys flavoring these things with? Like, are you using real fruit? And the message back was like, oh, we don't really know. And I'm like, okay, but, and so, you know, there's been lots written about this now, but a lot of these flavors that are out there are not using real fruit, and they're using things like bone marrow or, you know, disgusting, but beaver anus glands is another thing that is used. Yeah, and so, you know,
Rome's laughing.
Really
I found
nasty.
you back there. I was like, why
Yeah.
does beaver anus glands make me think of my Costa Rican friends? That's
Yeah.
you know.
So it's, I mean, it's just, I just thought to myself, like, even if you're not vegan, like, it's just, like, nasty. Like,
Yeah.
I just thought, like, you know, if you want a dragon fruit drink, and, like, you have no idea what these products have. And so I just thought, like, I really want something that is just, you know, like, really has fruit in it and doesn't have the sweeteners in it. And, you know, and I think, like, the other piece of it that I really saw too was that it didn't, like, my issue was diet soda. But then I started to talk to people about how they had gone on low fat, or they had, you know, they had been.
Well, yeah, heart disease skyrocketed during the low fat, you know, trend, right? Yeah.
And then these things that were calling themselves vitamin, it was like this thing goes off in your brain that, you know, says, okay, that's healthier and better for you. And, you know, I started my own process too. Was, you know, I remember, I don't know, probably in like I don't even know what grade, second grade or whatever, where you're like dissecting like vocabulary words, right? Diet is like it's like a negative word, right?
Totally.
And then somewhere along the way, it becomes this word where you actually think like, oh, diet is good. Like, I'm proud to be walking around with diet, and it's kind of messed up, right?
Right.
And yet there's no scientific proof that these, you know, words actually make us healthier. And so, so anyway, that was really I would say that it was really the potential customers and the change and getting people to think. Now, you know, I say it's customers. I mean, it's people, and as you know, I mentioned before. I mean, now we have large companies who are calling us and, you know, asking us to basically sit in a room with their insurance people and as well as their food service people, which is often shocking to me that they don't actually talk to each other. So when people are actually putting, you know, food and beverages, like, you would think that they'd, you know, actually speak to each other because they both have the same initiatives with the company. And, you know, CEOs are calling me and bringing me into these companies to say, like, can I actually change healthcare costs in my company by actually cutting back on sugar and sweeteners in the company? And the answer is yes. And many companies are doing it. I mean, Google was probably the first one, but I think, like, that to me is, you know, can we actually help disrupt and change and, you know, do anyway.
So I had, okay, let me, this is kind of a weird question, but I'll ask it and hopefully it articulates well. So going from a very, I'm going to say corporate, I don't know if that's the right term, but like, you know, a very corporate environment to now shifting into like, this is going to be your vision and you're going to go, you're becoming a founder or an entrepreneur, and then being really successful at it. And you weren't really following like, oh, this is now the fastest growing market of organic, like water, right? I'm just making that up. Did you have to mentally renegotiate with yourself of like what was possible for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I never.
Why you? And then like the whole like, well, why not you? Did you have to go through that a little bit?
So I rose in AOL, and, you know, I give this talk to, you know, many of my team members. I became the youngest vice president inside of AOL, and was, you know, was like really proud about that, but it was actually really complicated because, you know, here I'm a lot of my, like, the people that I want to hang out with are not sort of at that level. So it was like I couldn't go out, for happy hour with them because I felt like they were always like, oh, your boss is a jerk, or, whatever. Like, it was a very complicated thing. So I realized when I left AOL that while I was happy about what I had grown to be, I didn't actually aspire necessarily to do that again.
Yeah.
And go inside and do it inside of another company. I mean, that for me was interesting. And instead, what I really, really, honed in on was what did I love doing? And I really loved being at the, I'm a builder. I mean, I know that about myself, that I'm curious. I've always been curious. I never.
I wrote that down as your superpower, by
yeah.
the way.
So I think that's right. And it's, again, like, there were a million reasons why I should have gotten here in the first place. My dad actually was the founder of a product called Healthy Choice, which is, he started it at Armour Food Company, and they ended up selling it to ConAgra. I mean, it's still one of the largest products at ConAgra, but it was, I never thought, and he never thought, that I was actually going to go and start, a food company. But somewhere along the way, as a kid, where I had every type of sweetener, saccharin and aspartame and all kinds of things, like I can, go back and track exactly what those products were. So I was always super curious about things, but I didn't sit there and say, and I often tell this to entrepreneurs, I didn't sit here and say, oh gosh, vitamin water sold for $4.2 billion and, we're gonna be next. That's never been my purpose and my reason for doing this. I've wanted to actually service the customer.
Love it.
And it's not to say that, as we were talking about earlier, I mean, we have had many conversations with the large soda and food companies, and my team is no longer confused when soda executives walk into our office on Union Street in San Francisco and see me having a conversation with them. And I'm open to talking to anybody, but I've never really believed that these large companies actually want to do what I want to do, which
truly
is change health.
And keep
right.
it that way.
And it's hard because they've got the mothership and they're public companies.
It's
and
moving.
Yeah,
It's
and they don't want to change. I mean, and it's not to say that there aren't certain people inside there that want to change. It's just that it's just way too hard to change that ship.
Very cool. All right, Vinny, and then we have microphones. Cool.
Hey, Kara, good to see you again. Met you at War Room. You're awesome. It's great. I'm a fellow builder, and I'm just sitting here amazed hearing your story again about, I guess I want to understand some more about the energy needed to fight through some of these big ones. Like, first, your husband, not being your biggest cheerleader at the launch, the investors when you've got 33,000 bottles sitting in the warehouse.
Yeah.
This idea when you want to go direct to and get the data in Amazon, the massive shift of a builder. Because as a builder, I just excited about building something. I'm just assume it's going to work. I'll jump over the wall. And then when I take the hit, how do you come back? Where is that? I just always want to be around people. I want to know how that's working.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit this morning, but it's, I think, having people around you that actually believe in you, and that includes, the financial partners. I mean, I've never partnered with people who, my gut, my spidey sense, whatever you want to say, it was that they were going to ultimately block me. Not to say that I haven't, encouraged conversation, and and that I always want to have people who think a little bit differently in the room. I'm really good at hiring those kind of people that will challenge me and challenge my team. But I think it's, for me, I think it was really, I think that's the big thing, is that people who recognize that, you've got a purpose and that you've got a cause and are kind of let you go. I mean, I've heard nightmare stories. It doesn't matter what industry you're in, where it really does make a difference who is funding your company and how much they, let you do. I mean, I got some great advice from the vitamin water founders early on that, They only actually owned 12% of the company when all was said and done, but they always controlled the board. And so, you know, I run into founders today who say, and entrepreneurs, CEOs who say, you know, how do you do that? Like, how do you control the board? And, you know, that you don't take money from people that are gonna not allow you to do that and not allow you to carry on your vision. So
it's great advice right there.
Yeah,
That's
no,
great
I mean,
advice,
it's important, and I should just mention, I mean, we have over 100 investors in the company. We have, you know, celebrity ones like John Legend that are out there, but then we have, you know, a lot of tech people who just like drink our product. And so people are like, how do you get John Legend to like be on stage and have Hint right next to him? I'm like, he just likes it, right? And he also, you know, after he sings, not before, but he likes blackberry fizz with vodka, you know, and has cocktails with it too. And so it's having people that are really passionate about your brand and, you know, and sort of what you're doing and believing in you. And I think that that's the important thing.
Awesome. Gilo.
What year did this start? I think we missed that, or maybe I missed it.
Yeah,
Time frame.
So we started in 2005. I mean, the company was incorporated end of 2004, started in 2005. You know, obviously 2008, 2009, like, were really bad. Another reason to have investors or no investors, you know, as you're growing, because I think the world was collapsing in 2009. There were a lot of beverage companies that were, you know, doing crazy deals that we wouldn't do. So, you know, Whole Foods came to us. I've said this to Whole Foods many times where, you know, they said, if you want to be in Whole Foods in 2009, then you need to give us product. And I thought, and we're not going to buy product because we want to keep the doors open. And I'm like, huh? Like, that's a really bad deal. Like, how am I going to stay in business if I do that? And so we actually, you know, cut off distribution from Whole Foods because we wouldn't do it. And a lot of beverage companies called me and said, what are you guys doing? And I'm like, I'm not giving my product away to Whole Foods. Like,
and that was 2009?
2009.
So if you actually think about that, since we're all internet marketers, we're like, well, why won't you just sell directly on Facebook, Instagram, blah, blah, blah. Well, that really wasn't, it was just starting. Like, Facebook was not as easy as it is nowadays. So that was like cutting off your potential lifeblood to distribution.
100%.
Yeah.
And there were, I know, you know, Jesse and was involved in Zico, and you know, there were a lot of companies at that point who said, like, we don't have a choice. I mean, today we're the largest non-alcoholic beverage company that doesn't have a investment or distribution from Coke, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper Snapple. And like I said, it's not that we don't have conversations with those people. It's, you know, on a daily basis, I get an email from somebody who's a beverage company or who has some sort of investment in one of these beverage companies who says, I don't know how you guys did it. Like, wow. I mean, honestly, like, it's crazy how you've been able to piece this thing together. And now, you know, we can distribute throughout the country, you know, without actually having, you know, those people. So those partnerships.
Mandy.
Hi, my name's Mandy, and I'm actually a keto coach. So I love what you're doing, your mission and everything like that. And you're the only water alternative that I recommend to all my people.
Yay.
I lead with education, and I love that you started that with that vision in mind. So how do you encourage your customers to go ahead and educate themselves and other people to further your mission?
So we don't make any health claims at all. It's nice having, if I didn't mention this before, so my husband joined us. I thought he was only going to be there 6 months, and 13 years later, he's still there. He sits right next to me. He's our chief operating officer, and he's a lawyer, right? Which is really nice to have a lawyer on staff. And he said, he's always the one who, you know, has the North Star saying, like, don't make any health claims. Like, it's like, that's the key, that's what the lawyers say, right? And so what's great, what we've seen over time is that this customer is actually seeing change in just drinking Hint, right? And we get questions, you know, not every day, but every few days, like, what do you guys put in there? Like, why don't I have type 2 diabetes anymore? Why am I losing weight? And we're like, our response is always like, it's not about Hint, it's about the other stuff. right? And so, so I think that the education is really getting people, it's always been to realize that what you're putting into your body, what you're putting on your body, what you're, you know, doing every single day is all part of your lifestyle that, you know, can adjust if you focus on it and you educate yourself on it. And you know, people will ask us like, what diet should I do? Whole30? Should I do keto? Like, we're like, I don't know. Like, maybe you should try them all and see what works for you. I mean, we're probably the only drink that is like, you know, diet agnostic, and we're like, look, you need to figure out what works for you, and you need to start paying attention. I mean, it's so funny when you think about it. We pay attention to so many other things in our life. We want to understand like what kind of gasoline we're putting in our cars, what kind of, you know, air we're putting in our tire, or what kind of, I mean, whatever it is, what kind of paint we're putting on our walls, and we don't pay attention to what we're doing, like, which is really crazy. Right? And so that's what we preach really to, you know, everybody. Do what works for you and keep testing it and keep trying it and keep, you know, leveling up, right? Keep trying to do better, and, you know, and that's the big thing. So, yeah.
Awesome. It is 12:20. We are going to break for lunch. We're going to be back in here for anyone who wants to learn about Platinum or Platinum members to be in here. That'd be great. And then we're starting at 1:30 with Ian Stanley. And Ian, I got you a little more time than you have on the calendar. Is he in here, or is he practicing his humor? He said he's gonna be really funny, guys. I'm just letting you know. He did. He's like, I'm gonna be really funny. He's like, is it okay if I'm really funny? I'm like, I think everyone needs a little laughter after lunch, so it's perfect. But let's give it up for Kara.
Thanks,
Kara
guys.
Golden.
Thank you. Yeah, totally. Yeah. No, it's great. Thank you.
Are you Irish?
I am. Yeah.
I've had stuff and the doctor was like,
Yeah.
the doctor's
Yeah, you
like,
too.
Yeah, you're here every 6 months for the rest of your life, buddy. So everybody, let's give Dennis Profits warm welcome to Mr. Brian Tracy. All right, sir. Thank you very much. You got it. Have fun. Have fun.
Thank you. Can we turn those lights up again, please? I know we didn't pay enough for the electricity, but let's turn up the lights. There we go. Well, thank you very much. I'm just so delighted to be here and to be with Ed and you guys, because you are the cutting edge, as we say, the point of the spear. You're the leaders in this industry because you're here. Only the top 10% of professionals in any field ever come to a conference like this. And we noticed that none of you were brought at gunpoint, so that means you must be in the top 10%. Is that right? Is that a fair assessment? Say yes. And we're going through some turmoil in the markets today. Excuse me, could we turn up the lights, please? Oh, they're warming up? Did we turn them off? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, there we go. As the philosopher said, life is just one damn thing after another. So we're going through some turmoil in the markets today. And I remember in 1907, there was a financial meltdown in the U.S. markets. It looked like the U.S. economy is going to collapse. And J.P. Morgan brought together some of the top business people in the country, and they all sat down. And he sat down and he wrote a check. This is in 1907 for $500 million to stabilize the U.S. economy. One man, one financier by himself did it. Now, it's not possible today, but he was asked by the journalist, Mr. Morgan, what's the market going to do? And he said, well, I've given this considerable thought. He said, and I have concluded that the market will fluctuate. And this market will fluctuate. We're going through some very interesting times now. Whenever you have a long period of time, you go through a hangover period, which is what we're going through now, because of too much debt in too many different ways. And it all has to flush itself out of the system. But our market will stabilize. There's still 300 million people who need to eat and drink and go to work and school and have their teeth taken care of. And so business is going to be good in the future. We just have to stay calm. It's really easy to stay calm when everything's calm. It's when things are a little bit turbulent that you need to stay calm. You just take a deep breath and just be cool. Epictetus once said, the Greek philosopher, he said that circumstances do not make the man, they merely reveal him to himself. And so it is not circumstances that make our character, it is how we respond to those circumstances. And all throughout life, we'll have problems and difficulties. Anybody here have any problems, by the way? Yeah. Well, it's the way that we deal with our problems, the way that we respond to them. We cannot control the problems. In fact, what we know is life is a continuous succession of problems. Life is I should never have said anything, you know. The guy back there is mad at me now. He's pissed, you know. He's going to keep those lights going up and down for the next hour and a half. Anyway, they say life is a continuous succession of problems, and the only break in this continuous succession of problems is the occasional crisis. And because we're living active lives, according to the numbers, you'll have a crisis about every 2 to 3 months. You'll have a family crisis or a financial crisis or a practice crisis or a physical crisis, but you'll have a crisis about every 2 to 3 months. Which means that, by the way, that everybody in this room is either in a crisis right now or has just gotten out of a crisis or just about to have a crisis. And the only thing you can do is to deal with the crisis effectively. Now, could we put something under here? I'm going to put a box under here. Under here. A box. Oh. Good. Oh, thank you. And so how you respond to what happens to you in life is really the critical factor. So I have to ask you a question, is what is the most important, highest paid work in America? Well, if you follow what Ed teaches you, it sure can be. The highest, most important work, it's kind of a trick question, is thinking. Thinking is the most important work that we do. Thomas Edison said, thinking is the hardest work of all. That's why most people would rather die than think. And yet thinking is the most important thing you do, because the quality of your thinking determines the quality of your decisions. The quality of your decisions determines the quality of your actions. The quality of your actions determines the quality of your results. And of course, your results determine the quality of your life. In business, the bottom line of everything is results. And the question is, does it work? And does it work, and how well does it work, and how well does it work in comparison with other things? So in business, you have one central focus and one question. Does it work, and how well does it work? We say when we talk about business, how much in, how much out, how fast, how sure. Those are the 4 questions that you always ask. And so thinking has the most important results because of one word, and it's one of my favorite words in time management. It's the word consequences. And consequence is a great word because something is important to the degree to which it has potentially serious consequences. Something is unimportant to the degree to which it has low or no consequences. Now you can always tell important people, because what do important people work on? Things that have potentially important consequences. You'll find that unimportant or unsuccessful people are people who work on things that have low or no consequences. You take the 80-20 rule, which I've studied all my life as you have. Why is it the top 20% make 80% of the money? Top 10% make 90%. Now here's the interesting thing, is that life is very much like a marathon. We all start off at the same line, we're all ready to go, and we start running, and everybody's got pretty much the same abilities and the same opportunities. We go to the same schools, we go to the same colleges, and yet some people get way, way ahead, the mass stay in the middle, and some people fall so far behind they think they're first. And so why is this? And well, this has been studied for year after year, and we find that there's one single difference. It's the way you think. I was listening to somebody who grew up in a small town, and he was talking about this interesting point. He said he came from a poor family, and there are 3 families in that town that owned everything. They owned the mill, and they owned the factory, and they owned the general store, and they owned the shipping, and they owned the trucking, and they owned the agricultural processing. They owned everything. And these 3 families were rich. They had beautiful homes. Everybody revered them and talked about them, and they were on the bank boards and everything else. And he went to school with the kids from these 3 families. And, you know, everybody wanted to be their friends. Of course, you remember those days. And he found that they were quite normal kids. They weren't very different from anybody else. But somehow these families owned everything. And it was a real shock to him. It wasn't their education, because they weren't getting a better education than he was. They weren't the grades, because the grades were the same. It certainly wasn't their physical attractiveness or anything else. It was just one thing, is they thought differently. They had an attitude of looking for opportunities and possibilities. And what we have found, the series of articles in Inc. magazine, they were interviewing people who'd become fabulously successful, rags to riches stories. Every one of them said, the only reason I succeeded is because I developed the habit of always looking for the opportunity, always looking for something good or positive in what I was doing. Whereas other people, they have a setback and go, oh my God, wah, 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 and they go home and drink and watch television and so on. But successful people are always looking for the opportunity. They think differently. And so when you learn to think better, you make better decisions, you get better results. Interesting question, by the way. Which comes first, thought or emotion? Well, the answer is thought comes first, because according to the University of Pennsylvania, the way you translate something determines how you feel about it. If you translate an event as being a positive event, you know, some people can be going out with a complete jerk, and the jerk breaks up with them and stomps out. And they can say, wow, fabulous, saves me all the problem of doing it. The other person can be decimated and depressed and everything else. Same event, different interpretation. So what they found is the way you interpret or explain things to yourself largely determines how you feel about them. And if you look for the good in everything, if you look for the valuable lesson, if you look for the possibilities, surprise, surprise, you always find something good or something valuable. So how you think is everything. Now here's a good question. What is the role of words in human life? Come on, so this is an easy one. The tough ones come later, okay? What do we use words for? Come on. To communicate. And that was my answer. A psychologist asked me this question, what do we use words for? And I said, to communicate. He said, yes, but there's more than that. He said, a word, he said, is a condensed thought. And a word contains many meanings. Some words can be very rich with meaning and all kinds of interpretations. Take a word like family, as it applies to yourself. Take a word like love, or children, or home, or take a word like freedom, or financial independence, you know, or success. These words are rich words. There's libraries full of books written on these individual subjects. So what they did, starting about more than 50 years ago, is they began just testing this thesis and testing people on how many words they could recognize. Like pays to increase your word power from Reader's Digest. Did you ever read that? And you read it through and you're a little bit kind of disappointed that you missed half of them? You know, you ever had that experience? Wow. Well, what they did is they took people and they just analyzed how many words out of the 4,000. By the way, if you want to know the 4,000 most common words in English, the words that they base the SAT on, the LSAT, all the great tests, you just go to the internet and put it on Google and say 4,000 most common words, and bloop, there it is, and you print it up. And it's about 20 pages, and it just gives you the word and the word meanings. And if you know those words, it'll put you in the top 10%, 5% of Americans living today, just because you know the words. Anyway, so what they did is they tested people, and they asked them, how many words do you recognize? And then they sorted them by socioeconomic level. There's 7 socioeconomic levels in America, by the way. Even though we are an egalitarian society, all societies have hierarchies, and we have a hierarchy. They found the people that knew the lowest number of words were inner city dwellers, and they had an average vocabulary of 400 words. Now, the English dictionary has about 650,000 words, and they knew 400. And some of them were words that are not repeatable in a family publication, and they were used as verbs, nouns, adverbs, and adjectives. Anyway, so then they went to the next level, and they knew more, and they went all the way up, and they found that the people at the highest levels of society recognized the most words. So they said, well, let's test this as a thesis, and they took people out of corporations, people who had certain levels of management, and they just experimented for 1 year. They taught them 5 words a day. An average, say, 1,500 words in the course of a year, and watch what happens to their lives. Well, it was just astonishing. They learned the words so they could recognize them and use them. They were promoted 2 or 3 times. Their income went up 50 to 100%. They were moved up into management. Their social circle changed. The people they hung around with and wasted time with in the evenings changed it completely. They started to associate with people who had higher vocabularies, because you always tend to associate with people who have the same level of vocabulary as yourself. It's almost like cream rises. You start to rise like cream as your vocabulary increases. Now, why does this happen? It's because the more words you know, the better you can think, because you have more tools to think with. You can think with greater subtlety. You can analyze things better. You can make better decisions. So as you learn more words, you actually become smarter. And every brain cell, as you know, is connected to 22,000 other brain cells. So as you learn more words, you connect those with other words, which enable you to see things, to sense things, develops your intuition to a higher level, and it makes you more successful. Now, why do I tell you all this? I'm sure you're fascinated by semantics. It's because when you come to this conference, what you do is you learn concepts. You learn words and concepts and ideas that you may not have thought about before, that open your eyes, like turning on the lights, which we did. They turn on the lights, which enable you to see ways to build your practice that you've never seen before. And the people who build their practices the faster are the ones who learn the most words, or learn the most concepts and ideas. And what I will do in the time we have together is I will share with you a whole bunch of ideas that are kind of like running through a darkened house at night and turning on the light switches, and all the lights go on. I'll give you some ideas that will turn on lights in different rooms. And that's what Ed was going to be doing for the entire time you're here, is constantly turning on light switches and say, do you realize that by doing this, by getting into implants very seriously, by using the internet to generate people, by using referral systems and so on, you can build your practice dramatically. Now, how do we know that these things work? It's because these are the reasons why all other practices grow dramatically. I mean, this is really not rocket science. And I'll talk about that in a couple of seconds. So here's my next question. Who is the most important person here? Well, the answer is you are the most important person here. You are the most important person in your entire world. You are the most important person in the universe to you. If you have a split nail, it's more important than if 100,000 people are washed away by a flood in Bangladesh. Because every person is the center of their own universe. And this is just the way it is. People say people shouldn't be so selfish. That's like saying people shouldn't breathe in and out. You know, the fact is that each human being is self-centered. That's the nature of staying alive. And it's essential for survival. Well, you are the most important person. You were important to your parents when you were born. You're incredibly important. Look at these little children, these little babies. I mean, whoa, geez, they become all important. This is the most incredible transition takes place one day before, one day after you have your first child. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Your whole life changes. It's almost like your whole life is like the first stage of a rocket that falls away when your first child is born. It just falls away, and everything else was kind of preamble. It's kind of like of secondary importance. What's really important is what happens from now on. And so you are very important to your parents. You are very important to your children. You're important to your friends. You're important to your patients. You're important to all the people whose lives you touch. And you're going to get some opportunities to touch some additional lives after I finish speaking. But touching lives makes you one of the most important persons. What do we have coming up in 11 days? Ta-da! Federal election. And I'm not going to talk about politics. You know, it's the problem with the word politics is it comes from the Greek. You know, poly means many, and tix means voracious bloodsuckers. You know, so we won't talk about politics because everybody's got their own idea. But I will just tell you this: if you vote the wrong way, your taxes are going to go way up. Right now, if you vote the wrong way, your taxes are going to be 50 to 60% as an independent business person running a private practice. Anyway, that's if they can get it all through. If they can't get it all through, well, then you'll only be 55%. That's before state taxes and sales taxes and car taxes and other. Anyway, but I'm not going to talk about politics. In the election 11 days from now, you walk into the voting booth and, hey, right next to you, there's Bill Gates. And the other side, there's Warren Buffett. Geez, these guys are the richest people in the United States. How many votes do they get? They get the same number of votes that you have. Your votes are important. You are an important person. Now, the reason I ask you this is because when I learned this, the underpinnings of this concept, it changed my life forever. How important you feel you are largely determines the quality of your life. How important you feel you are, how important and valuable you feel you are as a person, largely determines the quality of your life. It determines how you think about yourself and how you feel. It determines how you treat other people. And the interesting thing is how you treat other people determines how they treat you. It determines your goals you set and how persistent you are in achieving those goals. It determines the amount you discipline yourself, how hard you work. Everything is determined by how important and valuable you feel you are. Now, psychologists call this your level of self-esteem. And your level of self-esteem is like the reactor core of a nuclear generator. It's the power source of your personality. People who have positive personalities have high self-esteem. People who have weak personalities have low self-esteem. And the wonderful thing, as Ed was saying, you can raise your self-esteem by the way you talk to yourself, by the people you associate with, the people you talk to yourself. And so when you say the words, I like myself, your self-esteem goes up. So say it. Say, I like myself. Oh, come on. Take your thumbs out of your mouth. Jeez, it's almost 11 o'clock. Say it like you mean it. Say, I like myself. Wonderful. Now, when you get up in the morning, say, I like myself. I like myself. Throughout the day, say, I like myself. I like myself. Now, there's a lot of people here saying, hey, I'm a graduate in dentistry. We don't say nothing until we thought about it for 3 days. But even if you just listen to someone else saying, I like myself, your self-esteem goes up. You feel good. It's the 3 most positive words in any language. I just was teaching the same thing in Russia a week ago, and in Rome a week ago in Germany. And I'll be in China next week. I can't believe it. I'll be in China on Thursday. And I'll be teaching the same thing in China and throughout China and Malaysia. Because the more you like yourself in any language or culture, the more you like other people. The more you like other people, the more they like you right back. Do you know that 85% of our success or lack of success, happiness or unhappiness in life will be determined by our relationships with other people? 85%. Only 15% is determined on other factors. The other 85% is our relationships. The biggest problems we have in life always come with hair on top. Have you noticed that? But the more you like yourself, the more you like other people. The more you like other people, the more they like you right back. And the more they like you right back, the more they want to use you and come to you, your practice, and to recommend you to others. What is the number one key to getting referrals? Do you know what it is? Are you ready? It's a toughie. It's be referable. Be referable. How do you be referable? Be a nice person. Do you know what the number one word used to describe people to whom we refer others to? That he or she is a nice person. They are really nice people. They are really nice people. You know what nice people means? High self-esteem. You walk into a dental practice where the people are grumpy and say, sit down there and we'll call you when you're ready. You know, all right, it's your turn. What's your name? Trashy? No. Tracy? All right, whatever. Get the hell, get in here. All right. And then the other looks at your teeth and says, oh my God, what a terrible job. Whoever's been working on your teeth before, I mean, you should have come here years ago. It may be too late. I mean, and then you go into another practice and everybody's cheerful and they recognize you and they say, hi, how are you doing? Please sit down. We'll call you in a minute. If there's a delay, they say, I'm sorry, there's a bit of a delay. Can you hang on? Can we get you a glass of water or something? And you sit there and you feel special. So what is the key to building a successful practice? Of course, you must have the technical knowledge, but the key is make patients feel important. Make patients feel important. From the time they come in, make them feel important and make them feel valuable, raise their self-esteem. And you know what the fastest way to make a person feel important is when they walk into your practice? Smile at them and say, hi, how are you? Thank you for coming. Nice to see you today. How's everything going? So the first impression is like a wave of warmth, and their self-esteem goes up and they feel valuable and important. And the last thing you do is you say, thank you for coming. We sure enjoy having you. We'll look forward to seeing you again. And if it could be of any service to you, please give us a call. And if something comes up, let us know. So the last impression makes them feel important. And in between, treat them like they're the most valuable people in the world. And I promise you, you'll have to turn your phone off to keep people from calling to make appointments, because once you make people feel important, their friends will all want to send people to you. Anyway, it's a small thing, but how much you like yourself is important. Now here's the second thing. We find that really top people in every field love their work. Is they don't look at their work as, you know, and get through this. They love their work. And you can only be successful if you love your work, if you're doing something you really enjoy. Now, there will be mornings when you will get up, and so what they say is, I love my work. Say, I love my work. Whoa. Time to look for another field for some people here. All right. Try it again. Say, I love my work. Wonderful. Now, there will be mornings when you get up, and you will not say, good morning, God. You'll say, good God. It's morning. But you can get yourself cranked by talking to yourself in a positive way. Remember, 95% of your emotions are determined by how you talk to yourself. So you get up and you start saying, I like myself. I love my work. I like myself. I love my work. I like myself. I love my work. I like myself. And you can't say this 3 or 4 times without starting to smile. And you go downstairs and you're smiling. Well, what are you smiling about? Well, I like myself and I love my work. And you know something? When a person walks into your practice, they know if you like yourself and you love your work. They can tell. And if you've got people in your practice, I don't care how competent they are, if they don't like their work and like themselves, get rid of them, because they are cancers. It'll destroy your practice. Because everybody who comes in touch with them says, I'll never come here again. I've been to practices where I've been sent, and I've had one rude or difficult person, never went back. Never went back. Every time I thought of them, I had an association, a negative association. Would never refer them and never go back. Now, as Ed will tell you, the easiest customer to keep is a happy customer. Easiest place to get referrals is from happy customers. So I want you to ask, here's a great question. I'm going to get on with my subject. But here's a great question, is how many people does the average person know by their first name? Well, it's about 300, I think one of the studies said. Some people who are in public relations or sales know even more than that. But the average person knows 300. So let us say, just for fun, that the patient that is coming to your practice now, that this patient, only 10% of the people that he or she knows are patients for you, prospective patients for you. Only 10%. So how many is 10% of 300? It's 30. These are easy questions. I know somebody's using a calculator back there. And you got it wrong anyway. So here's my point. So imagine every patient that comes to you has a neon sign right here. It says 30. And it's blinking. Blink, 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 30, 30, 30, 30 more patients, 30, 30, 30, 30. So when you talk to them and you deal with them and all they're saying, be nice to me, I'll send you 30, 30, 30, 30. Now, how long would it take you to build a $2 or $3 million practice if everybody that you met over the course of the next 2 or 3 years sent you 30 more patients? And the next patient that this person recommended comes in, blink, 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 30, 30, 30. And companies and practices that take this philosophy that every person I'm talking to is sitting there with a list of 30 people. All they're saying is, okay, let's see what you got. Okay, be nice to me. Just be nice to me. I got 30 people here. I'll give you 30 patients if you're nice to me. How nice would you be to someone if they had 30 patients to give to you? Would you call them up afterwards to see how you're doing? Would you thank them when they came in? Would you be specially nice? Would you come in and check on them and say, thanks for coming? Is there anything we can do? I mean, what would you do extra if somebody said, I've got 30 patients, just treat me nice. Take my love and advice, treat me nice, you know. Are you with me so far? Hey, how much did that cost? How much does it cost to do that? Zip. We're not even talking about spending thousands of dollars on things like that. So here's the final question I want to ask you. What is the most important part of this conference? I see my coming here was an emergency. I'm not surprised you brought me yet. I mean, this is a desperate situation. We'll see if we can save it. And the answer is what you do afterwards. It's the actions that you take as a result. And Ed mentioned that earlier this morning. It's what you do, and it's not just what you do, it's when you do it. And the time that you do it is immediately. Because we found that there's a direct relationship between how quickly you take action on a new idea and how likely it is you'll ever take action on any idea at all. If you take action immediately, then you'll get the results, you'll get feedback, you'll be able to self-correct. But if you put time off and put it off, then what will happen is all the energy will drain from it. How many people here would like to double their income in the next year or two? Yes. Good. Eminently possible because of the number of new patients that are coming onto the market. But how many times, what is the average number of times that a person tries on a new goal before they give up? Can you guess? The average number of times a person tries. The average is less than 1. Because most people quit before they try the first time. What they do is they say, I want to do that, I want to double my income, and I want to install that internet marketing program, and I want to do this, and I want to come up to gold level, I'm going to do all these things, but before I do, I'm really tired, and I need to take a break to a wonderful place called Someday Isle. And so they go to Someday Isle, and they go to Someday Isle in their mind, like remembering your last, vacation in the Caribbean or wherever it was, Someday Isle. And they drift off to Someday Isle, and that's where they go. And the bottom 80% of people in our population live on Someday Isle most of their lives. It's not that they lack ability or talent or opportunity, they just lack the energy to get on with it. So they go to Someday Isle. Now, who are they surrounded with on Someday Isle? Are there people on Someday Isle? And what's the primary topic of conversation on Someday Isle? Favorite excuses. What's your favorite excuse? What's your reason for being here on the island? Well, my mommy didn't love me when I was growing up. My dad was really mean, and my first wife, she was a real bitch. And then my professor said I never amount to anything, and then my friend took my car and wrecked it, and then my stocks went down, and so I have got less in my 401k program. And it's like going in a hospital, the baby's nursery, wah, 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 wah. All these people on Someday Isle are going wah, and they're making up excuses and reasons. One of the great questions you have to ask is this, and it's a great question, is if your goal is to double your income, why isn't your income already twice as high? Why isn't your income already twice as high? Now, when you ask a question like that, say you want to be thin, why aren't you already thin? If you want to be fit, why aren't you already fit? If you want to be financially independent or out of debt, why aren't you already out of debt? And when you ask the question, you know what it triggers? It triggers your favorite excuse. It's either your reason, your ticket to Someday Isle. This is my ticket to Someday Isle. What's yours? Well, you're overweight. Well, I have a glandular problem. Yes, sir, you do. It's your mouth gland, and it's malfunctioning 5 times a day. You know, in other words, so it's our favorite excuses. So I'm going to give you one of the great secrets of life, and it's really important here in terms of dentist profits. And here's the great secret of life is vote yourself off the island. No more excuses. Get off the island. No more someday someday I'll try this, and someday I'll do that, and someday I'll give it a try. Wah, wah, wah. Do you know what the words I'll try mean? The words I'll try mean I'm going to fail in advance. I'm telling you I'm going to fail. So there's an excuse for failure in advance. Are you going to come to my party next Saturday night? I'll try. What does that mean? That means I ain't coming, baby. I'm giving you a signal. I'll try means I'm not going to do it. I'm going to fail. So don't ever say you'll try. Either do it or don't do it. Get in or get out. Vote yourself off the island. Make a decision. And what we found is a direct relation between how fast you take action on an idea and how likely it is you'll ever take action on any ideas. According to Aristotle and all the great thinkers for more than 2,000 years, virtually 95% of everything we do is habit. We have habits of getting up and habits of brushing our teeth. We have physical habits. We have habits of thinking. We have habits of action and so on. 95%. So if you were to take action over and over again, repeatedly on a new subject, what would you eventually develop? A habit. If you develop the habit of taking action, you become an action-oriented person. And you can start off with nothing going for you. You can start off with a limited education, or you have good education, start off with a new practice in a new town and everything else. But if you're an action-oriented person, and you try this and you try that, and you try this and you try that, and you try something else, and you learn to get feedback, there's nothing to stop you from being successful. All successful people are intensely action-oriented. But it means that if you hear something here, take action on it immediately. If you hear something here, think, geez, that's good, go back and phone your practice and say, and tell somebody, look, why don't we start on this immediately before I even get back? All right? But don't say, well, I'll try, think about it, sounds pretty good, but I got tickets to the island. What am I going to do with my tickets to the island? Well, sell them to the guy next to you. He needs them. He probably uses them all the time. It's like the guy who gets up in the morning and says, I wake up every morning at 6 a.m. just raring to go, and then I force myself to lay there until the feeling passes. Well, that's what a lot of people do. They hear all these great ideas, and they say, wow, that's a great idea. I got to put some distance between me and that idea, or I may even implement it. Oh, my God. Then my income would go up. Oh, that's just too much to think about. Whoa, wait for me. I'm coming to the island. Got a spare seat? Anyway, so vote yourself off the island. Now, I didn't know any of this when I was coming up. I didn't know anything about the 80-20 rule. I started off humbly. I did not graduate from high school. I worked at laboring jobs for several years, and I can tell you the story. I finally got into sales. And in sales, I ran around, spun my wheels, and went in circles, and I made no progress. And after about 6 months of hard work, just barely hanging on, I noticed there was one guy in our company that was making 10 times as much as anybody else. But I was getting up early in the morning, 6 or 7 o'clock. I was in the parking lot when people came to work. I'd work all day long, knocking on doors, offices, and then evenings I'd go out and knock on homes and apartment doors. And I'd make a sale a week, maybe. And he would roll into the office at 9 o'clock. Customer would roll in. They'd have a nice little talk. Ho, ho, ho. Customer would sign a big check, sign the order. He'd go out and make a couple of sales before lunch, have lunch with another customer, make another sale, make some more sales, quit at 4:30. He was out selling the whole sales team together. And over time, by the way, I've worked with probably 1,000 sales organizations, and almost always there's one person out of 50 salespeople who sells as much as all of them put together. And they all started off at the same starting line. So I went and I asked him, I said, what are you doing differently from me? And he told me, and I did it, and my sales went up. And then I went back to him, I said, well, what else? He said, well, have you read anything on selling? I said, are there books on selling? I had no idea there were books on selling. So I began to read books on selling. Every morning I'd get up and read for 2 or 3 hours. I'd read in the evenings. And then, what about audio programs? I didn't know there were audio programs. I began to listen to audio programs. I just carried them around. I listened to them until they basically were recorded into my brain. And even today, I can hear the words of the first audio trainers that I listened to. And I began to attend seminars. And then, of course, the most important thing of all for you is to come to practice meetings like this. Well, practice development meetings. Well, what happens is my sales went up and up and up, and then they made me a sales mangler. And as a sales mangler, they said, look, whatever you're smoking, you should get some guys and share it with them. So I went out and I recruited people, and I taught them what I knew, and their sales went up. And today, I meet millionaires all over the world, who are millionaires and multimillionaires who came to one of my seminars or listened to one of my programs and practiced those things and became successful. Which brings us to, and this is the reason I had this up here, wanted to write down a couple of things. I know you like to take notes. Do you like to take notes? Say yes. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to be watching you. So no more going to the island. Okay, here we go. All right. So what I learned, which changed my life profoundly, is what is called the law of cause and effect. Now, the law of cause and effect is the reason that you're here. It's the reason that explains success and failure. It says basically, everything happens for a reason. For every effect, there's a cause. Even if we don't know, okay, what do I got here? Hold on a second. Okay, let's do a little zooming here. You can see I'm very good with these machines. Focus, okay, wide. How's that? Whoop. There we go. Thank you. So we just straighten this out a bit. Okay. It's like a kid with a toy at Christmas, okay. So the law of cause and effect says that for every effect in your life, there's a cause, that everything happens for a reason. Even if you don't know the reason, there's a reason. Is somebody's practice twice as large as somebody else's practice? It's not because of you or your genetics or your DNA or your chromosomes or anything else. It's just because they're doing something different. That's all. So what you do is if you can define the effect that you want in your life, and then what you do is you trace it back to someone who at one time was earning less than you and who's now earning twice as much. And then you find out what they did. You come here and you ask Ed and his people and they'll tell you, and then you do the same thing. We say success leaves tracks. So you just do the same thing and you get to the same place. Which brings us to one of the great rules of success, is that if you do what other successful people do over and over again until it becomes a habit, nothing in the world can stop you from getting the same results that they do. And if you don't, nothing can help you. Now, this is a very important point to understand, is that all success skills are learnable. All practice, development, and management skills are learnable skills. All sales skills are learnable. All public relations skills are learnable. All physical, mental skills are learnable. You may not be able to play, a classical violin or dump baskets like Michael Jordan, but all business and sales and management skills are learnable skills. And so therefore you can learn any skill you need to learn in order to achieve any goal that you want. And that once you understand that, so for me, that happened to me when I was 23, the dam broke. When I learned this law of cause and effect, I couldn't believe it. My God, you mean I could learn to be successful? I was a failure. I had holes in my one pair of shoes. The shoes were given to me. My size is about 10 and a half. These were size 12, so I wore them like swim fins. I had to kind of lean forward into them, so it went ka-flop, 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 ka-flop. I had one clip-on tie and one shirt that was wash and wear. I had to wash it out in my sink each night because it would stink. And I had one pair of pants. And I put on my little clip-on tie and my little shoes, ka-flop, ka-flop, ka-flop. And that was my beginning of my career. I could tell you within 25 cents how much money I had for the first 10 years of my adult life. And then I learned that you can be in the top 20% of salespeople. You just do what they do. So then I began to ask, what do they do? Well, over time, I learned this. And this is the great principle, is that thoughts are causes. Thoughts are causes. And this is the most important principle of all. This is the great discovery of the great philosophers, the great metaphysicians, the great mystics, the great mystical and religious and spiritual teachers. It's the foundation of psychology and the foundation of success, is that thoughts are causes. Your thoughts, however well put together, as we talked about earlier, determine what happens in your life. And conditions, the conditions of your life, are effects. So basically, you create your own life with your own thinking. Now, this is one of the hardest things for people to understand, is that their entire outer world is merely a mirror. It reflects back to them in absolute, complete accuracy what is going on inside. Now, much of what is going on inside is conscious, some of it is unconscious, but basically it's the way we think and see ourselves and feel about ourselves on the inside that determines our external world. And if you want to change anything on the outside, you have to change things on the inside. Now, my favorite equation is this, 1-to-1, is what's going on the inside determine what's going on the outside. Now, imagine a person looks in a mirror and they don't like the way their makeup is put on, or they don't like the look of their face, and they start to pound the mirror. Pound the mirror. They go and get a hammer. I got to pound this mirror. You'd say you must be crazy. The mirror is neutral. The mirror just reflects back to you what you're presenting to it. So if you want to change what was being reflected back, you have to change what you present to the mirror. Once you understand that, by the way, you move into the top 10 or 20% of thinkers in the world. The most important quality for leadership is responsibility, is to accept responsibility and say, I am where I am and what I am because of myself. It ain't my brother, ain't my sister, but it's me, oh Lord, standing in the need of prayer. Which brings us to the greatest discovery of all, which is that you become what you think about most of the time. You become what you think about most of the time. So what do you think about most of the time? What do you think about most of the time? Since your entire world is determined by what you think about, and especially by your thoughts emotionalized. Here's one of the great equations that goes back 2,000 or 3,000 years before Christ. Thought times emotion equals reality. In other words, a thought that is disconnected from emotion has no effect. An emotion that is not guided by thought is just chaos. But a clear thought backed by an emotion, and the emotion can be one of desire, I really want that, or it can be one of fear, I'm afraid of trying it. In either case, the thought times the emotion equals the reality. So if you can think of doubling your income and think of all the reasons why you'd like to do it and all the difference it would make in your life and your practice and what you could do for your family, and you get really excited about that, thought times that emotion is very healthy, and it begins to materialize, almost like a Polaroid photograph used to develop, begins to materialize in your reality. So thought times emotion equals reality. So you become what you think about most of the time. So what do you think about most of the time? By the way, this is a universal principle, but it's not always true, because if it was always true, every young man would turn into a young woman by the age of 20. And of course, fat people would turn into pizzas and alcoholics would turn into liquor bottles. However, I've worked with Tom Stanley and Bill Danko. And Tom Stanley and Bill Danko are the ones who wrote The Millionaire Next Door. And Bill Danko did most of the heavy lifting. He did 25 years of detailed research, surveys, analysis, attending meetings, and so on, to find out how self-made millionaires think most of the time with regard to money. And do you know what they think about most of the time with regard to money? They think in terms of financial independence. And whenever they have to make an expenditure or a decision with regard to money, they say, does this help or hurt? Does this add up or take away? Because everything counts. Now, what most Americans do is they want to be spend, and until their daddy takes their T-bird away. They want to have fun, and put it on credit cards and so on. So the average American, the bottom 80%, lives on 110% of their income. And now, unfortunately, the chickens are all coming home to roost, and their income was built on an inflated home value, and that has collapsed, and so now the whole house of cards is collapsing. The wealthiest Americans save 10 to 20% of their income from their first paycheck. They cut it off the top and they put it away, and they save it, and they build up cash reserves. The wealthiest Americans have 6 to 12 months in cash reserves that they never touch. Now, you could say, well, that's an awful lot, and I can't afford it. And I go, okay, I'm just telling you, that's how self-made millionaires think. Their net worth goes up at a rate of about 7 to 8% a year on their capital base. They don't try to make a killing in the stock market or in .coms and things like that. They save their money and they grow it carefully and safely. They're very attentive and thoughtful about their money. They're very frugal in their decisions. But what do they think about most of the time? They think about achieving financial independence. Tom Stanley talks about going to a conference of entrepreneurs that had been addressed by an economist the year before. And it was at the reception. And he heard people saying, what's yours? And he said, 8 and 4. What's yours? 10 and 2. What's yours? 6 and 3. What's yours? 18 and 2. What's yours? Made it in April. And he was asking people, what is this? What's yours? What's yours? What's yours? He said, well, last year we were taught by the economist to think in terms of how long we could survive financially if our income was cut off based on months and years. And so first thing we have to do is calculate how much would it cost me to survive for 1 month if I had no income at all. And then you multiply that times 12, and that's how much you would require to take 1 year off. Now, one of your great goals in life is to work by choice if you work at all. You want to have enough money so that you never have to work again. You won't ever stop working, by the way, because knowledge workers never stop working. They just do different things. If you stop working with your brain, you start to deteriorate very rapidly. But if you keep working actively with your mind, you can live till your 90s. Anyway, so then you calculate, and this is what self-made millionaires do, is they calculate their monthly rate, all right, times 12 to get their annual rate, I'll just write annual. And then they multiply that times 20, the number of years that they are planning to live after they retire. And that gives them what is called the number. Now, every person here, is one of your responsibilities as an adult, has to know your number. What is my number? And the number is the amount with which you could retire and never work again. And the interesting thing is, knowing your number, calculating your number, will increase your likelihood of achieving it by about 10 times. The likelihood of achieving it just soars astronomically because most Americans don't know what it is. Now, you guys are young and you're in your 20s and 30s and 40s and so on. You don't think about this, but self-made millionaires start to think about it at a very early age. And they hit millionaire status by the time they're 45. Others, making a fabulous living, end up at the age of 55 or 60 and they're broke. Because they just, just went to the island every weekend, never thought about it. So, do you want to be financially independent? Say yes. Then think about financial independence. Self-made millionaires never buy new cars. I can't say this in a public audience because there's always car salespeople and they beat me up afterward. But they buy cars that are 2 years old. All the depreciation has been driven out of them so that the prices come down. They buy expensive cars and they get them recertified so they get another 5-year warranty and they drive them 10 years until they fall apart. And all the extra money that people are out there buying cars every year and so on, all that extra money, what do they do with it? Yeah, they save it carefully, put it away, and so on. And as a result, they become financially independent. If all you did was buy one car every 10 years and took all the rest of that money and invested it, that alone would buy you 3, 4, 5 years of retirement. I mean, think about that because of the miracle of compound interest. Anyway, that's not my subject. So the University of Pennsylvania was commissioned by several large companies to try to find out the profile of high-performing men and women. Over a period of 22 years, they interviewed 350,000 people. They gave them psychographic profiles to find out basically how they thought in a variety of different areas, qualities, characteristics, virtues, values, and so on. And then they followed them for as long as 2 years and asked them, what do you think about most of the time? What do you think about most of the time? And what they would do is they would say, sir, what is your name? Skip. They would say, Skip, we're doing this research at the university. Would you participate with us? And Skip would say, well, I'm pretty busy. What's involved? You say, it's just all we'll need is 10 seconds a week. And someone will call you randomly. You'll never know the time. And they just ask you, hello, Skip, what are you thinking about right now? What are you thinking about this very minute? And you can say, well, I'm thinking about this implant. I'm thinking about accounting. I'm thinking about playing golf on the weekend. It doesn't matter what the answer is. Just tell them exactly your top-of-mind thought. And then they tracked these, and they found that they began to break down in different ways. And then they began to slice and dice them by deciles. The bottom 10%, next 10%, all the way up to the top 10%. And they found that people in the top 10% think very differently from people in the bottom 80 or 90%. Now, can you guess what top people, since you are in the top 10% in your profession, can you guess what top people think about most of the time? Well, the answer is they think about what they want and how to get it most of the time. They think about what they want and how to get it most of the time. So I'm going to teach you a go-forward word, and this is the word that you're going to use for the rest of your career. This is the word that will guarantee that you'll get onto the fast track in life, you'll increase your income at a more rapid rate than the average person, and you take complete control of your life. And the word is how. Say how. Okay, from now on, when you want to double your income, the only question you ask is how. You want to double the number of patients coming to your practice, the question is how. You want to double your profitability, the question is how. You want to solve a problem, the question is how. Now, whenever you ask the question how, which is what leaders do, leaders are all how people. How do we resolve this? What do we do? What is our next step? What's our action? Non-leaders, followers, are passive people. Who did it? Oh my God, what's going to happen? What should we do now? They're like the little sheep running around in a circle. Wah, me, we. Whereas leaders say, all right, what's going on? Let's go. Let's make a decision. What's happening here? Get the information, and so on. Now, when you ask the question how, it's like stepping on the accelerator of your own creative mind. You step and it goes run, 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 and it throws off ideas like those little lightning strikes in the cartoons or the light bulbs. And every idea is for an action that you can take when? Now. It's for an action that you would take now. Whenever you ask the question how, run, you get ideas. And the interesting thing is, they did a study at Harvard. They found that the greatest single predictor of success, especially financial success in life, is creativity. And creativity is designed by the number of ideas you come up with. And you'll find that the more ideas you come up with, because of the law of probabilities, the more likely it is you'll come up with a great idea. One of the most important things that you get with Ed is that you get exposed to a lot of ideas. Now, when you look at all the ideas that Ed gives you, there's no way a human being could apply them all when they get back on Monday, is there? So what you have to do is you have to pick and choose. The reason that Ed teaches you so many ideas, and I understand this, is because you never know which idea is going to be the right one for you at this time. So what you do is you get a lot of choices. It's sort of like going to a beautiful buffet. You're not going to eat everything, but you're going to look at the buffet and you're going to pick the things that you want or need or can use at this moment. So what we do here is try to give you a buffet of ideas that you can pick and you can fill your plate. And a year from now, you may come back and fill your plate completely differently. But it's the number of ideas that you have that largely determines, we say it's the quantity that determines the quality. And so the more things that you do that trigger ideas, the more words you know, and the more word concepts, the more business concepts you know, the richer is your inner vocabulary, the more and the better ideas you come up with. So it's really important. Every time you ask the question, how, you get ideas for action. Wow. All right. Now, this brings me to a quick story I wanted to tell you. Once upon a time, there was a nuclear power plant that was suffering severe mechanical difficulties. And And this power plant, power generation was down by about 40%. I had a nuclear engineer in one of my courses. He said, based on what you told me, the plant would be losing about $1.2 to $1.3 million a day in electricity generation if it was off 40%. So that's kind of the numbers that the plant management was dealing with, and they couldn't find it. They did everything possible to find, why is the plant slowing down? It was just running like sludge, if you like. And finally, they bit the bullet, they got a hold of their ego, and they called MIT and had them sent down one of the foremost nuclear power plant experts in the country, MIT and Massachusetts Institute of Technology. They came down, he came down, drove out to the plant, put on a white smock, nice gentleman, professorial, picked up a clipboard, and he began walking around this massive control room, taking notes and looking at the gauges and the barometers and amp meters and so on, and making calculations. And after about 2 days of this, afternoon of the second day, he said, that's the problem. And he got up in a chair and he took a big black marker out of his pocket and he put a big black X on the gauge. He said, that's it. He said, replace this apparatus and the whole plant will be back up to full power. Thank you very much. He put down his clipboard, took off his smock, thanked them for their time, drove back to the airport, caught his plane back to MIT. Well, they were all waiting. The engineering crew was waiting like runners at the gate for his judgment. Once he gave his judgment, wham, they all went together. They stripped it all down. And lo and behold, deep within this apparatus was a major mechanical malfunction that was not detectable from the outside. So they immediately went to work. They replaced it with all new equipment, put it all back together again, and assembled it, and then threw the switches, and the whole plant went up to full power. And they were so happy. They were high-fiving and cheering and patting each other on the back and so on. They were all happy. They were walking around with smiles so wide you'd think they'd swallowed a banana sideways. And they're all happy like this for another week until they received a bill from the consultant for services rendered, $10,000. Well, the general plant manager calls in the senior maintenance engineer, says, look at that. The guy comes out here, stands around for a couple of days, writes one X on one gauge, and sends us a bill for $10,000. Geez, that's almost as bad as dentistry. See, that's not very funny. I think I'll go and sharpen up my sense of humor with another group. Anyway, so he said, yeah, the guy comes out here and sees that's as much as we make in a month or two. Yeah, I mean, with a minute's worth of work, climbs up on the ladder, writes an X chart, and says $10,000. I mean, that's outrageous. Yeah, we should make him itemize his account. Yeah, let's make him itemize his account. So the plant manager wrote back and said, dear sir, with all due respect, all you did was write one X on one gauge. $10,000 seems like an awful lot of money for that little amount of work. Could you please itemize your account in a little more detail? So about 10 days later, they got a new bill back. It said, for writing X on gauge, $1. For knowing which gauge to write X on, $9,999. In other words, it wasn't the amount of physical labor, and this certainly applies to your profession. It wasn't the amount of physical labor, it's the amount of brain work that went into doing this, the precision brain work. And that introduced me to what we call the X factor. Now, the X factor is one of the most important things I ever learned. Oops. The X factor is the key to your success. The X factor is what's going to make you rich. It's made me and a whole lot of other people rich. The X factor is what is going to enable you to double your income and double your time off. Now, the X factor, sometimes we call this the focal point, is to determine where you are going to write the X in each area of your life. What is your X factor? Where do you create what is called the point of intensity? And what we know is that an X factor can be one of three things. It can be a goal. You can have a clear goal. Let's say, call this the focal point. Or it can be a measure. It can be a number, or it can be an activity. Now, in building our business, it has to be one of the three, but sometimes it can be a goal, double our personal income, and the measure is to either double the number of patients we have, or double the profitability per patient, or double the number of referrals we get, or it can be an activity. It's the way we treat the patient, what we do from the first phone call all the way through, which leads to the goal. But in any one of these three cases, or all of them, the critical word is clarity. In my experience, 95% of success is based on how clear you are about the goal that you're aiming at, how clear you are about the measure that you're going to use, or how clear you are with regard to the activity that you're going to engage in to achieve a particular goal. So always think of those, and what are they? Now, when we look at successful people, we find that successful people have focal points in the four critical areas of life. And the first critical area of life that I need to talk about is what is called, it has to do with income. And this is really important to understand, is the average person who works for a living thinks about their income in terms of how much they earn in a year or a month. That's because when they first got a job, they were paid by the year and the month. This is a $25,000 a year job, you get $2,100 a month and so on. So people at the very beginning, first impression is they think in terms of annual income. Maybe they think in terms of how much they get per month. They're, of course, focused on how much they get every 2 weeks and so on, but that's how they think. Now, if you think like that, it's very easy to waste time, because what the heck, you're getting paid by the year. So if you waste time on Monday, catch up on Tuesday. If you don't do it on Tuesday, Wednesday's still there. Wednesday, hump day. Then there's Thursday. Then there's, thank God it's Friday. Oh, what the heck, you haven't got it done by Friday, just punt it into next week. And this becomes a habit. It becomes a habit. So in the world of work today, if you're running your own practice, 50% of working time is wasted in general. It's wasted mostly with idle chit-chat with coworkers, chit-chat, 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 that has nothing whatever to do with the work. It's wasted in personal business, personal phone calls, extended lunches, extended coffee breaks, reading the paper, surfing the internet, personal business, going shopping during the daytime. It's the most amazing darn thing. 50% of working time is wasted. Now, if working time is wasted, it's not the fault of the employee, because they think in terms of annual income. What does it matter? They'll get caught up later. It's usually the fault of the boss, because the boss has not organized the work so that people are working all the time. They've enabled the work to be so sloppy that people can kill a lot of time. Many companies, when times get tough, what they do is they cut back. And they cut back on staff, and they double up. And people say, geez, I'm working hard now that we let so-and-so go. No, you're just working normal. You're just working all the time. And if people have time to sit around and idly chit-chat, it means your practice isn't busy enough or you have too many people. So just keep cutting back and loading up the work. And surprise, surprise, people will take it on. So what top people think about is not annual, but hourly. They think, how much do I earn per hour? And how much do I want to earn per hour? So let's say today you earn $100,000 a year, all right? If you take home $100,000 a year, then you divide that by the 2,000 hours that you work in your practice, and it works out to about how much per hour? Remember your teacher told you, cross off the zeros, divide. How much is it? Come on, quick. All right, use the calculator. That's right, $50. Jeez, several different answers. Wow, got a very creative crowd here. All right. So if you are a $100,000 a year person, you have to earn $50 per hour. You have to be doing work that pays $50 per hour or more. $50 per hour or more. Now, if you want to double your income to $200,000 per year, using the same equation, working 2,000 hours, how much do you want to earn now per hour? $100 an hour. So here's what top people do. In terms of income, they think in terms of their hourly rate. And they focus on doing the things that pay them their highest hourly rate. Which brings us to a great breakthrough concept. It's called the law of three. And the law of three is the key to doubling your income. The law of three says that in your practice, in any field, there's only three things. There's only three things that account for 90% of your income. Three activities. You can make a list of everything you do in the course of your practice, especially working with patients, but you'll find there's only three things that pay you 90% of your income. If you make a list of 10 or 20 or 30 things that you do in the course of a week or a month, then you ask this question. And this is the great question, because you must help every person who is responsible to you, who answers to you, answer this question as well. The question is, if I could only do one thing all day long, what one thing would contribute the most to my practice or to my income? If I could do one thing all day long, what one thing would it be? And in your case, it's probably actually working on patients. Second, if I could only do two things all day long, what would be number two? If I could only do three things all day long, what would be number three? And whenever we put people in, from any profession through this exercise, they're astonished to find that there's three things go pop, pop, pop off the list. And everything else is a support task, an enjoyable task, a complementary task, a task that can be delegated, outsourced, downsized, or eliminated altogether. And it takes tremendous discipline to do this. Now let's see what I got here. Okay, whoops. Don't mess with it, all right. Okay. Now, I was reading an article by a Fortune journalist, and he interviewed the head of the Palo Alto Research Labs. It's called Palo Alto Research Center, PARC, called PARC. It's the most famous think tank in the United States. It was founded by Xerox when they were literally printing jillions of dollars, because they're the only company in the world that owned the xerography process. You could either type it yourself or use a Xerox. And they were selling machines by the tens of thousands worldwide. They had 2,000 sales offices worldwide, Xerox did. And they made so much money, they decided they would fund a research institute, a think tank, out in a little place called Santa Clara. Santa Clara is right in the heart, the bomb center heart of the Silicon Valley. It became basically the heart of Silicon Valley, was the devices and ideas that were spun off from Palo Alto Research Center. And he was asked recently, with these people, they're all top academics, Nobel Prize winners, top engineers, university professors, published authors, some of the brightest brains in the world. And there's about 100 of them. They all get together there, and they think and talk and kick over ideas, and they have the freedom to create. And they came up with a mouse, and they came up with a monitor, and they came up with a keyboard, and they came up with so many breakthroughs. So he was asked by the journalist, is there a difference in productivity? I mean, these are the top people in the world in their fields. Is there a difference in productivity? He said, yes, the 80-20 rule applies. He said, the 80-20 rule applies. He said, yes. He said, 20% of these people, smartest brains in the country or the world, are vastly more productive than the other 80%. And so the journalist said, well, why do you think that is? He said, well, it's probably because, I thought about this. Let me show you. And he took out an envelope like this. He took out an envelope, and he jotted down a couple of figures, and he said, that's the reason. And the journalist was so impressed. He said, could I have this? And the president of PARC said, sure. So he took it and he republished it in the center of the article and wrote the article around it in Fortune magazine. So let me tell you what it says. Here's the graph that he wrote. And the graph is like this. He said that you could take a graph like this, and then you have, this is the graph of time usage. This is the top 20% of tasks. This is the bottom 80% of tasks. And then here's what is called the curve of time usage. This is where you work on this graph. And then this is you. All right? This is you. And the question is, where do you work on your graph? And this is the great question that determines how well you do in life. It's real simple. Is do you work on things with high potential consequences or low potential consequences? So if you come in the morning and you work up here, the things that are in the top 20%, what happens is you'll be one of the most productive people in your field. Where every minute of time will produce as much as 5 to 10 times the value of things that you do down here. Because things in the bottom 80% often have no value at all. Because why? They have no consequences. If you do them or don't do them, you chat with your friends, you read the paper, you make a phone call, and so on. If you do these things, you could do them all day long and become brilliant at them, drinking coffee and surfing the internet, and it would have zero impact on your income. But the things up here can have enormous impact. So you have a choice when you begin work at every minute. you can decide where you're going to work on your curve. You can work at the top of your curve, you can work a little lower on your curve, you can work down here on your curve, you can work at the bottom on your curve. Now notice there is a tendency in human beings that leads to failure, absolute guaranteed, and it's called the path of least resistance. The path of least resistance is the natural tendency for us, starting off as children, to do what is fun and easy and enjoyable and light and quick and short and so on, rather than what is hard and necessary and difficult and has big payoff. In other words, we have a tendency to do things that have no consequences rather than things that have serious consequences, because things that have serious consequences are usually hard. They require hard work and discipline. So, if you make a habit, and notice that this is downhill. The path of least resistance says the natural tendency for us is to slip into, we didn't mean to, slip into doing things down here. But what do we know? We know that if we do something repeatedly over and over again, what do we develop? We have a habit. And low performers have the habit of starting off the day doing things of no value. In fact, a friend of mine just wrote a book, Time Management Specialist, and the title of her book is Don't Check Your Email in the Morning. Now, when you say that to people, people go, oh, are you kidding? I have to. I have to get up. I have to get up in the middle of the night and run and check, see if I've got a message. I got to run there in the morning and check. I got to check it on my PDA when I'm traveling around. I got to check it in the airport. I got to check my email. I got to check my email. I mean, somebody may have sent me a message. I've got to check my email. And you're just like junkies. You're like email junkies. I've got to have my fix. I'm starting to go into DTs because I haven't had an email check. She said, I remember a reporter for Forbes who went on vacation. He came back from vacation after a week, and he had 800 emails. And he said, there's no way, that's 100, 120 a day. He says, no way he could check all those emails and go back through the emails. I mean, he'd take him a whole day when you have a chance to get started. So he just punched delete, deleted them all. And people said, how could you do that? How could you delete your emails? He said, well, if they're important, they'll resend. And that was true. If they were important, they'd resend it. And most of the other ones, by the time he got to them, were too late to handle anyway. But instead of opening them up and reading them and thinking about it, send a little message and looking forward to seeing you too, suddenly it's 5 o'clock. And all you've done is check emails. So don't check your emails in the morning. Don't fall into the trap of coming down here. Now you say, well, my emails are important. Good. You are a dentist. Your time, is that $100 an hour work? Would you hire somebody and pay them $100 an hour to check your emails? Would you pay them $100 an hour to read newspapers? Would you pay them $100 an hour to go shopping in the shopping center next door? Anything you would not pay someone else your desired hourly rate to do, don't do it yourself. And say, well, but somebody got to check the email. I said, good. If you've got a secretary who will work for $6 an hour or $7 an hour, have her check the email. If she has any questions, she can come to you. After a few questions, she'll got it all figured out. She'll be able to go through your email and sort it. And I could be gone for a month and never check my email. Never have a problem. Why? Somebody else checks it. If it's not important, they'll resend. So, in other words, what I'm saying is you've got to discipline yourself, because if you don't, you get into the habit of working on things of no value rather than things of high value. Oh, geez. How much time do I have anyway? 4 minutes. Geez. All right. Oh, are you enjoying this, by the way? All right. I wish I had 3 hours. But let me just give you the 4 other things that top people think about their hourly rate most of the time. Now, the second most important part of your life is your family. Is your family life. Now, how is it that top people think? Top people think in terms of FaceTime most of the time. This becomes the X factor. The X factor is where you put the emphasis in your life, and the emphasis is on face-to-face. One-on-one, because there's nothing that can replace this, and there's nothing that's more important. There's nothing that leads to greater happiness and self-esteem and value. I was reading a book yesterday about a woman who was very, very unhappy because her husband never gave her any indication that he loved her and supported her, because he was always watching television. And you ask the husband, he said, sure, I love her. I think she's the most important person in the world. Well, then why don't you spend time with her? Well, I do. I'm in the house all the time. I come home after work every night. Well, no, that's not how women measure love. So the most important thing in your relationships with your spouse and with your children is FaceTime. How does a child spell the word love? T-I-M-E. How do children grow up with high self-esteem and self-confidence? Their parents give them lots of FaceTime during their formative years. And as a result, they don't understand, they're not working it out psychologically. They just know that if the most important person in my world, this giant, is paying me all this attention, I must be pretty important. I must be really valuable. I must be a good person. And they grow up with high self-esteem and self-confidence, and they like themselves, and they like other people, and they're popular with their friends and everything. There's a great book called His Needs, Her Needs, or Her Needs, His Needs, whatever. And they talk about the 10 major needs that men have and the 10 major needs that women have, alternating back and forth. And all women know what man's first need is, so let's talk about hers. And her first need is for attention, affection, and respect. Attention, affection, and respect. Face to face, eye to eye, heart to heart, knee to knee, attention, affection, and respect. Those are the biggest need. And if she gets those needs fulfilled, then everything else will be fine. If she does not get those needs fulfilled, she's going to be unhappy. And men think, well, geez, I'm in the same house, I'm watching TV. No, the only time you are actually with the woman in your world is when you're face to face and giving them attention and listening to them when they talk and giving them affection and respect. How am I doing, ladies? Yeah? A lot of men sitting there like that. Bunch of crap, you know. Okay, so FaceTime, and there's a one-to-one relationship between how much FaceTime you spend and what quality of life you have. So it's really important that you don't have FaceTime accidentally. You plan it, you schedule it, you organize, and the busier you are, the more you have to make appointments. Now, I know you all have date night once a week. If you don't, from this day forward, always have one night a week that is as adamant and as untouchable, where you go out on a date exactly as if you were single, and you plan, you prepare, you get dressed, showered, you go to a lovely restaurant, and you spend the entire evening together. And you always sit face to each other, or next to each other, but never sideways, but always where you can look into the face of the other person. You do that once a week, and it's one of those wonderful things that a marriage can do. Does anybody here have date night every week? Are they going to do it from now on? All right. Okay. Here's the third one, and I've already talked about the fourth. The third key has to do with health and fitness. Health and fitness. Now, with regard to health and fitness, we find there are two focal points. Focal point number one is waist size. Now, it's a really interesting thing. Your waist size, the fitness trimness of your waist is really important. It signals that you are healthy. It signals that you are interested. It signals that you have energy. It signals fitness and a whole bunch of other things. And the second part is what is called minutes of exercise per week. Now, you and I, because of our health system today, no matter what they say in the papers, we have the finest health system in the world. Is that because you're intelligent and knowledgeable about health, you can expect to break the average. The average is running about 80 years. Half of the population dies above, half dies below. You can expect to hit 90 or 95 years old. Your job should be to dance at your grandchildren's weddings and be killed by a jealous spouse diving out a window at the age of 93. You know. But these are the two focal points. Think about your waist size, and what you do every single time you look at putting something in your mouth, you say, will this help or hurt my waist size? And then combine that with exercise, and the required is going up each piece of research, but it's about 200 to 300 minutes per week. If you do 200 to 300 minutes per week, which works out to 30 to 45 minutes a day, and all you have to do for exercise is go for a walk. You don't have to work out for the Olympics. You just have to go for a walk. Get onto a treadmill, get onto a bike, go for a walk around the neighborhood. And if you combine that by going for a walk with your spouse or going for a walk with one of your children, then you get a twofer. And so on. So it's really important. The key, your ability to focus and concentrate on the most important thing you can do at any given moment is the key to streamlining your life, to dramatically increasing your productivity, and to doubling your income. So if you do these things, practice the law of three, spend more time face-to-face with the most important people in your life, and work on the 20% of things that have the greatest potential consequences, not only will you feel fabulous about yourself, but you'll get more done. You get more done faster. Your self-esteem will be higher. You'll make more money. You'll be richer. People will want to take pictures with you when they meet you at conferences, and you'll come to my seminars again in the future. Thank you very much. God bless you.
On who we need to put on the team and put on the bus.
Yeah.
That's been the biggest. I mean, there's so much information coming at us, but it's the people in the room that are gonna make it happen for us. So that's kind of my big takeaway from
Awesome.
yesterday.
2 claps. It goes like this. Let's do it better. Ready? 2 claps. All right, there you go. Who's got one? Who's got one? All right. You're all like looking. I'll pick on Alejandro. You got somebody over there? Ron's ready to go? All right, Alejandro's you're next.
So yeah, Jeff, is it Usner?
Usner, yeah.
Usner said yesterday.
You can call him Usner. He's been used a few times.
Would say that Usner.
He started talking about it last night. I had to tell him he's got to really tone it down, son.
His idea of the welcome blitz. That 5 emails when they sign up. I'm not doing that, and I'm going to start doing that tomorrow. So yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. So him and I are at dinner. I'll talk about this a little bit later because I bribed Jeff to actually come back out for our next platinum meeting, and instead of doing like a 35-minute thing on push notifications, do like a 3-hour workshop on actually integrating it into your whole system. Because I was sitting with him at dinner. I'm like, Jeff, I've been best friends with you for like 9 years, and I still don't understand what you're talking about. I just don't. I'm like, so you're saying if I did like a headline that said #1 joint pain relief thing, he's like, Ed, it doesn't matter. They're gonna buy something. He's like, the way they have it all laid out is pretty amazing. Yeah, that's awesome. It's Jeff Usner. All right, Alejandro.
Yep. So Josh said 2 things yesterday, really important to me. It says, if you don't build something to be big, that's something like that. Selfishness is thinking small. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna do something, may as well do it big. And then the other thing that he said is that was on the PowerPoint. The day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. So for me, it was very impactful to me. I don't know.
Yeah, because I mean, really, Alejandro, this is kind of great. Like, you're a chiropractor, but where do you live again, dude? Help me out.
Texas, Puerto Rico.
You live in Texas, but your clinic's in Puerto Rico, and then all his education videos and everything they're doing is to the Spanish-speaking market, correct? So it's kind of cool because a lot of stuff he's doing is doctor acts like he could follow that path and have his own category. Awesome. Who else we got? All right. This is where you just call on people and give them a microphone, Dad. Here, I got you, Vlad. You're good.
Yeah,
Charles, you're next, by the way. And we'll go 2 more.
Yeah, I love this idea from Jeremy about Facebook, that it's now AI integrated, and machine learning. So it was crazy good. I like the stuff from Tiffany about YouTube, like how easy it is to set up and run, and just by basically changing the first part of 10 seconds, can change the game, and like make so much money compared to nothing or losing money. And influencers from Josh was crazy good as well. So
yeah,
that's
I
learned, yeah, especially about this pets.
About what?
Pet influencer,
Yeah.
Somebody take a pet, your pet or your dog, and do him as an influencer marketer, and then you can make money of it,
Yeah, I love it.
So it's just,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
I love it. I'm trying to do that with my children. Like each child, turn them into like a little micro blog, and someone will pay us eventually. It's like, I'll tell you one thing. The funniest thing I always get like 3 questions when they're like, oh, you have 7 kids? And then I get the weird look like, and you don't know what that weird look is. It's either like, #1, do you have a TV? It's the first question, or do you have cable? Number 2 and 3 are you Catholic or Mormon? Number 3, someone actually asked me this. They were like, did you ever wish you only had like 5? I was like, and this was actually at one of my events. It was a nice young kid. He's obviously young, and it was funny. He's like, do you ever wish you only had 5? And I was like, well, now that you mention it, my number 6 child, I definitely would give back. And number 3, she's getting a little out of hand. So, all right, who's up? Charles?
I liked James, his data-driven headlines for his emails. I thought that was
very
cool.
good, right?
So I took screenshots of the picture and put them in a document so I can just roll back to them really fast and use them.
I love it. Okay, 1 or 2 more. Yeah. Oh, Kim.
I was going to say that too with James, but I also like how to use those emojis to put the 5 stars on myself. The 5-star emojis and the thumbnails and all that. So that was real interesting.
Yeah. Very, very good. Awesome. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. You got it? We got James here.
I really enjoyed the quick implementation of adding a PDF to your cart.
Put it a little closer, bro.
Like a $7 PDF to your checkout. You know, that's really cool. It's a fast, actionable tip you can put in there, make some extra dollars.
Yeah, you
and
know,
also help your people.
I forget, like a couple of the order carts, they had the quick check-in. By the way, I'll tell you, like one of the testing thing when we were doing the free book giveaway, just adding an on-cart $37, $49 info product, like 30% of people click yes because it's such a low value thing. But it would jump your, it's something that everybody in this room could do, even if you're selling supplements, anything you're selling, put an info product on your order cart, test it out, sell for, I mean, $19 in my opinion is just too low. I mean, I'll go 27, 37, you got to split test it, but it's just pure profit to your, or pure straight to the contribution margin. Cool? All right, great. Let's kick some butt here. Okay, so Evan, why don't you come on up? Let's give it up for Evan Tardy here. I'm gonna actually just let you go crazy for a few minutes, and I'll get your way here, Evan. And then, so what was really cool about Evan is Josh Felber texted me and was like, "Hey, Evan's gonna be there, blah blah blah," and I said, "You know, my job is to advocate for the group and to bring like the best out of what's in the room into the group. That's like my job." So. I asked, I was like, hey, would he be willing to share stuff they're doing at Dr. Axe? I mean, I think this is one of the best success stories for people that come out of our industry and our world, because it really raises the bar of what's possible. And I really believe it's just starting. Like, this is just in the beginning of a gateway of opportunity, and these guys have done it. So I'm going to turn it over to Evan. Evan was there, employee number one, as he said yesterday with Dr. Axe, and they're still cranking along.
Still cranking.
Still cranking. So let's give it for Evan, and I'll come up and ask a few questions.
So this has been such an amazing event so far. Before I get started, can we give it up for Ed? This has just been awesome. Thank you. So real quick, I just wanted to kind of share my story about how we got started. And there's a few things that were said yesterday that I want to validate just from my own experience that have been absolutely true. One of them is the power of writing down your goals and just speaking it into existence, what you want. And you might have to remind me if I don't cover that in our fireside chat to come back to that. Cool story there. Another cool story about creating our own influencer. And how that works, so kind of to validate pretty much everything Josh was saying. Well, we've absolutely seen that be true for us. So, and then a couple other things that will come along the way. So, and I hope this is valuable for you guys. But then also, I hesitate to share my story sometimes, because sometimes it's people will look at it, and we have a big team, we have a lot of people doing a lot of stuff on our behalf, and people will look at it and they'll say, yeah, that's nice for you, but that doesn't, like, I can only do this much or this much, you know, or my company, I can only see it going from here to here, but you guys are here, and that's a whole totally different landscape, and it, you know, good for you, but that doesn't apply to me. And for the next however long I have with you guys, I just ask you to take that belief and just kind of put it on the shelf. And you can pick it up when you leave, you know, don't worry about that. I'm not going to take it from you. But I just ask that you just be open for just a minute to take whatever the highest level of thinking that you currently have, what you believe in yourself, say it's this much, to just take all of that entirely and just set it on the shelf for just a minute. And just imagine what could possibly be if you dreamed even bigger. And so I'll just share kind of where we started and where we came from, where we're at, kind of where we're headed, and then Ed and I will do the fireside chat thing. So 8 years ago, I met Dr. Axe. I was in Texas at the time, and I'd started my first company when I was 16. My granddad was an entrepreneur, my dad was an entrepreneur, and so this is just kind of like in my blood, this entrepreneur DNA. My first company was a mobile car wash, and I hooked up I had a 1986 Cadillac Coupe de Ville that I got for like $700, and I hooked a hitch up to it. And so, you know, it was back, and then on the trailer there was this 700-gallon tank of water, and but it was loaded towards the front of the axle on the trailer for a truck, and so all the weight was put towards the front. Well, you know, a caddy is not meant to like carry and pull trailers. So it pulled down the back of my caddy like this, and in the front of the trailer like this. So I would roll into school, like scraping into the parking lot, and take up 2 lanes of parking. And so all my friends made fun of me, but at the same time, I was able to buy shoes, when I wanted them or whatever. So that's kind of how I got started. It was kind of in my blood from day one. But Josh and I got connected, and I just graduated school at the time, and so Josh was based out of Nashville. I was in Dallas, and at the time he was running a chiropractic clinic. So this will totally be relevant. But his passion is nutrition and wellness, and really helping people transform their lives beyond just chiropractic, but really looking at all aspects of their life. And so he has a really cool story about how his mom had cancer, and they were able to help overcome that entirely through total natural lifestyle changes. So he kind of shared that story with me, and his website at the time, there were a few hundred likes on his Facebook page, a few hundred visitors to the website, and really his assistant had just kind of set up the website, and she was posting. He would write these articles once per week and would print them and hand them out to his patients in his clinic. And so while his patients were doing like their warm-up exercises before they got adjusted, he would have them read these nutrition articles. And he was putting these out once a week. And so his patients were like, hey, this is really great stuff. I'd love to be able to share this with my friends and family or whoever that's not here that I can't hand this to. And so he just started posting it online. And so his assistant was doing that, and he and I got connected. And so we had a phone call, and he kind of shared a little bit of the vision and the mission and kind of how he got started, but he was running his clinic full time. And he asked if I had read he read 2 books by 2 different authors, which I'm sure no one in this room has ever heard of. Very obscure authors at the time, Gary Vaynerchuk, Crush It, and Tim Ferriss's 4-Hour Workweek. Never heard of it? No? Anyone? So yeah, of course. And so at the time, they were a little bit smaller than they are now. But he said in those 2 books, they lay out essentially what he's wanting to build online. And so I hadn't read those books, and I called him back the next week, and I'm like, hey, listen, read the books. I've never done any of this stuff before, but I'm confident I can figure it out, and I love the mission that you're on. And if I have to stack chairs to be a part of what you're doing, like, I'm in. And so he was like, okay, well, call me when you get to town. And so a month later, my wife and I pack up the U-Haul truck, and we're driving to Nashville, and literally halfway here, on the road, she leans over and she's like, okay, so you do have a job or you don't? Technically, I did not have a job, but I told her, I'm like, just trust me, I feel good about this. And so we got here, and I called Josh up, and I'm like, hey, I'm in town, let's do this thing. And so he's like, okay, why don't you come over to my house on Monday morning, we'll talk. And so I show up on Monday morning with my laptop, and he's running his clinic full time, all during the week. And I show up, and he makes me these gluten-free pancakes, which are now he's famous for. And we talk shop for a little bit, and he's like, slides a note across the table, and I'm like, awesome, this is my job offer. And I turn it over, and it's the Wi-Fi password. And he's like, good luck, I've got to go to the clinic. And so he just takes off. And so there I am at his kitchen table, and with my laptop. And so I don't know anything, I don't know what we're doing. I just start digging in and looking for ways that I can be useful, looking for ways to be helpful. And it took us about 2 years until we actually started making any sort of meaningful traction. Like I said a minute ago, our Facebook page had a few hundred likes. We had about 100 to 200 visitors per month on the website, so really nothing to speak of. Our email list was maybe 100 people on it. And one thing that stuck with us the first, while we were getting started was someone said, hey, your email list is an asset, make sure you collect people's emails. So we're like, great, got it. And we just started collecting emails. And we got to 1,000 at one point. It's so crazy. We got 1,000 emails. We're high-fiving, great job. We're so proud of ourselves. And someone was like, hey, great job. How are you monetizing your email list? So I'm like, how to monetize an email list? what is monetize an email list? I didn't even know that was a thing. We just knew collect emails. And so we had no clue where we were going and what we were doing. But I think one thing to our advantage that we had was that we were willing to try all types of stuff. So we tried hundreds and hundreds of things that just failed and didn't work out. And then the few things that stuck, we were committed to seeing it all the way through. So it took us about 2 years of losing money, really not bringing in any revenue at all. And I would look at the profit and loss statement, which was really just a loss statement. And my salary was nothing. I was making no money. And I was noticing a strange correlation between our loss and my salary, and they were the same number. So, I'm like, man, there's one real quick way to right size this business, and it doesn't look good for me. So that creates a bit of urgency. So we tried all kinds of stuff, and then we had our first. I started learning about webinars and how to. We actually tried to do an offline course teaching people how to transform their health, and have them show up to live events and go through all of that. And I started learning about the online stuff and how to sell using webinars. And like I said, we were making no money. And the first webinar we did, we sent an email to our list. And I'm like, all right, Josh, I want you to do a webinar. And at the end of the webinar, I want you to go through these slides, and we're going to sell this program. And then they just click the link and they go buy the thing and they get it, online membership. And he's like, awesome. What's a webinar? So I'm like, okay, you just download this thing. I get it all set up on his computer, and he just starts teaching. He teaches and teaches and teaches, and then at the end he transitions into the pitch and then the selling the program. And that first webinar we did, we made $10,000 in 1 hour, and that was like my light bulb moment. And so. So then my thinking started turning into, okay, how can we get more people on the webinar, and how can we get better, more dollars per person that's on the webinar? And we just kind of started heading down this path of figuring out webinars. And then from there, one of the questions we get asked all the time, or still do, but did then as well, is what does Dr. Axe take? Like, what does Dr. Axe eat on a daily basis? What does Dr. Axe, what supplements does he take? And at the time, we were reselling a retail brand called Garden of Life, and we were just selling that on our website, just buying it wholesale and selling it. And so we had so many people that were like, and it was a curated kind of list of products. And so we had so many people that were like, what does Dr. Axe take? What does Dr. Axe take? So eventually we launched our own supplement line, and that went really well, because I think part of it is because people were like, hey, I respect and admire Dr. Axe. I respect and admire what he's saying. I don't want to think about it. I just want to do what he says. So whatever he says, I'm in. So that's how we got started. Those were the early days. And I remember looking at, within the first year that I got started with Dr. Axe, I was looking at Tim Ferriss's website, and he had 50,000 likes on his Facebook page, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, how did he get that many? Like, that's huge, And had no idea, reverse engineering and funnel hacking and all of these things. Like, I didn't know what I didn't know. But I remember looking at that and just being like, 50,000, like, that's just, how are we going to get there? But I'd look at that, I'd get super depressed and discouraged, and then we'd get to work. And I'd come back and I'd look at that and be like super depressed and discouraged, and like, all right, we'll get back to work. But we stayed committed, and so ultimately, we grew from no likes, no email list, no anything, to now we have 2.5 million on our email list. We have 20 million visitors per month on our website. We went from $0 in revenue to 3 million to 12 million to 47 million. We think 500 lists 2 years in a row, and then did close to 90 to 100 million last year. And then in March of this year, as you guys saw yesterday, a group called VMG invested in us, along with a bunch of other industry leaders, for $103 million for a minority share in the company. And our goal of where we're headed is to have $1 billion valuation in 2021. So that's where we came from, and that's where we're headed. And so again, I just want to remind you all, the agreement we made, which I didn't see anyone not make the agreement, Although I didn't ask you explicitly. The agreement we made is that you would suspend any of the beliefs that you have about what's possible until I'm done talking. And you just put it aside, and you can pick it up on your way out later, or you can choose not to. But I just want you guys to know that whatever you think is possible based on your vantage point today is not possible. It's so much bigger than what you can even dream of. You may have to go from point A to point B, but once you get to point B, you will be able to see point C so much clearer than you do today. So don't limit yourself about what's possible at point C or beyond based on what you can see today. One more thing before we can do the fireside chat. Kind of speaking to what Ed was talking about yesterday with just the power that comes from writing down your goals and writing down what you want. Even kind of back to what I was saying, even regardless of what you think is possible. When we were doing, this was a few years back, the year before we did about 2.8 million in revenue. And so this is that next year. We kind of had a goal setting workshop we brought our team in, and we had a goal setting workshop with everyone, and we just wrote down like, what do we want as a company? What are our values? What are our principles? But then also, what are our goals? Like, where are we going? And so we wrote that down for the company. We wrote down some big stuff. We wrote down some tactics and stuff like that. And I kind of reflected, during that time, I went home and I was just kind of reflecting on like, well, what do I want for me? And I wrote down, just like learning about all the value of actually writing down your goals, and not just writing them down like someday, it'd be nice to have, but writing it down with the conviction of I am, and I have, and I will. And just the difference that can make when you start to speak that and let that go into your mind as if. And so what I wrote down, this was, again, remember, the year before we did 2.8 million in revenue, which was really great. We had probably 15, 20 team members at the time. And I remember writing down, I am the president of a $100 million company. And I wrote that down and I was like, oh my gosh, like that's so scary. And so I wrote it down and I made sure no one was looking, like, all right, wrote it down and kind of kept it for myself. And then the next day I wrote it down again. And so then, like, I have kind of a process I do every day when I write down my to-do list, what I'm grateful for, and then, my goals. And so I just got in the habit for the next 3 months of every single day I wrote down, I'm the president of a $100 million company. I'm the president of a $100 million company. I'm the president of a $100 million company. And it was the first thing I wrote down at the top of my list every single day. And what happened was once I started writing that down, then I got more comfortable even like hearing myself say it. Then I got more comfortable actually saying it to other people. Then I got more comfortable saying it with conviction and belief. And then I got more comfortable saying it with authority. And then it happened in 2 years. 2 years. We went from $2.5 to $3 million revenue when there was no possible reason to believe that this was even true, to in less than 2 years, what I had written down every single day during that time was I am, not it would be nice someday maybe when I'm 50 or 60 or I don't think this actually could happen. When I wrote down I am, and I started to think that way and I started to have conversations that way, because what happened was once I started saying that, I started having conversations. I would go to masterminds like these, and rather than asking questions like, yeah, I'm stuck. I just need to figure out we did 3 million last year, and I'm trying to figure out how to get to 3.5 million would be really great, or I need to hire one person, or what's a tool that I haven't discovered yet. When we would go around the room and people would say, hey, what's the one place you're stuck? My request was, I'm going to be a $100 million president. I need a mentor, someone who's been there before. That way I can learn from them. And I can leapfrog or jump past all of this tactical stuff and start to put my mind somewhere else. So that's probably the biggest thing I want to leave you guys with my story. And then we can dive into more specifics. But I just want you guys to, especially while you're here, what a great time to suspend what you thought was possible back home. And all the noise and all the just busyness and all the stuff, give yourself permission for the rest of the time that you're here to just reflect and to dream even bigger than what you thought. And it doesn't have to be revenue. It doesn't have to be a dollar amount. It doesn't have to be any of that. But don't hold yourself back from what you think is possible, because the how is not important. It's the what. And once you get clear about the what, and I think you even said this yesterday, Ed, once you get really clear about the what, you will figure out the how along the way. But you'll start asking better questions once you get clear about your what, and once you start getting clear about, hey, this is not just like a little bit incremental better than what I was doing yesterday or last year. This is like, I know what I want and where I'm going. Now I'm going to ask better questions about how to get there, and a lot of the noise starts to fall to the side, and you'll figure out the how.
All right, let's give it up for Evan. That was awesome. Okay, cool. So while we're getting situated here, I want to just challenge the room to just pause for like 1 second, and on a piece of paper write, I am, and then whatever your title is, CEO of $100 million a year company, or I am president of $100 million. Like, do that right now. Yeah, last intensive we were running, the guy looks at me and goes, "Are we supposed to like, do these exercises?" I was like, "If you want some results, yeah." You know, fantastic. I'm going to go to one tactical, like strategical. Actually, it's more of a strategical question, but then I kind of want to open up for the group. So, what I think is really, really awesome, by the way, is like, you know, it was all built out of creating value, right, and just figuring out how to make money from the value, right, and impacting more people. For a while, you guys were an info business, and as you're saying, you were selling Garden of Life?
Right.
Yeah, which was Jordan's original company, but he already sold it, correct?
Right.
Okay. So, because I think, guys, this is just something to pay attention to on this line of questioning, because some of you are just great, have followings, you know how to generate traffic, you know how to generate customers, and one of the biggest blockages we have in our ecosystem constantly is, oh, Ed, I'm starting to grow in my business, yet I'm running out of cash because of all the products I would require. And part of your leapfrog of going from 47 million to what, 197 million, you say, or something like that? 97 million
Yeah.
was adding a nice, badass line of products and getting distribution, correct?
Correct.
Like from the outside, that's what it looks like. Are you even allowed to share any of this, or are you not? Okay, so I'll ask a different question. So
there you go.
Shit, he's not gonna answer that one. Okay, cool. Well, I'll just share my observation from the outside. I think every one of us is one person away from a great strategical relationship. It might not be that type of one. It might be something similar. And by asking those questions, though, you guys thought of much bigger. Like, I'd be afraid to go to somebody who just sold Garden of Life for like 1.5 billion, right? Didn't they, to Nestle?
Right. Yeah. So Jordan had previously sold Garden of Life. He founded it 20 plus years ago out of a garage, sold it for about 80 million, and then from there it recently sold to Nestle again. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Yeah, but I still wouldn't even know where to start unless I was thinking that big. Okay, cool. So that was my question. So let's open up. Who's got a question for Evan? Let's see what we got here.
You talk more about, wow, that's loud. Could you talk more about the mentor that you found, if at all, and kind of what that looked like? Anything else on that?
Yeah, great question. So there's a great book called Never Eat Alone, written by Keith Ferrazzi. I read that when I was 19, 20. And in there's a really great line. It's not even what the book is about, but in there's a great line. He says, you learn in your 20s and you earn in your 30s. And so that gave me, and now I'm 31-ish, almost 32. And now I'm like, I just want that for life. Like you learn in this life, you earn in the next one or whatever. I just want to be dedicated to be always learning. And so not only stuck to learn in my 20s. But the value that gave me was that I did not have to shortcut like earning, like jump to do a shortcut just to make some money or to take or sacrifice the learning to go earn something. And so investing in that learning, it allowed me to do all kinds of stuff that I wouldn't have otherwise if I just needed to if my top priority was getting a paycheck. And so when I started asking those types of questions, actually Lifeway is right here. The president of Lifeway became a mentor of mine. and I got introduced to a handful of other people. One who owns broadcast.com, bandwidth.com, and they just IPO'd recently. So he's probably the biggest one. I think they were doing 400 million in revenue, when I got introduced to him. But I started to get introduced to people in different industries. That what I learned was, after a certain level, the industry was less important. And the things that start to make the highest leverage impact is people and cash and vision. And so, in fact, this is one of the things the mentor taught me was, as the CEO, you really have 3 jobs. It's vision, people, and cash. And vision is to shepherd it, make it really, really clear, make sure everyone's aligned to the vision. The people is your job to recruit and retain world-class talent. And then the cash, don't run out of money. So you're always raising money, either internally through sales, credit, debt, whatever, or externally through funding. But outside of those 3 things, as a CEO, you should be delegating the rest. So those are a couple things I learned.
Did that fall on your responsibility, like as the president, of helping of the cash, making sure there was cash?
Oh yeah.
Because you were the operating / partner. I don't know, put words in your mouth, but you were running the business, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The day to day. Got
Yeah.
it. That I'm looking over. Oh, is that Gore? Gore.
Evan, you talked about going from 2.5 million to 40 million to 90 million, and can you talk about, when I hear that, it sounds like you guys went through like hell to get there, because it doesn't sound like an easy journey to do that in 2 years. Can you talk about some of the challenges that you had during those 24 months to go from like 3 million to 97 million?
Yeah, it was such a pressure cooker of time and growth and speed that I went from having strong opinions and beliefs about the way things could be or should be, whether it's culture, people, values, things like that, to seeing, going through that pressure cooker. They went from strong opinions to convictions. And what it was like, it was the entrepreneurial roller coaster, just like exaggerated and compressed. And so our highs were super, super high. The first time we hit the Inc. 500 list, we were high-fiving, and then in the next meeting, as we were watching our sales grow on the inventory, on the products, we're starting to look at our cash balance and see that deplete. And so we're going from like high-fiving this outside like praise to internally, we're like, how are we going to keep the lights on next month? We have to get more funding and credit to be able to fund the inventory. So it's this really odd,
It's a weird thing. You go home, your wife goes, "How's business?" You're like, "We're killing it," but I'm running out of money. It's like it's
so
a horrible
bizarre.
feeling. Yeah,
it's so bizarre.
All right, question over here. So one thing that I've learned from Ed and a number of other of my mentors is there's different types of supplement buyers, ranging from like the crappy fat loss buyers who it's tougher to get repeat business, to people who are more into the organic ingredient side. I was wondering, what level are what's the mindset and level of knowledge that your typical or your best customer has when they get into your ecosystem? In terms of, are they really interested in the ingredients? They know a little bit about the ingredients and they just want to know what the best one is, or they just have this awful pain point and they want to get rid of it as quickly as possible?
Yeah, great question.
Can I actually add to that too? I mean, I think this is it's a great question, because it actually asks at the heart of it, like the shift that's happened over the last 3 years of being very sales driven, marketing copy, hard sell driven, to how do you attract and raise the level of sophistication of your consumer prior to purchasing? I'm gonna let you answer this, I will, but there's one thing that he said earlier that I wanted, was a pattern, is he said everybody was asking us what Dr. Josh takes for for supplements and food. And that is, if you do a 3-day giveaway, 7-day giveaway, they buy the course, but then they're immediately like, what supplements can I take, or what can I do to feel even better right now. So go ahead with that. So yeah, how are they coming in, and what's sophistication levels?
Great question. And just for context for everyone, how we built, this is one thing I left out, but how we built the company based on the book Crush It is value, 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 and then we ask for business. And so everything we do is based on giving value first. And so that's why we put out so many articles that we put out. That's why we created the drax.com resource that we created. We have a large content production team that creates that content, researchers, editors, writers, et cetera, graphic designers, videographers that produce world-class content that is all in the form of just giving value. So that's how we start. And so for us, to answer your question, that's the basis of it, is providing that education and helping people who don't. I would say this often as we're growing, like, we're not here to just help people who want to lose 20, 30 pounds. Like, they're going to get help from what we do, but we're actually, once we got really clear about our avatar, which was the mom of 2 kids who shops at Whole Foods, and she may have 10 pounds of baby weight that she wants to finally get rid of or whatever, but it was the mom, and she's more interested in wellness for her family. And she's less concerned about just like getting shredded. She wants to know that her kids are going to be, she's giving the right stuff to her kids and for her family. So once we got really clear about that, then we started, talking to that mom in a different way than we would if we were, putting together like a very, very hard or direct, sales video. It was a lot more organic, a lot more conversational, a lot more transparent. And so then that served us because, as Ed was saying, we created online programs that would teach people. Most of them landed in the $200 range for the consumer programs. And then we would have supplements that would go well with the program. So what we found was the value of someone that came into our ecosystem through just buying a supplement, they were about $175 LTV. Someone who came in through a $200 program that they were getting educated, their LTV was $575. So the value in providing that real education is just astronomical.
Did you guys all hear that? Did you write it down? Okay. So in other words, the lifetime value is almost 2.5 times more by having an information-based front-end funnel. Yeah. Which, if you look at yesterday, I think 6 of the 7 funnels I showed were info-based. Cool, man. We have we got like 2 hands, 3 hands going up. So we'll popcorn these, and we'll bang them out. Vlad.
Yeah, my question, when you guys get started, you was trying to copy someone, or you was just trying to be like unique, What was the strategy to scale so fast, Like most of the people, they just try to copy, but what about you,
Yeah, great question. So who we had to model on the content side of everything was Mercola.com.
Mm-hmm.
So that was our biggest content person we modeled. And then on the supplement side, we looked to Jordan Rubin, who had created great company in the past, so we looked to work and model him. And then on the program side, everything that Russell Brunson was teaching. So we just started finding people, and then pulling it together and trying to figure out, okay, if they come in through this, through SEO, all right, how can we do email better? All right, here, and then, all right, once they're on our email list, how can we get them on the program and then the supplements? And then it all kind of started working together, as we pulled the pieces, together.
All right, love it. Alejandro.
Yep. So if you were starting again, like with all the experience you have, and Josh hands you the password to the Wi-Fi, what would be the first step that you...
I would change the Wi-Fi password. It's too complicated. It's going to depend on a lot of variables, of course. But for me, in my experience, Moyes is a good friend of mine. He created the deodorant brand Native, and a lot of you probably saw last year they sold to P&G or Unilever for around $100 million. And he's just a brilliant guy. They have 6 products. It's one deodorant, but it's like 6 flavors, and native.co or something. You can find it. Check it out. But you will be amazed at how not fancy the site is. It's pretty straightforward. Moyes started the company, it was less than 3 years from when he started it to when he exited the entire company for right around 100 million. At the time of exit, he had 8 employees. And so that totally like changed everything I thought was possible, because when we were building Dr. Axe, one thing, we were always recruiting. We were always looking to bring on more talent. Every new project was, all right, who's going to do it? We need to go hire, recruit someone, and then put them in charge of it. And so our team started growing too, which that's one path. That's great. Me personally, every time you add on a new team member, it adds more complexity, and it also reduces the efficiency of communication. So one thing that I would do if I were restarting again would be to keep my overhead, fixed overhead, whether it's rent, employees, whatever. Think way outside of the box of what you think is possible, and kind of do a crazy experiment of what would it have to look like to have 10 people and do 100 million in revenue, or have only 10 people and sell for 100 million, and you even just use it as a thought experiment.
What's your last name?
Tardy, like late, Tardy. Okay, yes.
All right, let's give it up for Evan.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Cool.
man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Okay, staying, moving forward, I lost my roster sheet here, is Babak Azad. You ready to go, Babak? So Babak and I are friends. We've been friends for a few years now. We've done Hell on the Hill together. Did you do 29029? Yeah, he probably kicked my butt in that as well. And what he specializes in, why I wanted to bring him here, was his understanding of maximizing customer lifetime value and the customer life cycle, and optimizing continuity programs. That's where I was trying to go with that. So is that all fair assessments? All right, cool. So let's give it up for Babak, and I'm going to get out of the way here. On button right there, bro.
Oh, there we go. All right, cool. All right, is this on? Hello, hello. Is it working? All right. Cool. Well, it is 9 a.m. What am I in Central here? I'm from LA, so this is 7 a.m. my time. So I was joking. I got to bring the heat early, and so I'm excited though. But I'm a morning person, so it's good for me. I was in business school at Stanford a bunch of years ago, and I took a class with Andy Grove, founder of Intel, and he had a co-professor. It was this German guy, and we started at 8 a.m. And the joke was this guy was pitting out by 8:03, and he really brought the heat. And so it was an intense class, but just this idea of getting going early is kind of a little bit of my nature. Sorry, this is the clicker. All right. So Ed's description was fair. I'm going to get into my background. Really, the goal for this today, as you can see with the title, is about crafting incredible customer experiences. And my experience, and I'm going to kind of give you some context because I think that's crucial to where I've come from, and where I am today, is that this is really one of the keys both to building and scaling a lasting brand. I'm actually in the midst of writing a book about this. That's how important I believe it is, and how I've seen it to be impactful. And whether you're small or big, I've seen it basically at every stage in a company's life cycle. Can I just get a quick show of hands for a few different questions? First, I want to get a sense of scope and size of the businesses. So if you're in a 6-figure business, can I see hands? Cool. 7-figure? And 8? And then I know there's 9. And then brick and mortar companies? A couple. And then everyone else, generally e-com? Right? Okay. And then physical products and info. Okay, great. Awesome. That's helpful to know. So who am I first? I always start with this picture because it's my why. So that's my why. My wife, 2 kids, were not pregnant but going for number 3. So hopefully in a year there's a little addition to that. This was Halloween a couple years ago, and the reason also I put this up here is because it's a reminder to me and to you that I'm a human being, and that I have something outside of life, and that what I talk about here. And also you will find that, so Evan and I cannot be more different, I think you'll find pretty quickly when it comes to how we are on stage. Once I get going, I get very intense. And so this is the reminder that I can smile and that I can be goofy. I was watching Evan, I'm like, this guy's just got a very pleasant demeanor, and like, he's just like, he's got this natural smile. Like once I get going, I get like this. So you'll see that pretty quickly, and Vinny knows me, and I think he knows what that looks like. So, but that's my why, and I think it's important. So I live in LA. Just by way of background, I spent 8 years at Beachbody. I got there when we were about 100 million, so significant scale already when I got there. It was not nearly as organized and professionalized as you probably would guess for being a 9-figure business. And then I left 10 years later when we had crossed $1 billion and growing. So that was 3 years ago. I built the analytics teams first, and then oversaw media and customer acquisition for the last 5 years. And kind of over $500 million in media we ran during my time there. I was a math major in college. As I mentioned, I went to business school. So also, as opposed to Evan, I was not an entrepreneurial kid. I'm not even sure I'm entrepreneurial. I don't really know what that means for me exactly. But I was not the startup kid. I wasn't like tinkering and whatever. Like I grew up in an upper middle class family. Like I basically kind of had it easy relative to a bunch of people I know. So I was not that kid who in person, and I frankly am a little bit surprised of where I'm gotten to today. From the time I made a decision to leave Beachbody to the time I left was 16 months. I was married, I had a wife, had 1 kid at the time. And I say that because for me, I would say none of this stuff has come naturally. It was never in my blood. But the cool thing for me now is, so when I got to Beachbody, no one was really looking at joining an infomercial company and a network marketing business, not certainly my Stanford business school friends. And so I've kind of like been a very nice, I think, bridge and link between different worlds. And I think that's actually one of the strengths that I have. So what do I do today? I left 3 years ago to go start something. We failed miserably in 3 months. Couldn't get out of our own way, and so I had to pay some bills and started picking up clients and really just started building my own consulting business. Round 2 Partners is the name. These are some of the folks I work with really across industries. But really I help performance marketers build brands. And that language is very intentional. I come from a performance marketing background. I obviously have a quant background, which is kind of helpful when it comes to that, but really work with people who want to build brands. And that's really about longevity and lasting, and really there's a filter around, do you care about the product, do you care about the service? And by the way, I will use the word product here. If you're in a service business, just interchangeable. I find it easier than saying product or service every single time. Generally speaking, I'm better at scale, at 20 million and above. 0 to 3, 0 to 5 is really not my core. I think what you need to do there is very different than once you get to 8 figures, 15, 20 million run rate and beyond. And really that's where I come in. I've worked with some awesome brands, and the fun part is usually people come to me when they're starting to scale and they need help. And they realize that what they've been doing needs to change. And so because I've seen scale, kind of it's a fun little fun job. And really trying to help people from 8 to 9 figures. So what I used to talk about at events. So Ed was talking about customer LTV, continuity, all that stuff. I was heavy data driven. I still do this. And so nothing I'm going to talk about today, and especially when you hear customer experience, I think a lot of people have their own sense of what that may mean. But I think it's very important to know that everything I do is grounded in results, ROI, very heavily in that. So nothing has changed from that perspective. But I used to talk about LTV, CPA, churn, ad nauseum. I put graphs and charts up like this. Talk about how Facebook was driving Google and brand search and organic, and it is, and that's awesome. I've got case studies. It's all free if you ever want it. So if you're running Facebook, pay attention to Google and organic and direct, all that stuff. But I put charts up like that. I put charts up like this to help you think about what's cohort analysis when it came to retention and analytics. Again, free stuff. I can talk about this stuff for hours. At 9 a.m., this is really intense, and I don't think you all want to go into this kind of thing. Plus, it's hard to see, and I don't have a pointer. But so now the conversation began to shift, and this was a very intentional one. I started talking, and I found it very interesting that a lot of direct-to-consumer brands, companies, didn't actually talk about the word brand, and it wasn't in the lexicon. And the idea around actually building a direct relationship and having a conversation and interaction with the customer was something many D2C companies didn't actually want, which I found kind of ironic that you actually want to be direct to consumer, but the moment that customer actually contacts you, scared, that's bad, that's not a good thing. And so this conversation started to shift a bit around what is a brand and what does it mean? And the idea around working with people who actually care about their product, care about their customer. Because for me, at the end of the day, building a brand really means you're just paying attention to the experience that the customer is having. What is that product experience? What is that experience with your customer service reps? What is it experience with the website? All those kinds of things. And the benefits, you can charge a premium, higher valuation, you get word of mouth, fewer bad reviews. It helps in hiring. If you're at a company or have been at a company that has really bad reviews, it's harder to hire, right? And so all these things are actually related. It's not just customer facing, it's employee facing too. And by the way, it actually helps in customer acquisition. So this was an analogy I've always kind of used, which is if you compare income to wealth, is DR to brand. So I think the goal, if your goal is brand, then you need kind of the DR side to generate cash, to get things going, and you got to be more tactical in that kind of way. And if you want to generate wealth, you can't do that without income. But so you need the left side to build the right, and they kind of work together. And that's really how I've thought about trying to bridge these two areas. My experience, though, was that many performance marketers, you generate income at the expense of brand. So if you think about, we'll talk about Beachbody for a moment. It's so old, and I frankly think there are a lot better examples today of who to point to. We had an upsell flow that was, with one brand, 8 upsells long. People are always amazed, how do you do that? And I've talked to people who had one. I'm like, you got to have at least 2 or 3. That is probably not a great customer experience. And I get it. In health and fitness, what happens on day 0 is a huge impact to what you get afterwards. It's very hard 6 months later to keep people around, all that kind of stuff. Our telemarketing scripts went from 13-minute average call time to the time I left was 17 minutes. Our AOV on those calls went up dramatically. That's why we lengthened the script. But I would argue that certain parts of that aren't great from a customer experience side. And if you are just putting things down your customer's throat, putting in negative option continuities, hoping things slip through, you may be winning in the short term, but most likely your return, your refund rate is getting worse. And also, even if it's not, I guarantee you people are having a bad experience and they're not talking positively to a certain extent. That doesn't mean all across the board, but I'll talk about some specific examples of people who are particularly bad in a different category. And oftentimes people, the performance marketers, don't think it applies to them. Kind of talked about that. But the reality is between Amazon, social, yourcompanysucks.com, you just have to pay attention. 20 years ago, it was a lot easier to drive traffic, not have people talk about it, and kind of get away with that kind of stuff. My perspective is no matter who you are, you have to have a sense of your brand and what your brand stands for, because people are writing and talking about it in one way or another. You may not always see it, and that's the hard part, which is there may be things that are actually spoken, not on social media, about your brand, and sometimes you look just for comments and stuff that's online, and it's very hard to see some of the stuff that's not happening, but it is. If you just think about your own personal experience, I think that probably would validate that. But the impact, right? It's lower conversion rates if people, if you're not paying attention, fewer people telling others to buy, and frankly, the worst case is actively telling people to stay away. I know we all probably have some brands, big or small, that when our friends mention them, the first thing we say is, don't buy from them. I hate that business, like they screwed me, whatever it is, right? Whether it's, whatever category it is, I'll kind of spare my own personal details. Actually, I'll tell you one quick story on that. I was actually at Golf Channel a year ago, and I'm presenting, and I am not a cable company fan, and so I have a slide on this where I talk about brands that I don't like, and I realize in my head that the next brand coming up is Comcast. And this is Golf Channel, which is owned by Comcast. So I literally unplugged my computer, switched the slide to the next one, and then got back going. I didn't think it was probably a good thing to tell them their parent company was one of my least favorite businesses of all time. So sometimes you got to remember to prep before your presentations and know your audience. So my question really to you is the concept of a brand, is it in your thinking? Do you actually think about it day to day? Does it come up in conversations with your team, with your vendors? Is it a goal that when you tell people we're actually trying to build a brand? And by the way, if you're just in cash flow or you're just in lifestyle, that's fine. This stuff will still totally apply to you, and I'll show you how. But this is a big part, big thing that I've been really want to hopefully raise and make sure get more people to think about and talk about. So what happened too, though, was part of the reason I'm kind of where I'm going with this. a lot of people I talked to didn't respond well to this. And they're saying like, you know what, that's not for me. So I had to figure out a different way around this. So if I could find a way to talk about brand, but that was rooted in retention and acquisition. Because most performance marketers and DR folks love retention and acquisition, but brand may not be as relevant. And so that's really what got me here with one other thing, or two other things. The LTV CPA churn conversation and all those things around it can be very, very effective. I came from paid media. I love paid media. I want to be controlling traffic, all that kind of stuff. It is effective and exhausting. And what I mean by that is it is just tiring to always trying to be doing that next thing, like how do you get that 2% incremental to churn and acquisition and all that stuff. And by the way, the core work that I do is still rooted in that. So I am not saying that paid media is bad. And by the way, like I help people, and when you work on all those little tactical things, that absolutely makes a ton of money and can. It is also still, it is pretty exhausting. And so this idea of how do you get around that more? How do you look at the brands that, or companies that have actually built brands? What are they doing? And it's not about don't spend money on marketing. It's just marketing doesn't always have to be media. And that distinction was really an important one that some of my friends actually helped me kind of understand a little bit better. This concept that it's never been an easier time to start a business is awesome, except if you're an existing business owner and you're an incumbent, because that means more competition. So it is awesome that there's never been an easier time to run a business, but you know what? If you have a business today, I think we all say what competition makes us better, but would you rather be in a monopoly or be in a heavily competitive business? I'd always pick monopoly. So let's be honest about that. So that is great, but it also means there's never been a harder time to acquire and retain customers. So what that drives is really a need for differentiation, customers wanting to come back, customers thinking you're a 9 or a 10. So who here is familiar with NPS, Net Promoter Score? Okay, so Net Promoter Score is a test I have always associated with brand marketers. Again, I kind of come from this original mentality that there's DR folks and brand folks, which is not correct, in my view at least, that you got to kind of look at things not just either or, but and. But Net Promoter Score is basically a test, or you basically put it out to your customers, and you ask them on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely are you to recommend us? What's been your experience? All that. 9 and 10 is +1, 1 through 6 is -1, 6 and 7 is 0. Sorry, I think 6, 7, 8 is 0. Right? And so that sounds like a very, very high bar, that you only get credit for the 9s and 10s, 1 through 6, yes, 1 through 6 is negative, and 7 and 8, which actually sounds pretty darn good, is actually a 0. Big brands like Amazon, Apple, Nordstrom, they are in the 70s and above, and that is a phenomenally high score. It's very, very difficult to be that good, but this concept of, first of all, the NPS test, I used to kind of poo-poo. I've actually gotten way more, I believe in it. You can run it to your own list. Like you don't need, it's nothing proprietary. But that idea that you have to be at a 9 or a 10, like that is a very high bar, but that is the world we are operating in today. Because there is so much competition, because there's so much distraction, because there's so many options, if you're not a 9 or a 10, it is just so much more difficult to acquire and to retain customers. And so that idea that 7 and 8, which sounds pretty good, I don't know if that's BB+, like that's generally pretty good. 9 and 10 is really where the goal really kind of has moved to. So this idea around what is something that bridges brand, acquisition, retention. And what I started finding and started working on with clients was that those people that had built sustainable brands, and whether they had started from zero, they had bought something, whatever, one of the things that unified them was they'd all crafted incredible customer experiences. And I think if you think about Amazon, Nordstrom, Harley Davidson, there is a sense of what that brand stands for, grounded in that experience that their customer, whether it's you or someone else, has had. And so what's a great customer experience? You know, leaves people, I think there's no great, awesome explanation, but let me put some kind of words around it so that I'm kind of grounding here. It leaves people amazed, whether or not they're existing customers. I think there are companies that you may not be a customer of, where you're still, not even as a marketer, but as a human being, amazed and love what they do. Customers know they've interacted with a different type of business. They're excited to buy again, as opposed to dreading something else hitting their card. And very, very important, it creates a meaningful point of differentiation. the companies that are all in this room today, you guys are all in a brutally competitive category. And so you got people next to you, people like hundreds and hundreds of people outside of the room that are doing very similar things, at least from a consumer side. And so how are you going to differentiate from all that other noise and all that other mess, not just to get, but to keep your customers, and then certainly to increase LTV over time. So how do you do it? There are 4 core categories I've kind of broken down, and I'm going to go through a few of these. But really, it's the raw human stuff. Let me actually just jump to this slide, and then I'll show you which ones I'm going to go through. But really, it's the raw human stuff, which is things like identity, community, personalization, all the stuff that, whether you want to call it NLP, Cialdini stuff, but really core human things to tap into. There's product. I find it kind of amazing that I'll go to conferences and people talk about all the tactics and all these things, and whether in the room or outside the room, there's not enough conversation around product. And that sounds really, really obvious. And if you're talking about product all the time, that's great. But I just see a lot of places I go where people actually aren't talking about the product, and especially when you look at like the ASMs, the things that have come out, and it's like just private label, private label. You want to start that way, that's great, but over time, your customer actually is going to care about the product because that is what they're buying, part of what they're buying. And so all the things around product, the transactional experience, so what is it like to buy, what is it like to return, all those kinds of things, and then content. So how do you deliver the message? And these are not mutually exclusive. They can be layered, like identity and video can show up. And I'm going to show some examples, at least talk through them here. So the ones that I'm going to go through are the ones in red. I felt like some of those are a little bit more applicable here. I'm intentionally also pulling some brands that are outside of the core of health and fitness, because I think it is really important. I think you guys have probably analyzed your own categories decently enough. I'm going to have a few in here, but I think sometimes it's really helpful to see brands in other categories and some that are big and that are small. So there's a spectrum here. So what this isn't, it's not traditional brand marketing. So please, if you come from this mentality like I used to, that, oh, this is just for big brands and that doesn't apply to me, I guess I'll use Evan's thing, suspend belief for a moment, or what your thing is. This isn't just soft stuff that isn't measurable. It absolutely is. This stuff should be driving acquisition in the form of more spend, lower CPA, higher retention, lower refunds. Different ones will drive different buckets, but it absolutely should be measurable to you as a business owner. And it's not just for those who want to build a brand or want to sell. So I kind of air quote this whole thing of like, if you're just in a cash flow business or you just want to be in a lifestyle. Again, I don't come with any judgment around that. I really want to make sure this stuff applies to you as well. I think this really applies to all marketers. So let's look at the human stuff first. Harley Davidson does not make the best motorcycles at all. Like technically, there are absolutely better motorcycles on the planet, and certainly there are cheaper ones than what Harley produces. But when people see the logo and they think about Harley and they think about that customer, what these guys have done unbelievably well is tap into identity and community. There is a sense of freedom that now has become associated with Harley Davidson, which is partly why it's 40 and 50-year-old folks buying it. It's price point, but it's also that point in their life. They're looking for a sense of freedom. It's midlife crisis. The kids may or may not be in the house. The reality of their life is kind of coming to fruition a little bit. And so Harley Davidson started out targeting farmers in the 1900s, and then it was Hell's Angels and Easy Rider, and then it slowly started to bridge. And once they started finding that people started associating the bikes and that lifestyle and that sense of community with their brand, they've started pushing. So they do something called the HOG group. I forget what it stands for, but it's basically, these are sponsored clubs by the company, but at the local level. So that they know that their customer, it's really important for them. One of the things they bought into is both that sense of identity, but also riding with other Harley riders, right? It's that connection of, hey, you are a Harley rider, I am, we both want this sense of freedom. So what they did was once they saw this stuff happening, the company started sponsoring, and the dealers really are the ones doing this, local events to encourage that interaction. So we have online Facebook challenges and Facebook groups to bring communities together. They do it in the offline world because it's a physical product, right? But they intentionally bring together people who want to be bridged together. Dollar Beard Club. Imagine most people have seen this video. They satired Dollar Shave Club. They're now rebranded as The Beard Club. This video did a phenomenal job of tapping into identity. So if you've never watched it, I want to show it, but if you've ever watched it, they basically talk about what it's like to be a bearded man and the life that you live as a bearded man. And so the sense of bringing together and pulling in people who already have beards and creating that sense of aspiration that don't you want to live this cool life, to drive in a limousine, to like Chris was pretty damn ripped in that thing. So there's association with that. There's the fun he has. And so that video was absolutely a customer acquisition vehicle. But that was totally grounded in the sense of identity and the community. He even like throws words like brotherhood, right? And the brotherhood of being a bearded man. And so that idea that customer experience is very, very early on. So it's not just some high and flighty thing. And so you have Harley Davidson on one side doing it in one way, and these guys are doing it in a very grounded way that's also video driven. Again, that's what they were very, very good at. And really my goal too is I want to kind of show a bunch of examples, and hopefully you just get one or two ideas that you start with, and I'm going to talk about implementation at the very end. Loot Crate is a subscription box for gamers and nerds. They use that language. It's not pejorative at all. The reason I show that is I love this. This is their on their order confirmation page. That image is their avatar. And so one of the biggest mistakes I see people make is not go deep and hard with their core avatar. So this may not be your avatar, but for their core customer, it absolutely is. And so oftentimes it's like, oh, we don't want to alienate the 30% of customers that are doing this. Honestly, go deep on, if you have 60, 70% or a certain kind of avatar, go deep and hard on those, because connecting, when the avatar sees that image, they know for sure that the business knows who they are. And they're not afraid to do that. They also use that word, the looter community. This is their order confirmation email. It says, hi looter, talks about a looter community, talks about you're automatically new unless you cancel or there's a zombie apocalypse. That language very much resonates with the sense of identity that their target avatar has. And so they know their customer, and we talked about this yesterday, know your customer, speak their language. Personalization. So everyone talks about personalization. I just thought this is one pretty quick, slick one. So this is my wife's best friend. She's got a beauty business. That bottom thing, let me zoom in on it. They do a selfie match. So buying beauty products online is very difficult because your skin color and the tone is actually very difficult. Your screen, all that kind of stuff, right? So what you can do is you can take a picture of yourself, upload it, send it to the business, they'll look at it, they know their products, and it basically mimics being at the counter, but you're not at the counter, you're in a digital world. So very simple. I take a picture, upload it, and the company looks at it. And obviously you gotta respond correctly, you gotta hope that your matching is actually doing a pretty good job, but when you're confused as all heck on what color and what kind of thing to buy, you just take a picture, snap it, send it. That's pretty darn easy, and that's relatively personalized and also mimics that experience of being at the counter. So inclusivity. So exclusivity is certainly one. I think that creates a phenomenal experience. In this regard, inclusivity does not mean the opposite of exclusivity. Exclusivity is for certain people, but inclusivity doesn't mean this is for everybody. It's really, in this context, it's about, are you going after the underserved? And so Gwinny Bee used to be, they've changed their model a little bit, but if you're familiar with Stitch Fix, which is a subscription box for apparel, you get 5 cents, whatever you like, you keep and you pay for and you send it back. Gwinny Bee was doing that for plus size women. So it was originally 10 to size 32. That was who they were going after, because Stitch Fix and all the other brands weren't going after plus size women. That was who they were going after. Earlier this year, they expanded to everyone, and I don't know, honestly, if it was under the guise of inclusivity that we got to offer to everyone, or the model didn't work. But I do think that idea of find niche, they also raised money, and when you're raising money, you got different challenges than when you're bootstrapped. But that idea of tapping into the underserved and who is not being paid attention to is a very, very powerful thing. And they had very strong, very simple imagery about this, because most beauty brands, most apparel brands, it is size 2 women. It is, everyone has read and talked about this, I think, ad nauseum, but particularly this group felt completely ignored. I think in health and fitness, Nerd Fitness has done a pretty darn good job with this. It's kind of like Loot Crate, right? But for nerds and games. I mean, nerds and gamers. And so just with the name, they own it. And so this idea that if you're a nerd, that how do you have a workout program that's different for you, and just a fun little play on things and a different angle towards it. I think that, again, it's a very simple view of inclusivity. Surprise and delight. So everyone talks about surprise and delight. I want to share just one. Actually, yeah, I'll skip over the second one. So Link wine subscription business, one of the cool things they do, they don't publicize this, they have 2 referral programs. And this one is actually more effective than their regular one. So whether you do a one-sided or two-sided customer referral program is one thing. These folks, after you've ordered your 3rd box, they give you the opportunity to invite 6 of your friends to get a free box. So 4 wines for free. That customer has to sign up for a subscription and give their credit card, but if I get 3 boxes, I can gift any 6 people with unique codes the opportunity to get a free box. This is driving more customer referrals than their 2-sided one that they already have. And by the way, my customer account is inactive, and I still have the ability to send those invitations. So this is my own account. I've canceled a little while ago, and I still have the ability to do that. So that idea that it doesn't go away even though I stopped actually paying is actually a pretty cool thing. And I'm just amazed that it actually still exists today. I'm going to skip over these guys. Product. Who's familiar with Buc-ee's? Okay. So Buc-ee's is a convenience store. And I find it amazing that I put a convenience store in a deck talking about customer experience. So Buc-ee's is in Texas. They basically took everything that was horrible out of a convenience store, which the list is quite exhaustive. They are crowded, they are dirty, the food is horrible, the service is horrible, and they did the exact opposite. They basically have these 100,000 square foot, basically ginormous boxes that are the cleanest places you've ever seen. The customer service staff is awesome. The food is impeccable. And to say that food at a convenience store is amazing is just unbelievable. And they have like 50 gas station tanks. So you're never waiting in line for it. These guys basically looked at what was going on with convenience stores and said, there is a whole bunch of mess, literally and figuratively, and how do we do this a lot better? And I think they're an awesome example to say there are a lot of competitors out there in your niche, in your category, that are doing things, and you know that they could be done a lot better. Find those pain points and then serve them differently. Because when people are driving across Texas, families are intentionally stopping and going out of their way to stop at Buc-ee's because it is that good of an experience. I actually went to Austin and my friend said, you have to drive 45 minutes out to go look at a Buc-ee's because it is that good. Their urinals have dispensers with Purell. It's literally the most immaculate convenience store I've ever seen in my life. Simplicity, we talk about it. I think the idea of what In-N-Out Burger has done, so In-N-Out Burger, I'm assuming most people have heard about it, but if not, it actually is the best burger, and I know people get in fights about that. To think that 30 years ago you would start a burger business that only offered hamburgers, cheeseburgers, doubles, fries, and drinks. That's it, and you're gonna have to wait 20 minutes to get it. That is the In-N-Out Burger experience, right? Just on paper, and any MBA would say that is the stupidest idea on the planet. And they now have God knows how many locations, right? Because they've created this amazing experience. The food is exceptionally good. It is actually very simple. They actually have in some ways, a little bit of the opposite of simplicity at times. They have the secret menu, and that adds to the experience, and you gotta know and Google it, and your friends have to tell you. But the burgers are awesome. That's why people buy them. The shakes are awesome. That's why people buy them. And they're willing to tolerate 20 minutes in line for a burger when McDonald's and Burger King can get you served in 3 minutes and get you in and out of there. Because the product is so much better and it's just a very simple experience. Packaging. What's that box? Tiffany's. Anyone know that bottle? 1942. Shoes? Christian Louboutin. And I'm going to put Amex. So who here has the new Amex Platinum card? It is a noticeably heavier card to the point where it's you actually realize it. And when you hand it to someone, they will say, wow, this is a heavier card. And granted, you don't do swipes nearly as much, but each of these things, there is a very distinct experience when someone gifts and receives that Tiffany box, when you get the 1942 bottle, certainly when you see the red soles of those shoes, and when you're holding an Amex Platinum card. Let's be serious. Let's be honest about it. Packaging does matter. So how you deliver the product, how you deliver what it is that your customer is holding, absolutely will make a difference. I'm going to go through a few more and then we'll go. Okay. I'll throw Beachbody up here. This I Earned It shirt was one of the best things that we thought of that was incremental. I'll get to there in a second. So if you finished Insanity, if you did day 0, you took a day 0 picture, day 60 picture, you send it in to us, we'd send you a free t-shirt, say I earned it. Insanity was originally branded as the hardest workout ever on DVD. kind of dates itself right there. But the customer that really wanted that t-shirt was bought into that challenge. And I think our original headline on the website was like, are you tough enough? Or are you up for the challenge? And so it was very much, again, tapping into that sense of identity. But this also for us was a way to get testimonials, right? So we wanted people to send us their day 0 and their day 60 and giving them a t-shirt that they could brag about, because we saw what happened with P90X and people wanted to brag about it. They wanted to create their videos on YouTube. So give them a physical product that is basically a walking billboard. If anything, we did not go deep and hard enough at all when it came to apparel, because people want to be walking billboards, and being in shape is one thing. Having a shirt that says I earned it, says Beachbody, P90X, all that stuff, that's a completely next level. We missed lifestyle brand, quite frankly, and that's what SoulCycle has absolutely killed. It's interesting, right? SoulCycle is a health and fitness company. You've never seen a before and after in any of their marketing materials, because that's not what they're about. They've become about identity, community, lifestyle, all that kind of stuff. And so apparel can be a very, very effective way to do that. I'll skip over this briefly, but these are the new Disney World wristbands. When you're walking around Disney World and you have that and you see other people with it, I guarantee you there's that sense of pride and jealousy about what are those, because they give you access and different sort of treatments at the park. People love to be walking billboards for things. And so, especially when you're trying to build a brand and a lifestyle brand, apparel, all that kind of stuff, like that's a big, big deal. Let me go through a couple of last things. Order notifications. A lot of subscription businesses do not like sending order notifications, with the mindset that if I tell the customer the next shipment's coming, they're more likely to cancel. That is correct. With a 20-30% open rate on emails, if you're lucky, and certainly order notification ones, I absolutely guarantee you that if you send order notifications, your immediate churn rate is going to go up. But if you do what Dollar Shave Club has done and make that order notification a promotional opportunity to say, your next box is coming, would you like to add anything to your order? Right? And by the way, we did this with ButcherBox. It was one of my clients. We did the exact same thing. We have exclusive member-only deals. So you only get this ridiculous blazing deal if you're a member. And by the way, we call them members, not customers or subscribers, because members are treated differently, both internally and externally, than a customer or a subscriber is. You'd much rather be a member of something than a customer or a subscriber. And that sounds nuanced and super simplistic. It makes a huge difference. But basically, customers get that email. So from a brand side, you're good. For people who are going to cancel, that's fine. But you know who does this the absolute worst? The meal subscription companies. Blue Apron, HelloFresh. I can't tell you how many posts I've seen and I have done where I've been pissed as all heck. Because what happens? The box shows up on a Wednesday, and for next week's order, you got to cancel it that same day that you got the current box. And they think they're slipping in 1 or 2 more transactions, and they are. But the impact to the brand and the number of people I have posted myself saying, do not order from these folks because I'm pissed because it sucks to get the box and I got to make a decision for next week's order. So they think they're doing it. That's why I wrote a long piece on Blue Apron. I have no pity for what Blue Apron is going through right now, because their experience is complete crap. Like, why do I have to make a decision today on next week's stuff? I haven't even opened the damn box yet, and you're telling me that I got to have made a decision, and I never remember it. And then how many times does that happen? And people are just pissed. And it buys into this idea that I don't want to sign up for a subscription because I have to remember to cancel this stupid thing. So yeah, your churn rate is going to go up. I guarantee you, but your brand is going to get better over time. And by the way, increase your LTV. Ask them if they want to add something to the dang order. This works really, really effectively for ButcherBox and for the Dollar Shave Club, which is why we implemented it. All right, last couple things. Video. Peloton, I used to hate these guys. They are absolutely killing it. This is basically SoulCycle meets Beachbody, or what you would hope it to be. They have killed it across every single part of the thing. The bike is awesome. The video itself is awesome. The workout is awesome. The music, it is absolutely amazing what these guys have done. I have no sense of their profitability, but if you want to look at like where fitness is and where it's going and what these guys are doing, especially from an at-home and a physical product side, they are the model. SoulCycle and Peloton is essentially the same experience. Each nails their own one in their own way. SoulCycle shows up at the gym and they nail it there. Peloton has nailed it when it comes to at home. I could just go on forever about Peloton. Saddleback leather, anyone familiar with Saddleback leather? They make high-end leather bags, $400, $500, $800 bags. They created a video, their CEO did it. It's basically called How to Knock Us Off. It is the most amazing video I've ever seen to show the benefits and the features and the quality of a product in a very cheeky way. So basically what they did was they said they go step by step through the product. And they say, well, here are the materials. If you wanted to knock us off, you could use this kind of leather, or this kind of leather, or this kind of leather. You could cut corners here and here. The stitching, here's where you could cut corners. But in doing so, they basically show you the quality of their product. And so if you want to knock it off, you learn how to do it. But they basically go through and say, this is the quality stitching, this is the kind of material, this is the process we go through. It is the most innovative way I've seen, and it's a 14-minute video, which is why I'm not showing it here. It is very, very innovative to basically backdoor into showing people just how good that bag is. Final one, watch the experts. Each of these brands, one of the things they do really, really well is they have people who are experts in their category, whether it's food, at-home stuff, video games, and then just crazy shit. People love watching experts. They want to learn. And so in your category, figure out what it is that you do really well and that your customers want to do really well. Because people love watching experts, whether it's crazy stuff that you're never going to do like Red Bull, and like certainly like Benihana, I'm never going to cook like that, so I want to go experience it. But Home Depot shows me how to make stuff at home. And so they have free content instead of online, it's in the store, right? But if you actually realize that I'll be done, you are an expert in your category and customers actually want that, then figure out whether it's content at home, in your brick and mortar locations. People love getting better and seeing people who are experts at something.
All right, let's give it for Bevek. We have time literally for like 2.5 questions. So I'll start with a half question. Do you have a Peloton?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite instructor? See, you didn't say instructor, and I know that's because you like Ali Love like I do.
No. I like Robin and Alex.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Robin's got a foul mouth, and so she says, don't have your kids around, but she's intense, and she kicks my ass.
Yeah. Ali Love. Anyone else know who I'm talking about?
Ali Love.
She calls me boss. That's all I'm going to tell you. She's like, you got this, boss. Come on, boss. Huh? Is it Mike? Oh, it's a bike. Yeah, it's hysterical. Oh, get out of here. There you go. All right. All right, if I'm leaving here and all you're giving me is like 2 things to do immediately, like that could be done by the end of the week for coming from your whole presentation, where would you say you have to do this and you have to do this right away?
So I would think about what's your biggest point of leverage and your biggest pain point that your customers are complaining about what you're doing today and what kinds of things can you change right away. You know what your customers' biggest pain points and annoyances with you are or annoyances with your competitors are. So how are you going to be different than everyone else? The worst thing I ever heard from a subscription company when I said, you guys don't send order for notifications was, well, a whole bunch of other people do it. And that customer service rep should be retrained. But you know what the biggest pain points your customers have with your businesses. And some things you can't control right away because it's tech and it's ops and whatever, but figure out what that is and then figure out how do you tap in. So identity and community, the reason I lead with it, that's the most powerful stuff.
You know what's interesting? I mean, I'll just say this, like, you guys are in the group. It's like when I went through 6-pack shortcuts like Funnel, I couldn't order 1 bottle unless I was opted into the continuity. And it has like, it's like all the small lettering. And I was like, still in this day and age, like you have to deal with this. Like this is stuff that was like 12 years ago, FTC asking to just come crush them.
Now, I would say ButcherBox, it's only subscription. We're working on.
But you know that though, right? When you join into it.
Yeah, and there's the ability to pause, to skip, to order notification. So yeah, you're signing up for a subscription, but we basically do as much as we can to let you know that if you want to make changes, you have the power to do so on your terms, not on the company's terms.
Yeah, Rome.
That was awesome. Like, I had a semi the whole time. Seriously, like it was like such a big shift, Now I have a question though. When you sit down and you start mapping out this process, what is your mindset going into it? Like, do you have and what is like the structure of like how you start mapping this out?
So a couple things in there, which my last 2 slides. So how do you start is one of the biggest questions. I say just pick something that you know is important. Like literally you got to get going. The goal is a cultural shift in your organization. That is way too daunting to begin with today. So trying to say you want to be $1 billion business today is like, I think that's too damn daunting of a goal. 100 million, great. I mean, that's awesome, by the way. I'm gonna steal that for myself. just start. So find something and figure out 1 or 2 key points of leverage in your business. Find 1 or 2 places where you know you can be different. So if you suck at video, either don't do it or hire someone. And so like there's certain things that I don't do. Gary Vee talks about like he doesn't write because he would suck in that media. So he doesn't do it, he has other people do it, right? So figure out what can you be exceptionally good at. What can you be a 9 or a 10? Not a 7 or an 8, what can you be a 9 or a 10 at? But ultimately you gotta just start and just start testing. It's like everything, right? It's on my phone. Done is better than perfect. Like you gotta just get going. So pick 1 or 2 things, but really it's like all the stuff we've been talking about, understand your customer, your avatar, tapping them, all that kind of stuff. This is just totally, it just infuse this in it. I'm not saying become a brand marketer and spend without like knowing any measurement, not at all. If you can create videos like Chris did with Dollar Shave Club or Dollar Beer Club, go do that. If you suck at video, don't do video, find something else to do. But you probably know your points of leverage in your business. If not, talk with some people, and I mean, that's what I do with my clients, but like that's what I would do is try to figure out where can you actually affect bang for a buck. Because what you want to do is just like in weight loss, you want to get some wins, right? Once you get the wins, then you can go from there, right? And if you go a while and you don't get any wins, like it becomes really discouraging. So just even some baby steps, and then your team and other people will start to see it, and then you start to shift things. Because the reality is, it's affected everywhere. That's the daunting part.
I'm coming to you, Vinny. You know, one thing we did for this event was we put a little messenger chat box asking them like, hey, are you a beginner or are you advanced? Just something simple like that. And I personally answered every single messenger chat that came in. I felt it was that important. And it was amazing to me, 90% of the people that were asking questions were like beginners. And they're like, hey, and they all said the same exact thing to me, which was, this seems like it's way too advanced for where I'm at. Which was really good for us to get feedback because it told us that like, okay, so we added some bonuses to try and give them some foundational work. But now I have all the messaging and questions of when we launch our next health intensive, which is not a traffic mastery type event. We know exactly what all the questions are asking. So that's one small, like that's not even anything. It's just getting closer to the customer. Vinny, last question.
So, I love that you work with big brands because like when I ask you questions, they're like bigger thinking things. So by the way, I love the retool, the way you're coming at this. The geek in you this is way better. This is awesome.
So everything you did in the past just kind of sucks, is what he just said. But he's just saying.
No, it's just super technical. You're the smartest guy in every room, so it's just way above everybody. But this is awesome, dude. So as things get bigger, one of the things I'm watching and I'm struggling with is what things you keep saying. Well, here's the thing you should do. What things should I stop doing? And what list of things I need to start getting away from me? Like, because one of the things we talk about is how you figured out what brands to work with, what things. Like, so what's some advice about things we should stop doing?
So I used to have a slide that said, are you focused on building a brand? And there were 4 or 5 questions. So I'll answer 2 ways, and I know we're trying to wrap. So how many mids do you have? How many Facebook accounts or business accounts are you opening every single day? But then more importantly, if your mom or your child years later or today saw the business and you told them all the stuff you do, would they be proud of you? Or would you, more importantly, would you be proud of yourself? If a customer comes and sees you and finds out that you're the owner of the business, how do they react? And what are the good things and what are the bad things? And so just that alone, I think oftentimes just starts to expose. You probably know, pardon my French, you probably know the shitty things you're doing. You probably know the sketchy things you're doing because you know what? I'm just at 6 figures. I'm just at 7 figures. Once I get to this point, then I'm going to stop doing it. You know what? Yeah, you got to win the short game to win the long game. I totally understand that. But you know what? You got to.
Sometimes it's the short game that's preventing you from winning the long game, right?
But I think the answer, people generally know what they should stop doing, which is what is the stuff that the customers are pissed off about, and how do you figure out a way? And by the way, like there are things again like tech. I get it. Sometimes you can't do it right away, and like you're like, yeah, I know, but I'm working on it. So great, fine. You're good with that. But oftentimes it's what are the things you're just trying to slip in.
All right, hey, it's Ed O'Keefe. Thanks so much for watching Traffic Mastery Live Nashville. Amazing event. I also threw a couple bonuses in there. If you have not checked out the rest of the channel, I have more events being popped up almost on the daily or weekly. Number 2 is there's never been a better customer, better lead, better patient, better case that comes out of any marketing other than like workshops, events, micro events, live streams, YouTube channel, education based. By far, your best invested time, if you're looking for massive leverage and to grow your business, is to master the art of selling on video. And a lot of the mistakes people make is they're like, well, I just need lead flow. Well, the reality is the better your conversion leverage and your conversion mechanism is, the lead flow will exponentially increase. The cost will go down. It'll be easier to spend money on it. You'll get more referrals. And so we have a lot of ways to help you with that. One of those ways is a program I built out called Event Profits Mastery. And it's taking 27 years of my experience of running events, virtual and in person, as well as accumulating and borrowing the wisdom from so many people that are currently running events to generate a massive amount of customers and generate profit in all types of economies, all seasons of the year. It is by far, if you're going to learn one specialized skill, it is the ability to communicate and influence through whether it's on stage or virtual with leverage. Okay. I have 7 kids. It's what I teach them is like, look, you should be learning AI. You should be learning how to sell and market. And then you need to be learning how to use your voice to move. In the description below, we should have a link that takes you to one of our virtual workshops coming up, and possibly a couple of free tools down there as well, so you can experience what we do. And then if you ever want me to help you in a more intimate or more accelerated form with our Offer Wingman programs, that's available as well. You can see something down below and request that. And yeah, so hopefully you enjoyed this seminar as much as I enjoyed putting it on. Thank you so much. Please share this with someone you know, and I look forward to meeting you in person sometime soon. Thanks so much. Bye.